Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Let me get this going. Okay, so we're going to have this while we figure out what we are doing. So, I've been teaching lessons, so I haven't been back on the Discord in many hours to see if the poll was updated, but I went ahead and made an executive decision. Squirrel Crew's choice, kind of like Dealer's choice, but or Sophie's choice, but with the Squirrel Crew. So hello everybody. Happy to see you guys. Oh, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, Blackwidor. And Dr. Bob, how is Bandit doing? I love Bandit. So as I'm sure you guys know, there were some more filings in Karen Reed. Thoughts of which I'm sure you guys could probably predict. I have many. But guess what, though? We are not here for that. So tomorrow we will be here for that. Because I have to... What's the right way to say? I haven't had time to read through everything and thoroughly process it before I speak. Because my gut instinct is like, very strong in terms of the level of fuckery. So I don't want to speak too soon on that before I've fully authenticated that is warranted, if that makes sense. Hello, Kitsmits. Hello, everybody. Super Planning Girl, Candace. Is Blackwidor's command still not working? That is so fucking weird, man. What is going on? I don't know what the heck. YouTube be silly sometimes. Strong like bear. Yeah. Look about this. What's happening on the screen, guys? That's some silliness right there. It's some real shenanigans. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean... I'm just standing here shaking my head because, again, I don't... They trained their whole lives for this, guys. I know. The thing is that as I stand here and try to mitigate my own fury over what's going on in Karen Reed in so many fucking ways, the thing is this. Hold on. Let me back this up. This will never cease to make me laugh. Wait, go back. Okay. This will never cease to make me laugh. The Grey Boys, the Ninjas will never cease to make me laugh. The Road Trip Crew, the Bulge, it will never, the Kidsmiths, all of the things happen. This will never cease to make me laugh ever. And then you can even take it extra because we're going to do that because we love the extra when it comes to the Murdaugh. You can do the extra. You can say, how extra do you want to go, guys? Well, we can include the Road Trip Crew, big crew. I don't know, something. And then you can have but then you can even have this. Oh, and speaking of which, we have a new one actually. Hold on. Let me pull it up. We have a new overlay. This is the premiere. You guys, okay, this is the world premiere. You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Remember we were talking about Lane's spirit animal being like an ostrich, but with T-Rex arms? And Lolly. She didn't invite him. In case you're wondering how I picked that picture for her face, okay? You know, I don't ever just go on, just so you guys know, I don't ever just go on Google and Google search image anybody that's in any of this. None of it. I don't do that. I think in my mind, in my memory of specific days in trial where I know they made certain faces, and I go and I find that face, and then I take a screenshot and I edit and crop out the rest of the picture to use the face that I so desire. This face of Elaine is from the day when, oh fuck, who's testifying? It's some expert for Johnny Depp testifying about like the tech shit. And here's how you might remember this moment. When we did the funniest trial moments, this moment was called Elaine's face, where it zooms in. Actually, well, the court camera doesn't zoom in. I zoomed in. I zoomed in because it made it go right to her face, because she's making this face and she's shooting daggers right at Ben Chu, and it's really funny. That's her face. That's what she's doing, and it worked out perfectly with the ostrich. So I hope you guys like it. She has the tiny T-Rex arms. Yes, that's exactly right. It's like the Looney Tunes. Yeah, that's right. Who's the extra gray boy on the suit? Oh, you mean the bulge? Were you not here when we did the story about what happened at the Coles? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Blackwidor. You know why I'm saying oh no. I know other people do as well, but Blackwidor especially. Oh no. Because that was the day. That was the same day. I'm pretty sure that was the same day as the Bonnie Blue Flag. Oh. Hold on. What is... Yeah, you guys, if you're not updated on what's going with the new goings on with Karen, don't worry. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow, you guys. If you're not up to speed, it's okay. It's not, I will say this much, it's not any groundbreaking like motion, right? It's not anything like that. It's not like there was a dismissal or it wasn't like there was anything substantive in terms of her case, really. It's just fuckery, okay? Don't worry yourselves about it, because you know what? By the time we get to talk about it tomorrow, there's probably going to be more fuckery. And then we can cover all of it. But for now, we're talking about this. Okay. So for anyone who's like, who's the extra gray boy in the suit? That's from what happened at the Coles. So when we were doing, oh my God, I'm going to die. I have to try to do this with a straight face. Thank you, Kitsmint. That is so kind of you. Yes, that's right. The Dutch boy haircut. It's very special. It's very special. Oh, now you know who I'm talking about, I think. Okay, yes. This is how the bulge started. Yes. Bulge. Bulge. Yeah. I mean, the first, well, this isn't that. Okay, this is, well, no, see, I can't. I'm like, can I just summarize? Can I just respond to this in a brief summary of what intimidated who? And I'm like, can I do that without raging against certain people, maybe including Judge Bev? No, I cannot. So, again, I'm going to have to, I can't do it. I wish I could do it. I can't do it because there's one thing's going to lead to another. And for anyone who missed it, last night, man, if you guys want to see like some fucking justice, man, like What were we covering last night? Oh yeah, we were reading the defense's new motion in Karen. And I kind of went off on a little tangent, as I am wont to do, about well, there were some really interesting things in terms of like how double jeopardy got started, like the origins, and it's really interesting. I think it's really worth learning about from that document. But also it kind of brought me to this place where I realized this whole thing about the stigma of defense attorneys and how it's fucked. And you guys might there's every now and again I go on these like philosophical tangents where I'm asking maybe questions that don't have answers, that type of thing. And some of you guys I think might enjoy, if you like that kind of stuff, you might enjoy that live stream from last night. And then at the end of the live stream, for anyone who missed it, because I didn't put this in the description, this was like planned but I didn't list it. The very end of the live stream, what I did was I went over the American Bar Association model code of ethics. And I went over some salient points that I think are very applicable for a lot of the cases we've seen lately, just so you guys can see firsthand why it makes certain people, including myself, feel like there's so much injustice in so many ways, especially when you're like, wait a second, they're not supposed to be doing this. So, dude, y'all are so fucking funny. So Kitsman's juror speaks out about intonation. Right. See, but even there, I can't even, right. That's that. Okay. That's well said. That's well said, Kitsman. See, I'm unable to even, okay. Yes, that's shorter than I would have done. And that's why it makes sense. That is nice and short. See, if you were to give me another word more, we'd be in dangerous territory. You could just look into it later. Are you guys wanting me to summarize any of it? Is that what's happening? Oh my God. Yes, dude. Yes. Blackwidor says she nearly lost her water. She wasn't even laughing at the correct joke. That's exactly right. Yeah, no squirrel left behind, right? So, okay. All right, guys. So basically, I haven't even finished. I don't even know how far I got into juror number 6's affidavit. 6th juror to speak out. Let me pause this music. My brain is still buffering on this first part. Just for his thumbnail. Right. Okay. So I'll be very quick here. So the impoundment of the juror names, right, was supposed to end today. And a juror who came forward as they're calling Juror Doe, as in Jane Doe, you might say to yourself, oh, that's weird. Why aren't they labeled A, B, C, D, E? This is Juror Doe. So let there be no confusion that clearly whoever decided to call her that is letting us know this is a female. And that, I mean, it's first thing. First, like, oh God, guys, I told you I couldn't. Okay. That was the first thing that made me feel so incensed. I'm like, why the fuck are they calling it Juror Doe? That's fuckery. That's fuckery. Because why? Right? And that's when you know this came from the Commonwealth, okay? This juror contacted the Commonwealth. And I would assume. Because why? The defense attorneys have labeled every single juror in a way that would protect their anonymity. And here's the irony. This juror reached out fearing for their safety, wanting their anonymity protected. And what do? They call her Juror Doe. First of all. Second of all, why do they have the fear? Because Judge Bev, oh God, guys, Judge Bev came back there in chambers after the trial. You guys know when she came and spoke to them for 2 seconds, then put them on a bus and got them the fuck out of there. You know what she did? She told them that there's been people who've been threatening witnesses in this case who have been, according to Jane Doe, or Juror Doe rather, charged with like witness harassment and intimidation. Or sorry. No, she says convicted. She says convicted. I'm gonna throw something. I don't even know how to throw something. I've never thrown something in my life, including a sports ball. I don't even know how to throw something. Convicted. Now, the juror could be remembering it wrong, getting charged and convicted confused. Also, it's possible that Judge Bev said convicted, even though they've not been convicted. Y'all, I'm going to die. Can you guys see how quickly this can get from point A to point B, where you've got Judge Bev coming back there? You see, dude, it's so much like, it's like gaslighty, right? It's like she comes back there into the room and tells them, you guys should be afraid because of what's going on in this trial. People have been, she either was charged or convicted. She shouldn't be saying anything about it, you know? But anyway, about that, it's just, this is where I'm like, I need more time to figure out how to even articulate this from just a logical perspective, a legal perspective, and a linear perspective, all of the reasons this is so wrong, and not just me being mad at it. I'm mad at it because of the other things, the logical, linear, legal reasons it's wrong, but I'm so mad at it that it's hard to articulate those reasons, if that makes sense. Oh, you're right, Juror Joe. Okay. What? For some reason, it read to me as if it was a female. Yes. Kitsmits. Yes. Dude, after she declared a mistrial and she went back into the jury room, according to Juror Doe, which again, I haven't read the full. I got the impression that they were trying to make it clear it was a female without saying it was a female. But anyway, that was just my impression. She went back into the room, according to this juror, and told them that they should be basically afraid for their safety because people have been convicted. This is according to Juror Doe, convicted of witness intimidation, and there's been like physical confrontations. She was referring to Turtle Boy, yes. 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 Yes, she was referring to Turtle Boy, yes. Absolutely. It's very obvious. And so then this juror now says, now I'm afraid driving, I'm looking over my shoulder, things to that effect. She's basically been given PTSD, but you know what? Guess who gave that to her? Oh, I can't. You guys. It's like Judge Bev is like Amber, dude, in a lot of ways, man. Right. That's right, Kitsmits. That's right. He's not been convicted of anything yet, Kitsmits. That's accurate. Judge Bev is like Amber in a lot of ways. And honestly, Judge Bev's haircut, if it was just a little bit shorter, it would give that Dutch, it would be on par with Dutch Boy. Because think about the shape of it and think about the bangs, you guys. It's really got Dutch Boy vibes. I never really realized that until now. It's just a little bit longer, but chop a couple inches off and you're in Dutch Boy territory. You know what I mean? So, and like I said, we are going to cover we're going to cover this shit tomorrow. There's going to be more response to this, that and backlash. I'm sure. And it's really funny because like I've been the first, like I was the first to or that I saw, right, to find out and point and uncover the move, right, that Karen or not the move, selling her house, Karen selling her house. And also I think I was one of the first people too to cover the the Commonwealth's opposition and the defense's response. Anyway, like when my point is this, is that I've been constantly trying to keep up with, like, I've been constantly refreshing it, right? Anything new. And even yesterday, right, I kept refreshing it, anything new. And I didn't see anything, which is why I put the poll in the Discord, like, what do you guys want to watch tonight? And then somehow in the interim, I go to teach lessons and then all this stuff comes out. Right? Hi, Lisa. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. So that's exactly right, Blackwidor. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I want to make sure I have the time to process all of the thoughts and feelings that I have about Judge Bev and the Commonwealth, so that I can succinctly articulate where the issues are, besides just like the end result is fuckery beyond fuckery beyond fuckery. And like, okay, here, let me put it this way, guys. This is going to be better. Like, the end result that you get from this new shit, right, with Karen Reed, the end result is this. But like, not in the funny way. In like the, I need to quit music and go become a defense attorney way. Not quit music. I'll never quit music. Impossible. But you know what I mean. Like that's what I was talking about last night too on the stream too, by the way, guys. When I was reading through that defense response and talking about, by the way, here's on the screen, and talking about the whole thing about, like I was saying, when I go on that little like philosophical tangent about representation and defense attorneys and all this other stuff. And for those, some of you guys were there, I know some of y'all were, but you know, that's when I was like, if I think too much about this stuff, if I even think a little bit about it, I feel like there's no other answer, because it's like, I can't not sit idly by, you know? Anyway, but there are better, more qualified people. And so, okay. But does it? Well, maybe it's just because it's newer and has a better battery still. Could be. Or maybe my goat is just matter. Oh, hi, ABC's Docket. Happy you're here. Yeah, goat time is right. Oh. That was not planned to turn into I ain't planning out music, but it did. We have this, though.
It's a guinea.
Thank you, Blackwidor. So yeah. So anyway, it's just Super Planet Girl says, true question. Why don't you consider a second life career as defense lawyer? Well, I've toyed with the idea of going to law school for like ever. You guys, I probably know the story. My dad had a PhD in music, and he, during his life crisis, he went to law school, actually at UNC Chapel Hill. And so it's funny, right? So I've gone back and forth and toyed with that idea. I mean, I don't know, like, because, you know, I'm too old, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible. Like, anything's possible, right? Like from I'm on a boat. Anything is possible. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I really allow myself to fully feel how much injustice is going on and how I feel about that injustice, I would have no other option than to go and do that, you know? Because I can't just sit idly by. I just can't not. Oh, I know, they're little coin slot eyes. By the way, you guys, if you have not checked out Iowa Backyard Cam's channel with the baby bunnies, dude, whenever you need a break from raging out at Judge Bev or anything else that's happening in the world. But also, speaking of which, there's been some other funny updates too in the YSL case, but that's more funny. Well, yeah. Okay. It's more funny than anything else, kind of, in a way. It's like, luckily it's not gross injustice like we've seen before in that case, and like we were seeing in Karen Reed. But yeah, there's some updates there as well. Yeah, no, my dad was older than I was. He was like, yeah, late 40s or something. Obviously that's much older, but yeah, but in case for anyone who didn't hear, in YSL, they've just been appointed their third judge because they just got appointed that second judge, right? Y'all. And then it came out that, I'm just going to paraphrase it, that like, it came out that I guess like over the past couple days or something, the bailiff who'd been the bailiff for the trial, the YSL trial, just got arrested for many things, among them being like colluding with the witness, and apparently it's because they were having an affair with the witness. And the judge, this was the judge's main bailiff, and so the judge is now a witness. The newly appointed judge is now a witness to this whole fucking shit show. The jurors 50 years from now are still going to be on this. Like this is what I picture in my mind is like 5 and 1 million years ago, this trial started and they're still not finished. Dr. Bob is saying the problem is that statistics show you lose 90% of the time as a defense attorney. That's correct, Super Player Gold, because it doesn't matter. Like, you have to do it. Somebody has to fucking do it. Somebody has to put their foot down with the fuckery. And again, if you want to know more about my thoughts on the importance of that, I did talk about that on the live stream last night, going over the defense's latest court filing in Karen Reed. And yeah, so right, Kit Smits, and that was the very abridged, again, because there's not enough for me to start going off on a tangent, because it's again, where I'm going to start going on a tangent is generally if I have strong feelings about something. This is just silly, right? So I agree with you. Who needs fiction? But yeah, I'm proud of myself for being able to actually summarize that. Dr. Bob, did you let us know how Bandit is doing? Because if you did, I missed it in the chat. So here's the thing, though, guys. You guys get to pick what we're going to watch tonight for Deputy Heard. So first question is, where did you leave off DSN in the trial? Somebody's got to put their fucking foot down, because people do. That's what good defense attorneys do, right? Ryan Steele, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Mark Eiglarsh, right? And others. Oh, okay. He's on to day 19. So which witness are you on? They put their foot down and they say no. And fucking Alec Baldwin's attorneys, Spyro and Co. Spyro and Co. Okay, good, Dr. Bob. That's good. Oh, yeah, Johnny's old music friend. Okay, cool. Okay, so anything is fair game up to Johnny's old music friend on day 19, because DSN is not finished that witness. So we can watch anything. I don't know that you guys want to watch Amber again, because we just finished that. But literally anything that is prior to Johnny's old music friend on day 19. That's right. Big hugs. That's right. Bandit. This is Bandit. Everybody, look at Bandit on the screen. I don't care what you believe in. Everybody that I know believes in dogs. Send whatever it is that you do that is positive, send that towards Bandit, please. That's my request. Bandit is 15 years young. We love Bandit so much. We love you, Bandit. He's the best Bandit, and he's so fucking cute. I can't even. He's so cute. I love Bandit. So DSN says Whitney, Drew, Rocky, right. And anything prior, right? Because again, this is the whole thing, is like, if there's any witnesses from earlier in the trial, we can watch any of them. Yep, thank you. DSN's giving you guys, look at how kind he is. DSN, he's getting everybody suggestions. So Whitney, Drew, Rocky, Johnny, Isaac. Yes, thank you for the suggestions. Thank you so much. So you guys can start throwing out in the chat who you guys want to watch. Vaping front desk guy. Yep, him too. That dude. I don't know that anybody ever remembers his name. I never did. No offense. So this is your chance, guys, to let your voice be heard, right? Tomorrow we will rage about I can't even get the words out. I'm just standing here shaking my head. That's my ability to talk about it. Tomorrow we will rage about Karen Reed. Let's just say it that way. And tonight we are Depp v. Heard. Ing. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. Well done, Kit Smits. Dr. Kipper. I always want to say Dr. Kipper like that. I don't know why. You never actually saw them? What? Kit Smits. What the heck? Or what the yay? Shout out to Kelly. Who else was it? There were a couple other Texas peeps that were talking about how Coke is called yay, but I remember specifically Kelly, who I think is here tonight, saying something about it being called yay. And I'd never heard of that. So learn something new every day. I'm not sure either, Kitsmiths. Oh yeah, Ben King is great. Yes. I also love Ben King. He's just so polite. I love it. Dr. Cottonmouth. Oh yeah, that's Kipper, right? So do we want to watch Whitney? Do we want to watch Johnny? Do we want to watch Vaping Desk Guy? Do we want to watch Isaac Baruch? Do we want to watch, did I say Johnny Depp? Maybe. Just, I don't know why I said Depp. Obviously, we know who we're talking about. Do we want to talk more about how amazing Bandit is? Because we can always do that too. Do we want to watch Rocky and talk about Rocky? We could do that. Actually, I haven't watched her testimony in a while. It's been a hot minute. Well done, Super Planet Girl says Squirrel Call, where I learned all my new drug slang. Yay, pun intended. I know, right? Isn't it great? We learned so much. Y'all, we learned, and it was the other day when we were doing the the Karen Reed house tour. We took a little detour and learned geography, you guys. The US and world. We had some really good map time. We had so much good map time in all the different ways. And that's where I came up with the Squirrels of the World idea. Oh yeah, IO. That's right. We could watch IO. Does anyone want to watch IO? There was the makeup artist lady too, right? Oh, Super Planet Girl, thanks for bringing it back to Murdaugh. And that you don't have to actually be a user to go to rehab. Exactly. Y'all, anyone that did not watch the Murdaugh deep dive, I highly recommend it. Yeah. It's like, we go there, you guys. We go there. All of the theirs, we go there. And I mean that both literally and figuratively, because eventually I plan to freaking go to Redbeard in person and get on a horse and bring a folding shovel. Y'all know. I'm doing this for my own sanity because I need to distract myself from thinking about what's happening with Karen Reed real quick. So this will just take a second for anyone who was confused about The Room, okay? Because we were talking about doing a movie night for The Room, and where the heck did it go? Hold on. And there's a movie on Netflix called The Room. It should have been called A Room. It is not The Room. It is not the right one. Actually, I couldn't find it on any streaming platforms at all. However, it's my favorite movie of all time. And so I have actually 2 copies of it on DVD. So like when I first saw the movie, let me just say this. Okay. When I first saw The Room, I was in college and all the music majors were just talking about it nonstop. And it was like, everyone was just talking about it. Right. And it was like you could tell it was already gaining this like notoriety, like a cult classic, like memeing, like a meme thing. Right. And it was like one day The Room didn't exist, and the next day everybody's like talking about The Room. And I say everybody, I'm talking about music majors specifically. And And maybe there were other people, but anyway. So, but it was so funny because whenever people were talking about it, and I would ask, like, they would be like quoting it or making references, and I'm like, what is it about? And they would just like laugh at me, and they're like, I can't even answer that question. I'm like, how can you not answer that question? And then I would say the next logical question, which is it about a room? And they would just laugh. And I didn't get it until I saw it. And within the first 10 seconds of the movie, I got it. And now I'm one of those people where people are like, what's it about? You can just laugh. Is it about a room? Yeah, that's a logical question. I get it. I remember those days, right? And I just laugh because it's like, you can't even describe. But here is a teeny short little clip of a very iconic scene from, I needed to finish that story. So then when I saw it, it became like my favorite movie. And I've seen it hundreds of times probably since. And so I own 2 copies of it on DVD because my mindset was I cannot bear to live without it. And in case I lose one, I need a backup. And then what happened was when DVD players became obsolete, I burned it from the DVD back then, right, onto my computer. And, of all the things that you lose over time, right, I've managed to keep, 2 examples, 2 things I've never lost that I own digitally. And that's the Squangwin picture, because my boyfriend made that for me freshman year of college, right, guys? Freshman year of college. And then my digital and hard copies of The Room on an external hard drive. Like I have an external hard drive, and I've lost all kinds of other things. I still have it, right? It's like I will not lose that because I can't live without it. So here's the little clip.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
We're going to watch it again. Don't worry, guys.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
There it is. So yeah, Blackwidor, it's just there isn't a way to, it's the greatest B movie of all time. There isn't a way to even, there is no plot, right? It's like part of the greatness. So right, Isaac Baruch. So do we have a request for Isaac Baruch? I think we have a request for Dr. Curry. Are you requesting Johnny's sister? Oh no, I hope you're not. Are you just suggesting written witnesses that could be in the running? I actually have a hard time getting through Johnny's sister's testimony because it's so slow. Shannon! I don't know who Nostalgia Critic is. But yeah, so what's really funny though is like it was like a very niche cult thing, and cult is the wrong way. Okay, niche thing, let's just say, right? Like you had to be one of those people that knew about the movie, and it was back then it was word of mouth, right? It was how that movie. But then years later, right, it became popular. And it became popular as like people would go and watch it. Like it became popular because of being the greatest B movie or the greatest worst movie of all time. And then what happened, guys, is this. One of the actors, if you want to call him that, in the movie, named Greg Sestero, who was dubbed like the mannequin actor. He plays the character Mark, as in Oh Hi Mark. He wrote a book called The Disaster Artist, which was about the making of the movie, because the making of the movie is a whole thing in and of itself. Because the guy who you just saw who says, "Oh hi Mark," that's Tommy Wiseau. He's a legend. The Disaster Artist is about him. It's a book. And then they made a movie. And this is where it all ties back to Depp v. Heard. Because guess who plays Tommy Wiseau in the movie? None other than James Franco. He plays Tommy Wiseau. So if we do watch The Room, I also have The Disaster Artist. So we can watch both of those on Discord. And I learned how to do it. I know how to do it. We can totally do it. And We don't even have to worry about going through Netflix because I just have the video files on my computer, which is awesome. I also agree with this. I also is the one I also was thinking about this, DSN. The lady who talks about Aquaman, I don't want to spoil it by saying what she says. That she was funny. I would also, and it's short, pretty short. I would also go for that too. Isaac Drew Dr. Curry, that lady's, I don't know her name. Let's start with Dr. Curry because that's going to be, because that's her, its own thing, right? That's a long witness. Oh yeah, Ben King. I think Dr. Curry is she before or after Ben King? ABC's docket says she loves Dr. Curry. Yeah. So let me see. Is she after Joni? I think she's after Joni. Let me look here. Yeah, Johnny Depp was so early in the trial. I always forget about that. It was crazy. Okay, I see where she is. I see her. Ben King is directly after Johnny. And then after him, it's Tara Roberts. And then after her, it's Dr. Curry. Okay, I got it. All righty. I'm just pulling it up. All right. Is Wifey here? Wifey, are you here? Wifey's here. Wifey. Hi, Wifey. We love you. Oh, we can totally do the select board. Actually, I was going to do a whole, by the way, speaking of which, when I saw that they posted that, I was going to do a whole episode on it, but then I went and watched some of it and I was like, oh, it's like they only give them like 3 seconds at the beginning and that's it. And they don't even show their faces. So it wasn't worth, like, I was making a thumbnail for it and then I was like, no, this is not worth even doing like a whole stream dedicated to this, right? Because it's not long enough and it's not enough, but we could watch that too. We could watch that after Dr. Curry as like a in-betweener, like, an intermission. I think that might be a good plan. I know, right? But if you guys want to watch it now, the beginning part, because it's short, let me know. We can totally do that first. Blackwidor, I've been thinking about that. That's the only, it's funny. I was in the shower today when I thought that dawned on me, probably because water. And I was literally thinking about that. It's funny because you bring the stream to the shower, as we know, because you've told us. I was thinking about you in the shower, not to be, I was thinking about this in the shower, and I was thinking about how the thing about the drowning, and I was like, I wonder if that's the reason why, because it was just like, why the heck, right? And it's so funny because we've noticed this, right? How there's been comments that have just disappeared, and that happened to me the other night from StreamYard, where I was typing in something that was like, anyway, here it is, something like that. It was like completely benign. It was just, and it said YouTube has flagged this and it's not getting posted or whatever. And I was like, fuck. And I have everything for settings turned to like no moderation at all and of any kind. So it's not, because you can add that. I have everything turned off for that. But I can't help but wonder. I wonder if they've got like AI that's in charge of this, right? And the AI is getting it wrong. That would actually explain a lot of things. If the AI is not quite doing so good, it's no Nightbot, right? There's only one Nightbot. We have Nightbot. We have Nightbot. There's only the one Nightbot, and they can't have Nightbot, and so I think that's part of why they're having trouble. The Canton select board. Have you not seen the coverage we've done on those? And it's funny because it was disappearing. Her command was disappearing, and then it came back for a day, and then it went away again. But we know the thing that I did is I tested it out. It still works in Discord, and that's what's funny. Works in Discord. So or you could change the R to a star, maybe. You know, if nothing else, that would solve the mystery. If we do that and it works, then we'll know that's what it is. So, oh, you have, okay. So yeah, so were you saying, let me go back to your question, Kitsmits. So there was another Canton Select Board meeting from the 16th. Okay. So yeah, I thought you were there. That's why I was confused. Okay. So, so there was another Canton Select Board meeting, but the difference between this one from the 16th and the others is that it was over Zoom, and they gave the community people way less time, and they didn't show them speaking. And then the rest of it, again, it's really not, there's not as much there as far as compared to the other ones, but it's just, we could watch the beginning part of it if you guys wanted to. I wonder, Drowned It, I wonder if that'll still flag it. We can try it though. He is. Yes. Oh, play like a game. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to keep track of all the different things that are happening. So you're referring to what now again? Hold on. Select board. I don't know. I can't remember what this was in reference to. Speaking of, also the other thing, right, is that the other problem is when it just removes comments and I don't see them. I realized that happened the other day when I was doing timestamps, and I was looking at the live chat replay as I was doing timestamps. I mean, it just automatically comes up, and I was like, wait, none of these came up in the chat. Like, they just didn't happen live, but they happened on replay, which again would speak to the whole thing that AI is trying to learn how to do its job. But because of that, I was like, holy shit, no wonder this comment didn't make sense at the time, because I didn't see the part before it. So, you know, okay, Drowned It, so win-win. Okay. There's a lot of commands for Nightbot. There's so many. There's all these are just off the top of my head. Those are, I'm sure there's more. Let's do this. Why don't we start, guys? What do you guys want to start with the Canton Select Board meeting and then jump into Dr. Curry? I already have the trial pulled up for Dr. Curry. Not that I'm just saying I found the right day. That was my point. Not that we have to start with that. We can very easily do the Canton. Oh my God, there's Elaine's face. I'm just scrolling on the thing. Can easily do the Canton Select thing first. Canton Select Board. So here's Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry's hair, I love it. I love her hair. My hair used to do that kind of thing with the curls that way. At some point in time, at some point in my life. Yes. See, I don't even see where anybody did the sidebar command. Did it not? Oh, I see it now. Okay, just kidding. I was like, wait, did it flag that? Okay. So I love that y'all are using the different commands. Okay, so put a 1 in the chat if you want to start with the Canton Select Board meeting. Put a 2 in the chat if you want to start with Dr. Curry. Let's start there. Well, at least you don't have a wet noodle. Y'all know. Amber Heard. Okay, Kitsmith says 1. We got 1 vote for 1. ABC Stock says 1. It looks like we're going to be getting... All right, we're going to get that over with. Okay, the people have spoken. The people have spoken. I love it. We're very democratic here, right? Okay. All right. We're going to start with the Canton Select Board meeting. I need a swoop. I don't know how they do the swoops. I don't know where that is on StreamYard. I don't know if it's just a video. I don't know how they do the swoop. I need to make a swoop. This would be a swoop. This would be a swoop. Insert swoop here. Do I have a video like on the hand I can just do as a swoop? Let me just look real quick. Okay, I'm gonna do this as just as a temporary swoop, just because I have it.
Agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
There, me too. No further questions.
That's just a temporary swoop. All right, we're swooping. All right, and we're going to do the Canton Select Board meeting. Again, this is short, the part that is relevant, really. And again, I watched I watched the whole thing just to make sure there wasn't anything important after the people speak, and there really isn't. So we're going to start with that. Why do I have that stuck in my head all of a sudden? What is that from? Okay, so, all right, let me share my screen. By the way, we're going to hear from Recovery Addict. Did anyone else raise your paw if you noticed that we hear from Recovery Addict in this? Did anyone else notice that? Because anyone else, oh my God, did anyone else notice that? Pick up on that? I don't know if I haven't heard anyone mention it, but I know, and I'll point out why. That's right, it's Ring of Fire. Right, thank you. I don't know where the hell that popped into my head from. Blackwidor is raising her paw. Well done with your paw. We love the paws. Oh, that's right. The WAP. That's a good idea, wifey. That could be that could be a swoop for sure. Oh my God. That's a great idea. How do I make that happen though? How do you do that, guys? I don't know how. I don't know. Animation is something I've not delved into at all. I don't know how to do that. How do you make them go across the screen? That is a brilliant idea. And honestly, you know what it needs to do though? It needs to have, dude, here's what it does. It needs to be this. It needs to be the road trip crew zooming across the screen and then following behind them, the Lollybird, and then following behind him, Amber Heard. Although she's going to be harder to do because I don't have her legs. So actually, I'm gonna just let me retract that. I'm gonna make it road trip crew and Lollybird because I have them. I have their full pictures where I just have to make them move and then it's all good, right? Yeah, that's a great idea. The road trip crew and then the Lollybird trailing behind. What do you guys think? A swoop is like what they do. EDB, Runkle, Rob from Lawn Lumber. They always do on their live streams. They always say, "Oh, let me do a swoop," and then it like insert swoop here, and the swoop has like it's just like a little video. They all have their own different ones, and then they have different style swoops, and it's like a way to show that we're going on to the next thing. So, like for example, when I was like, "Okay, I need to swoop," right, and then after this, I would swoop again. This is if I had a real swoop. I would swoop again as we change gears to Debbie Heard, right? And it's like you can do it whenever you're going to go on a tangent, which we do all the time. Gray boys. I suppose I could do the Gray boys too. Yes, it's like it marks a transition. Yeah, it's like a chapter. The mannequin. Oh, you mean the bulge? Glad you asked, ABC's Docket. I'm so happy to answer this question, and I'm sure people in the chat are as well. Here, on the left-hand side of the screen are the two Gray boys. So these are from the Murdaugh trial. Sorry if I startled anybody. Let me back this up. Back it up. All right, from the Murdaugh trial. By the way, wifey, I have a goat now. from the Murdaugh trial, the 5'2" vigilantes, they had a lot of names. The 5'2" vigilantes, the assassins, the ninjas. They trained their whole lives for this. But also, where the two gray boys comes from specifically is the AG, Alan Wilson, takes a witness on the state's rebuttal. Actually, it's Kenny Kinsey, right? Shout out to Kenny Kinsey. And out of nowhere, dude, out of nowhere, towards the end of the entire state's case, which is, it ends with their rebuttal, right? This is right at the end of all of it. One of the last things that happens is the state's AG, Alan Wilson, gets up there and takes a witness. And towards the end of that, he out of the blue refers to the two gray boys. He calls them the two gray boys. And that's where we did. And he's with a straight fucking face, man. Straight face. And wait, who's leaving? Is wifey leaving? Is wifey leaving? Is somebody leaving? Is anybody leaving? Yeah, who's leaving? Great question. I second that. You didn't finish. Dude, I'm gonna reiterate this. Someday we'll do a Murdaugh reunion and we'll watch it again because we have to. It could just be something we do like every year. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But if you're interested, we did the deepest deep dive of all the deep dives, and you guys are probably so sick of hearing me say this, but it is one of my proudest things that I've done, like in my life. Like I couldn't be prouder. It was so, I loved every fucking second of that. It was amazing. And we went places where I didn't know we would even end up going, and I don't think anyone else has gone. For example, calling Sunrise Detox. There's just one example. You guys, and everything we learned about the railroad tracks and the trains, I'm gonna get goosebumps just thinking about it. We just discovered so much in that. We solved the chicken business. We solved with the truck, and it was not fucking easy, you guys. The hours and hours and hours and hours of brain I put into, like, it was so great. It was worth every second. But like, even when I wasn't streaming it, when I was trying to solve that shit, I'm sure you guys could tell, right? Because it was like, I would walk through that thought process on the streams. But anyway, we're glad you're here, Candace. So, okay, wifey is leaving, as it turns out. Good night, wifey. We love you. It does almost make, that's right. It does make Ken and Kinsey almost stick around the stand because just the straight face with it, right, is so great. Hey, where's Spencer? Cuckoo, cuckoo. Speaking of California, someone told me there's a girl out there, loving her eyes and flowers in her hair. Shout out to California. There's so many songs. Okay, Joni Mitchell. Oh, California, I'm coming home. Do. And then there's California. Dream of Californication. Okay, Tool, Enema. I could go on. There's so many songs. California has a lot of songs, I'm realizing. Probably more songs than like any state. Yeah, that would be way too easy to squirrel hole. That would be way too easy. Good thing I don't have my guitar out, guys. So okay, so these are the two great boys. See, that would have been a great opportunity for a Swoop now in hindsight. I'm like, we just did the thing. I love the questions, guys. Thank you so much for the questions. California Dreamin'. Do you mean Kudu Cuckoo? Kudu Cuckoo! Kudu Cuckoo! I hope someday I can become a lawyer. This is in my like wild squirrel fantasies, right? I can become a lawyer and get up there in front of the jury and say, "Cuckoo!" I also don't remember. Oh, Mamas and the Papas. Okay, I know the song because I know. Okay, how does that go? Can you give me a couple words from the lyrics and I'll remember it? Thank you, Blackwidor. Oh my God, that means so much to me. Thank you. the power of the squirrels and the love of the squirrels. I think that if I were to, if a defense attorney were to get up there and say, "Cuckoo," and channel that squirrel energy, I think that would be enough to get anybody acquitted of charges. Should be. Mama's in the Papa's Cat. I'm sure I know the song. So yeah, so the two gray boys. Yeah, but what I was gonna thank you, wifey. Right. All the leaves are brown, the leaves is brown, and the sky is gray, and the sky is gray. Do 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 do. Now I hear it in my head with all the harmony parts. Yes, thank you, wifey. Wifey also knows how to trigger my memory. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, that's a great song too, by the way. I love that whole era of music. Blackwidor says, I'd not talk to the police until gets here. Awesome. So yeah, but for you, what I think at ABC's docket, yeah. So for anyone who has not seen the whole Murdaugh trial, highly recommend going back to our deep dive. There's a whole playlist. I started out using EDB's coverage for the first couple episodes, and then the people, again, that's how we do it here, right? Give people what they want. The people were like, hey, why don't we just do you covering it with like the court feed, and that way we can hear things better and see things better. And so a couple episodes in, that's what we started doing, and we never looked back. And we love EDB, but you know what? I think it was a great choice. You really can see things a lot better and hear things a lot better. So you're great point. It would throw the prosecutor off their game. Absolutely would. They'd be, can you imagine if they're like, all right, here comes the trial, here comes defense attorney gets up there, right? And they're like, it's great. I love it. I love it. It's how you summon Charles as your defense attorney. That's right. Anytime I hear that squirrel call, I'll come running to defend you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. All you have to do is call. And I'll be there. You've got a friend. You've got a defense attorney, rather. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Quote Michael Scott. Me and the y'all. It's me in the police station. I'm not speaking until my attorney gets here. Cups hands over mouth. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Sometimes I think when I have these crazy outbursts of laughter, I think it sometimes doesn't detect that I'm human, and I think it automatically thinks it's background noise and might mute it. So now I feel like I need to tell you guys when I'm like making crazy laughing sounds, but I was just doing that. Let there be no doubt. ABC's dog says, Jangle got me. You're my attorney. I can even do that. That would be the ad, right? That'd be the ad. Like, that'd be the ad. You've got a friend, but it's like, you've got a defense attorney. Oh my God, you guys. That's so fucking funny. Oh my God. I love it. Yes. Blackwidor says cracks the violin out of her coat for the bullet stories. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so now that we have cleared up the two gray boys, let's hop back on over. We're gonna do our makeshift temporary swoop.
Agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Yeah, me too. No further questions.
Again, if anybody knows DSN, do you know how to do it? If anyone knows how to animate the road trip crew and Lolly, please let me know how I can do that, because I literally don't even know the first thing about how to make people move. Sorry, now I'm thinking Bodak Yellow. I don't dance now. I make money move. Hey, hey, said I don't gotta dance. I make money move. If you see me, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm skipping some of the lyrics. I don't remember them off the top of my head. Was not expecting to be rapping today, if you could call it that. So yeah. All right. That was the swoop. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Now we're going to hop back on over to the Canton select board meeting. I freaking love this, guys. I love it. It's so, I was going to say ADHD, but dynamic would be a good way to put it, I suppose, right? All right, here we are. Here we are with the Canton select board meeting. So, yes. And again, this is over Zoom. We're just going to watch the beginning part where we hear from the people. Shout out to South Texas, who loves Joni Mitchell. I also love Joni Mitchell. I've covered a bunch of her songs. Actually, I have some of them on my YouTube channel as well. When I first learned, when I first learned how to play guitar, I was just playing Joni Mitchell, Simon and Garfunkel, like war protest songs, 60s music. That was what I first started playing on guitar when I was like, got my first guitar in middle school. And that's interesting. I can't see what the symbol is because on StreamYard, it did not show up correctly. It showed up like this, actually. Which is interesting. So that might be the answer to the question, is that's what the characters look like on my end, which is weird. So yes, I freaking love Joni Mitchell. I've done Song to a Seagull, Cactus Tree, Case of You, in terms of like recorded songs, I guess. My mom and I, whenever we do our little duo, we do like Both Sides Now, Circle Game. Oh, I'm named after, by the way, I'm named after Chelsea Morning, so there's that, right? Woke up, it was a Chelsea morning, and the first thing that I heard, yeah. Oh, Kit Smiths, thank you, towards my retainer fee. Thank you, Kit Smiths. I appreciate that. Y'all know you don't have to send me super stickers and shit, but like I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And it is. I mean, this is fucking funny. Love it. So, what does what even mean? Chelsea Morning. First thing that I heard was boom, 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 dun, 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 dun. So anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, Big Yellow Taxi. Oh, Woodstock. Woodstock is one of my all-time favorites. Of course, she didn't write that song. That was Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, but she covered it. And I covered her cover in a way. Like she covered it on piano, I covered it on guitar. Anyway, I freaking love that song. That's a great song. I love all versions of that song. And I really loved covering that. Anyway, I could go on. Let's just I would love to answer Blackwidor's question about what something means, what anything means. I'll answer if I can. Oh, you mean the symbol? I just figured it out. I wish I could see the symbol. YouTube is on another level, right? That's the AI. Dude, thank you, Blackwidor. Y'all. you guys, y'all. Oh my God. So yeah, I have, it's funny. I have recordings of quite a few Joni Mitchell songs that I haven't done videos of. I have recordings of them and they're on my Reverb Nation, which this we're talking is like, I feel like it's ancient history, man. Because that's what people used to use back in the day, but it still exists. And then as far as on my YouTube channel, I have, in terms of Joni Mitchell covers for videos, I believe the only one I have on there is Song to a Seagull. I could be wrong about that, but I know I have Song to a Seagull. Y'all. Okay, you guys are amazing. Okay, let's do the meeting. Here we go. We're here. We're gonna press plays. Everybody ready? Are you guys all ready? Okay, here we go. Oh my God, there's a fan. There's an only fan. There's an only fan. Holy shit.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the July 16th, 2024 virtual meeting the Select Board conducted over Zoom. This meeting is being recorded and will be rebroadcasted over Canton Community Television. In keeping with the guidance set forth when Governor Healy signed into law the extension of Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, Trish Boyden, John Conley, Chris Albert, John McCourt, and myself are all participating remotely. In addition, all votes tonight will be done by a roll call vote. All participants that are logged in are muted. When we open the meeting for public comment, please click on the icon to raise your hand. Once you are recognized by the chair, you will be unmuted. The Select Board did not have an agenda item for public comment when we
Oh, is anyone else wondering how a chair is going to recognize people? Get it? A chair.
previously were using Zoom for these meetings. So please bear with us as we work through any issues.
Thank you, ABC's.
If you are using a phone to
Thank
participate in this
Thank
meeting,
you.
please
You guys
use
are great.
*9 to raise your hand.
I know, right?
And *6 to toggle between mute and unmute.
Honestly, and we've got enough international squirrels too. I'm gonna have to make sure I get my license in every country. So when I hear that squirrel call, I come running.
All right.
Y'all.
Mr. Conley, any announcements?
Oh, you guys, thank you.
Okay. So first on the agenda, we
Thank
will
you,
go
guys.
to the public comment portion. As I do each meeting, the public comment portion of
Y'all
the
are
meeting
so
is an
kind.
opportunity to listen to residents' feedback and concerns.
I love
But
River
the
also.
public comment portion of the
Yeah.
meeting is not meant to be a question and answer
There's so much.
format.
I'm
There
with you.
will be no response to any public comment when presented. The public comment portion of the meeting is limited to 15 minutes total.
Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. Yeah, that's a great song. Great song. She's got so many though. Yeah, it is hard. It is really hard. I would have to say though, if I had to like, well, no. See, why would I do that? I'm like desert islanding myself. If I had to pick one favorite, it might be Song to a Seagull though. Just have to say.
Total and up to 3 minutes per
Yes,
speaker.
indeed.
I would encourage those that do wish to speak.
Also, Blackwidor, I didn't even think of this. Maybe, you know how your seagull's been missing? Maybe you need the song. Maybe play the song and the seagull will come running, just like with, that's a combo of all the things, right? The seagull will come running if you play the call, but for the seagull, the call could be the song to a seagull. That's a lot.
Speak to be mindful of others and who that wish to do the
You
same.
got it.
So that we can
Thank you,
make the
guys.
most of the time allotted and hear from as many people as possible. Anyone who does not wish to speak or who is unable to speak due to the time limit may submit their comments in writing for the board's review and consideration. And we will have the next open office hours on
got it.
Tuesday, I believe it's July 30th, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the Sala meeting room on a Tuesday. So with that being said,
Thank you.
I have a few people who have raised their hands. So first I will go to Miss Lombardi.
Blackwidor, make sure you play that song for the seagull.
Okay, am I okay?
You are all set, Miss Lombardi.
The chair
Okay, thank
recognized
you.
her.
Okay, so I'd just like to say, since the murder of John O'Keefe, this town has been deeply divided.
All right, guys.
Instead of seeing improvement, we continue the downward spiral of destruction. At last week's select board meeting, the division was amplified when a group of entitled townies who refer to themselves as Canton First decided to rally others to attend the meeting for the sole purpose of heckling and bullying peaceful and passionate citizens, seeking truth and accountability from our leaders. Much to their satisfaction, they were successful in their efforts to wreak havoc and did so without consequences, a familiar theme in Canton. They successfully kept the focus on Jen O'Donnell while continuing to heckle her without any de-escalation efforts from the retired police detective
Guys, thank you.
hired to stand guard in the meeting. While she was asking him if he was going to do his job and uphold the same meeting.
Sorry, Rita. You guys, thank you. You guys don't have to do this, but this is so generous of y'all. Really. I don't even have words. And apparently neither does DSN because it didn't let him add a catchy phrase. You know what though? YouTube is on another level. But what's great is I just love that in my mind, I can actually picture literally, not literal, like audio wise, ear wise, I can hear in my head DSN's voice because of the awesome jokes that we get. DSN also, thank you for it. I know you brighten my day. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. When it's like every time I look, there's another joke. What a wonderful thing to do for humanity. Serious and like really to make people laugh like that. Like, and you're just anyway. So I'm just in my mind. I can you've got so many catchy phrases. I wouldn't even know where to begin. So, maybe the reason YouTube said you didn't get to add one is because YouTube is like, sorry, there's a character limit. You know what I mean?
Room standards to the hecklers. He ignored the bullies, assaulted her, and made her leave
I'm
the
so
meeting.
sorry,
I
Dean.
did hear that after the meeting, he spoke gently to some of the bullies. It was a double standard. It is important to note that last week, the same group of entitled townies, Canton First, also circulated a toxic letter collecting endorsement signatures declaring their independence from my publicly expressed views and opinions. While they failed the publication in the Canton Citizen, their letter and ad hoc signatures ended up all over Twitter and social media for the world to see. While the letter was toxic, by signing it, the individuals inadvertently provided valuable information for the world to see. Nearly all of the valid voter names are employees or family and friends of employees of the town of Canton. The behavior of these Canton First town employees speaks volumes about the serious lack of leadership and culture that exists in this town. There are two groups of citizens in this town: the emboldened and entitled townies who fear no consequences for their behavior. They can be as lawless as they want, no problem. The leaders of this town, their friends and family, will always look the other way. The other group is the rest of the community, also known as random citizens. We don't have the same protections and rules as the entitled townies. If something happens, we pray for a miracle because we know we can not count on the town to provide services equitably. We witness this time and time again with two sets of standards, and it's just not fair. And then a few meetings ago, we shared that the 15-minute, 3-minute timer and the fact that we don't feel the select board is listening has an enormous impact on anxiety levels in the room. You reluctantly agreed to increase it to 20 minutes and not use the timer. We felt progress had been made until we learned the following meeting, it went back to the 15 minutes and the timer, which increases anxiety. Leaders who have failed to fulfill their oaths of office will be held accountable. The facts and the science tell the truth. There will be a higher authority that they will need to answer to. But
You guys think she means, who do you think she means there? I'm not going to, who do you think she means there? I'm curious.
for the select board, I ask you, please, let's work together to restore trust and safety in this community. I would like to propose that we begin a partnership where,
Thank you, Ms. Lombardi.
okay, can I just finish that last sentence?
Your last sentence, 10 seconds.
Okay, I would like us to work together. I would like us to partner with the select board, come together and
That makes
talk
sense.
and listen and exchange ideas from the way forward for us. That is my plea.
Thank you, Ms. Lombardi.
Also, Dr. Bob, I know you have so much going on with Bandit, obviously. I just want to say, if you ever feel so inclined that you want to share anything in the Discord with your voice so we can hear your Massachusetts accent, I know that we all get a kick out of that. Even if it's just something like cock the cot, sidebar, and then you could like throw like Harvard Yard. I'm butchering it, obviously. That's why we appreciate hearing real people do it. If you feel so inclined, because we honestly, anybody, right? I love accents. I know everybody loves accents. I think it's super cool. So anybody that wants to share, I could even do, well, I was thinking I could even make a whole channel, but I'm not going to worry with that right now. Oh, I know, right? And we're going to actually hear someone address this in just a moment here, believe it or not. So I'm going to leave that comment. That's actually a very good segue, ABC's docket. Do you have a squirrely crystal ball?
Next, Ms. Mead.
It's after this lady. I'll pull your
Give it
comment
a
back
second
up.
just for you to be unmuted.
After Miss Mead, I'll pull your comment back up. Yeah, Shop,
you
there you go.
Okay. Thank you. Peg me.
Honestly, sorry, DSN you too, both you guys. Do y'all want to like do a little shock and horror in the, dude, I really butchered that time, in the Discord? That'd be great.
9 Cynthia Road. I'm also a library trustee. And I'm
They
just going to
love
ask,
the library.
I'd like to give an update on what's going on at the library. We've had a lot of questions about the scaffolding outside. Would that be appropriate?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make it quick. The library is embarked on a big project called the Next Chapter. Chapter 1 is replacing.
Do you have the same thing I do, which is if you hear the word scaffold or scaffolding, all you can think of is Berlioz?
The roof and the HVAC system, and that is why we have the scaffolding all around the library. There's also damage to some of the historic cornices on the library that are being fixed as well. And the project is due to be complete by the December holidays. The library is open. We do have reduced hours on Saturday through the summer from 10 to 2, and we are not open on Sundays, which we have never been. We're especially happy. Our HVAC system completely died during the first bout of 90-degree weather a month ago, and we were able to get a very large temporary air conditioning unit, which is in the staff parking.
Like, literally, this is so crazy to me because it's like, this is our third Kansas Select Board meeting. It's like, this is so, it's like, wow, they're just talking about the HVAC system. Like, it just feels kind of surreal, right? When you're used to the other type of stuff.
Lot, if anybody is looking there, because the library is a cooling center for the town. So the project is under the Building Renovation Committee, and we're very grateful to all of them. And also want to say thanks to Brian Lynch, the support of the Select Board, especially J.R. McCord. Thank you so much, J.R. Our Library Director, Andrea Capone, and the staff of the library for what we're going through here. And if anybody has any questions, they can go to the library website, and there is a button on the main page that says the next chapter. And if you click on that, there's all sorts.
Did you hear the Squirrel Call? There's been the number of Squirrel Calls on this stream so far has been exceptional. I will just say, I don't think it will ever be topped.
Of information about what
we're doing at the library. Everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Now, hold on. As I pause it here, I'm going to pull up ABC's comment here from a second ago with her squirrely crystal ball. Here we go.
Next, Mr. Young.
Oh my God, that's awesome, Aisha. I love it.
Give it just a second. There you are, sir.
Hi, thank you. I think I'm unmuted. I'd just like to know why we're not getting very much time to respond to questions, etc. I've lived here for a very long time, and I think it's very, very important that everyone is entitled to an opinion. You stated at the start of this that you're not responding, etc. And I'd like to know why. And I think that's probably on behalf of almost everyone that's listening.
So thank you, Mr. Young. The public comment is just that. It's a public comment for the public to express their opinions. It is not a back and forth.
Okay, so I'll pass to the next person. It's disappointing. I thought this was.
I love how polite he is about it, though.
I thought we were kilometers or something, but obviously not. But thank you for responding.
Thank you, sir.
You know, here's the thing: is that for criticism to these folks here, to this chair dude, Mr. Chair, which I guess is Lucky's brother, right? Like, I appreciated it in all forms. I appreciate the angry criticism like we hear, but I equally appreciate the polite criticism coming from a gentleman with a lovely British accent. I don't know. It's just, I just appreciate that too. I guess I just love it when they get criticized. Maybe that's just what it is. It doesn't matter what form it comes in. I don't know.
Mr. McIntyre.
This is recovery.
Scott McIntyre from Top Mark Media. Just asking if we can get the viewers on screen so we can see them speak.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, Scott McIntyre from Top Mark Media. Just asking if we can get the viewers on screen so we can see them speak.
Do y'all recognize his voice? But that's him.
The other viewers on screen?
Yeah, we're just seeing you instead of the people looking at you.
So that's how it's set up, and then anybody else that is speaking on the select board will also show up. But not during public comment.
Wow. So I wonder too, guys, I wonder if this is the other new thing. Do you know about this, Dr. Bob? So the other thing, so he was saying how the strategy is like they're going to have more local people. I wonder if the other thing is like switching it to Zoom and then not showing the speakers to try to deter, maybe their goal is to deter people from speaking. Like, I wonder if that's what this is about. Like, you know what I mean? Which this is so. Okay, surely they can be sued for this. Like, surely there's legal action that can be taken. This just seems like this can't be happening, right? Anyway, I guess she was saying that there's people that like higher power they'll answer to or whatever. It's people of Canton. All you have to do is call.
All right.
It's a summer thing. Okay.
There are a couple of people that have their hands up. Please enter your name correctly, or you will not be called on. So, Mr. Allen,
Right.
give it a second, sir.
Oh, Mr. Allen's my favorite, I think, because dude, this is awesome. I think this is my favorite part.
Hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I just want to let you guys all know that we're watching from Western Massachusetts, a bunch of us, and we are not impressed. Not with your town leadership, not with the handling of the Karen Reed case. It's an absolute embarrassment on behalf of the rest of the state. Just want to let you know that the other half of the state is in tune. We see what's happening. We're not impressed. We actually think it's an absolute joke. Even our local media has picked it up. We even have our own little standouts, and we see how you guys handle your meetings very differently than anywhere else I've ever seen or been.
Yeah.
You guys honestly should like maybe retool it, because you're absolutely
Retool it is an
embarrassment on behalf of the state of Massachusetts. That's about all.
Like retool it and absolute embarrassment. Both of those are understatements, but I get what he's saying.
Thank you. Next is Barbie Callahan.
And here's the other thing, to back Blackwidor's point,
second.
all they have to do is be like, oh, sorry, your stuff's not working, if they ever want someone to not be able to speak, right? Like that would be an easy way to be like, oh, I guess your connection's failing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they could always, it's fucked up, man. And that's part of the point, right? They should be able to come in person. Anyway. Dr. Bob, would you ever go to one of these things?
Ms. Callahan, you don't need to unmute. We can control that on this.
If you ever go, Dr. Bob, can you please do me a big favor and bring a sign, like, you know, they bring the signs, bring a sign that says Sanity Nuts on it. That would be awesome.
And
I think they can't get it figured out with her, so.
all right. Well, Ms. Callahan, unfortunately, we weren't able to connect, and that does conclude the public comment period.
What he did there, he took for fucking ever. He ran out the clock, and then he's like, oh, so we couldn't connect. See, he could just do that with anybody, though, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is messed up. Obviously, it's messed up. Why am I even saying that? Like, the whole thing is messed up. Duh.
As I mentioned before,
There you
if
go.
anybody has additional comments,
That's right,
please
Dr.
feel free
Bob.
to attend the open office hours or send the select board an email.
Because so you guys, I don't think have met Maisha. Meet Dr. Bob, Maisha. Maisha is a squirrel in Colorado. Dr. Bob is a squirrel in Massachusetts. Now, Maisha, in case you didn't know, Dr. Bob has served as a juror foreperson twice in Massachusetts. And so he is a local, and he has been to 34 Fairview. And he also is a retired physics teacher, and he has the cutest dog, Bandit. We're sending all of our love and squirrel hugs to Bandit that we can muster. So that's what I was saying, because he can actually go, he can be a squirrel on the ground. Squirrels on the ground, right? Like he can be a squirrel on the ground next to Turtle Boy with a sign that says Sanity Nuts, as like, you know, as like a nod to Squirrel Crew, you know? And also shout out to Maisha, because she did coin the Sanity Nuts was her idea. It was brilliant. I'm pretty sure it was your idea, Maisha. Sometimes I love how I'll get it wrong and I'll attribute something to the wrong person, and then people will correct me that it wasn't them, it was someone else. And I love that. That's why you guys are awesome.
That being said, next on the agenda, Mr. Albert.
All right, first up for tonight's agenda.
All right, and that's where we switch this is where we do our swoop away from Chris Albert's bald head. No offense to bald people, but offense to him. That's okay. That's loud. And we're going to do our little swoop. So eventually, right, here's the goal. If I can figure out how to do it, just so we're going to imagine things until we can do it. We're going to imagine in the future. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What song is that? And then it's like, fly me into the future. What song is that? Oh my God. Anyway, that song, Into the Future. So we're going to look into the future, and into the future, we will have a swoop, and the swoop will have the tractor going across the screen. Okay. And it'll be followed by the lolly bird. And if I can do sound effects of some sort, like squawking, I'll figure that out too. That's first I have to figure out how to get them to move. That will be the swoop. So imagine use your imaginations, guys. And then we've swooped. And now we're going to switch gears into Depp Be Heard. And the people have spoken. The squirrels have spoken, rather. And it is time for Dr. Curry. It was for Space Jam. Thank you. That's right. Wow. The brain is a funny place, isn't it?
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Dennison.
Love her hair.
Could you state your full name for the record?
Shout out to Fender.
Shannon Curry.
Speaking of Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And also, I'm sure Fender will be here probably pretty soon. But yeah, speaking of Curry, God's sunlight is hitting. Look at her hair, though, dude. I freaking love it. Yeah, God's sunlight is hitting Johnny. Yes, indeed.
What's your educational background?
I received,
she does, but she completely botches it, right, with her wet noodle. It's not the same.
Started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, et cetera, and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree. And that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility. And that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science.
By the way, I bet I know what Dr. Bob is doing. We'll see if I'm right when he comes back. I bet Dr. Bob is on doggy elevator duty right now with Bandit. I wonder if that's what he's doing.
Degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges.
Candace, you read my mind, because literally I was like, Pepperdine, what the heck? And all I could think about was like pepper, like the seasoning. And then, yeah. So thank you for reading my squirrel brain and answering my question.
This meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe. And we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
So
What's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in just tell each other all their problems and then have an awkward silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs.
Where specifically did she say in Hawaii this was? I've been in Hawaii twice, but I don't remember a big pink building, but you know, there's like different islands, obviously. Did she say, let me back this up just a second. Have any of y'all been in Hawaii and seen a big pink building?
Pink building there. So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And
yeah, we flew into Honolulu, but we never stayed there. We just flew in. So big pink building. I don't remember seeing, again, I would only have seen it if it was next to the airport. So yeah.
One of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really.
Hughes went there because she said military. I mean, I know he's not a military psychologist, but hopefully guys, like you could see how that would make sense, right? Considering his line of work anyway.
For all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. My practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in
what's so
prior...
funny, guys? You know what's so funny? I forget who pointed this out. Maybe it was Fender. It is so funny how this doesn't bother me on normal speed or even when there's like silences, right? I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? I don't know if it's like the audio quality or the video quality or just the people. It's like, it's really odd, right? But I don't know. Do you guys agree with me? Like, I mean, like, for example, we could skip over all this, right? We could totally skip this, the credentials and shit. let me know if you want to do that. I'm happy to do that. But like, I was just thinking about how different it is from other trials, you know, cough, cough, lolly, cough, cough, you know, but where on normal speed, it doesn't feel slow. I will say the exceptions to that were Johnny's sister on the stand. I think she might have been one of the only ones that I can recall, though, from this trial that was painful. Like, I'd have to put her on 2 times speed, and that might not be enough. But other than that, like, I feel like, I don't know, it's like the pacing is good or something. Blackwidor says she likes hearing qualifying achievements. All right, cool. Me too. And you know what? She's awesome, and I think she deserves to tell us about it. So,
litigation.
A lolly bird.
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce really methodical report.
That actually makes her really sound good to a jury, right? We can talk about that for one thing. Like the fact that she doesn't, because you know, y'all know how it is in civil trials, right? There's this like idea, like it's like they've got these expert witnesses that come in and they've testified as an expert a billion times for, you know, for you, usually for either, if it's civil, right? Usually for the plaintiffs or for the defense. And they bring them in, you know, lawyer, you know, talks a lot about it, right? Where it's like, they call it a hired gun, that type of thing. I think for the jury, this is just going to give her even that much more credibility. Jurors love it when you've done military shit, okay? They love it when you've done military shit, and they love it when you've done sports ball shit, from what everybody says. So she comes in, you know, that's the whole thing with the veterans, right? And that's yes, or do you still work with veterans? I do, you know. But then you get to this part where it's like, well, she's not a hired gun, right? Like this just makes her, like the fact that she does work for criminal cases typically, and this is her first civil case, I think it just really gives her a lot of credibility for her in the minds of the jurors,
which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing, is she's really engaging. I guess part of it too, it's like she's just really engaging, right? Like she's excited to talk about what she does. She's very passionate, and I love her hair and I love her voice. I just love everything I just love her, I guess. Really, it's what it comes down to, you know. So it doesn't feel like she's just rattling off a list of things she's said a billion times, you know, like the way we hear it from some people. She's really answering the questions and like thinking about the answers in a way too.
Do you
right? Thank you, Kitsmits.
Work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the.
Yeah, that's a good clarification, but that's what I meant. That is what I meant, because that's what the jury's listening for, is they're hearing how many times have you testified. So yeah.
List anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD.
Hey, what did you think of Dr. Hughes? I don't remember if you talked about that in the Discord. You might have.
From service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our Diagnostic Statistical Manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault. And you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders. If they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure. We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist.
Where?
In California and Hawaii.
Okay. And any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when
I'm realizing, I think whoever suggested that the Ben Chu tie is for Ukraine, I think they're right. Was that you, Maisha? I just realized he's wearing a tie today that actually just panned over. I think it's only blue and yellow. It's like even more like the one that I saw before when I commented on it. I think it was like blue, yellow, and white, maybe. Like it wasn't as obvious Ukraine colors or something. Or maybe, I think, in other words, I think he's got a variety of ties. This would make sense because the one he's wearing now, I think it was just blue and yellow. It's like pretty obvious if you see it. It's like, oh yeah. But if in fact Ben Chu has a whole collection of ties that are just expressly Ukraine colors to represent Ukraine, like that's badass.
When you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress.
I love her.
So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world.
Wow.
And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma.
Have you ever heard of that? How the fuck is it that we don't ever hear about things? I didn't know about this. Like, how the fuck? 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest, how did she phrase it? The longest, hold on, let me just back it up. I don't want to get this history fact wrong. Spinny wheel. Shimon. Okay.
Essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world.
Right.
And there were
the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And like, how do we not, I mean, I didn't know, like, how do we not learn these things? Why aren't we taught these things?
A lot of issues in that community.
I will say that's why one of the reasons trials are great. You never know what you're going to learn in trial, but you know what? You learn something new every day.
Tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
Named after you.
We're a multi-specialty mental health center. So we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists.
Dr. Bob is back. You may not have heard, but I made a prediction when you left, and I said, I bet Dr. Bob is on doggy elevator duty with Bandit. And so I wanted to know if that's in fact what was happening, and also how's Bandit doing. We love him. We love him so much.
Family therapist. We even have a meditation teacher.
I know.
We basically
it was really a rhetorical question. I know you're right, and it's awful. I just hate it.
Try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Yeah. Who's the Curry, and Curry Psychology.
Right.
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
Dude, I love her face.
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
Howdy do, Dr. Bob.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
Bandit.
For about 15 years.
I want to hug Bandit.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients.
Isn't it so funny here? That's a good pause moment for the hair. Isn't it so funny to think about how Amber tried to copy her hairstyle and just how much she missed the mark? Like, it's just.
And then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time.
Bob, I don't know that we are, because I know you weren't here with us this crazy last weekend. So have you seen this trial? I mean, I'm sure, I would imagine you have, but in case you haven't, DSN's been watching this. It's his first time watching it. And also Super Planner Girl, who was here earlier, has not watched this whole trial. And so I'm just curious because of course there's some people, I love it, right? Some people here have seen this lots of times, some people haven't, but just to try to get a feel for your familiarity with it.
Was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
Here we go.
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state, but essentially intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
You know what's interesting is, like, I don't think I'd ever heard of this specific term IPV until this trial, and I don't think I've ever heard it since. Like, what about you guys? I'm curious, like, with all the shit that, I know about and learned about and been through, and everything, trials, like, about different ways that abuse can occur. It's so interesting to me how that I can think of, the only time I've heard it discussed as IPV or heard that as even part of the conversation at all is in this trial. So I'm curious about you guys. So Dr. Bob says he watched, but not gavel to gavel. Okay, did you watch Dr. Curry? Do you remember her with her beautiful hair? I know Fender better be here soon because she's not gonna want to miss this. I know she loves Dr. Curry.
Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Same here. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay. Oh my God, Elaine, why? Elaine, why? Dude, you guys,
what?
Y'all. Hold on, we're gonna watch that again. Just what is she even doing though, and why? My mom would always say, "What are you doing, and why are you doing it?" Like that. Anyway, it's funny. Okay, let me back it up.
Types of documents did you? Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What even is that, Elaine, and why?
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from Nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused, and multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Wait, what would be a conflict of interest, Dr. Bob?
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Heard?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. Not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish, with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
Oh my God.
As a result of the work that you performed.
All right, it's time. What are we going to say about this look today? Okay. Her face she's making. Let me pull this down. So, what is this look? The hair. There's so many things one could say. Right, if she examined them both right for a try. Primavera. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, allergy of spring. Allegory of spring. What? Oh my God, cheerleader. She does look like a cheerleader. Very good. She does look like a cheerleader. She does give cheerleader vibes. You know, it's kind of like popular girl at school type vibes. I don't mean that in a good way. I mean the bad type. You know, like the popular girl, like, you know, y'all know what I mean, hopefully. It's also Dutch milkmaid. You know what I think is the cheerleader part? I think the makeup and the attitude is cheerleader, and the gold jewelry is cheerleader, right? This is just if I had tried. And like the hairdo is Dutch milkmaid. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Mean girl. That's it. That's what I was looking for, is mean girl. Yes, there you go. Be aggressive, very aggressive. I'm not sure what you're quoting there. Maisha knows this trial backwards, forwards, upside down, sideways. It's very incredible. So she could be quoting literally anything very specific here. But oh, that's a cheer. Thank you. That is really interesting, y'all. Okay, that was very good connection there. So I wouldn't have even known, because sports ball is not a thing in my life ever. You know, y'all know I love running, love skiing, horseback riding, but group sports, and think, well, it's really if there's a ball involved, right? Anyway, so I don't really know much about cheers. So, but Maisha say that's right. Of course, be aggressive, very aggressive. Well done. What a good connection to make on that one. Yeah, with the cheerleader. Yeah. Blackwidor was talking about art history. I think it went over all of our heads because we are not smart enough for that. No offense to us. I mean, me. Let me just say, it went over my head. I'm not smart enough for that. My art history is not good, not just good. Trying to think if there's even a specific category. Nah, I don't think there really is. I don't know as much about art. I will say, like, okay, art when it comes to paintings. Let me just say that type of art. Different smarts, correct? Yes. Although I do have a favorite artist. That is in terms of like I have some of that art like on my wall art, that type of art, because usually like on my wall it's like pictures of animals. Right, it's like pictures of animals. It's all pictures of animals except for the Bach Chaconne, and there's the only like one exception is Gustav Klimt, if you guys know who he is. Anyway, but I do have a big poster of some of his art that's over my fireplace, because I have a huge fireplace. Actually, it's great. It's a fireplace, but it doesn't work, which is awesome. So like it has a great vibe, but like you don't have to worry about like smoke like from a fire. That probably made no sense. Just ignore me.
Form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
So yes, then we've got a mean girl, Dutch milkmaid, cheerleader situation.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses:
Here we
borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
Yes, we were talking about
What
this.
is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially, that
taking
psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health.
Guys, did you all see that? Let me back this up. Amber's writing it down. She's taking notes. She's like, "Oh, let me just take a note of what my diagnoses were." Like, you know what she's gonna say. She knows she's gonna say this. It's just so stupid. It's like, it's funny in a way. It's almost like her doing that and trying to act like she didn't already know that's what Dr. Crew was gonna say. It's like, yep,
personality
right
disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially, that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing. And along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah.
Shouldn't Bender be awake by now?
Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, I know she can't do that. Sometimes I always just assume that y'all already know. We already know, like, that we are all aware of that. You know, like anybody watching this probably knows. Like that's in every trial, right? Everybody's always told if you're, regardless on what side you're in, or if it's civil or criminal, you're told to doodle or write things down, right? But it's just. She was looking up and listen and look. I mean, here she is, like great example on this pause, right? It's funny because she's not writing the whole time. Like Joni, right, for example, is always looking down and writing, and we see that with other people. But she's like watching intently, and then that was like she looked down at that moment, and also it's just her attitude, right? So,
what's that?
So the DSM-5 that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual.
Write the song, Blackwidor.
Version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health, and it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically?
Blackwidor, are you suggesting the Seagull got lucky as in like bam, chicka, bam, bam, like he found a little girlfriend? Oh my God, that's so cute. I hope that's what happened. I'm gonna hope that's what happened. Let's hope that that's what happened with the Seagull.
Doing your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality.
Yeah, please.
So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act.
That's beautiful.
That make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new. But overall, if somebody were to describe us, or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized.
I have to just say that I appreciate hearing this is because it's always good to get a refresher, right? Because there's, especially now, like even in just the time that has elapsed, elapsed. Time that has passed. Wait, which word am I thinking of? Elapsed, right? Since this trial happened, why am I having trouble with the E or the not E? Anyway, since this trial happened, there's been even more awareness of, and I would say studies done and exposure, about mental illness, right? Personality disorders. Anyway, I just wanted to say I appreciate hearing this again, even though it's like just nice to have a good refresher course on it, right? Like, how does a personality disorder differ from something else, such as depression, and so forth? She's going to continue, but I think it's just good to, to remind ourselves how, from a clinical perspective, how you would distinguish the two.
In a person's life, and their personality is
Great
still
point.
There, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic.
Oh, Dr. Bob. Did we ever? I already know he's referring to Amber on the stand. Yes, we did. That's exactly where we started with because of DSN, right? When he was watching it and he got to Amber, and that's when we spent a lot of hours with Amber on the stand for good reason, right? So we watched her and all of it. Yes, we did watch that. And yeah, I mean, I think she lost the jury many times, but I do see that could have been chronologically thinking back on like direct examination, right? That was early. So I think that would make sense if that was maybe like the first moment that she lost the jury in chronological order. Yeah, Blackwidor, absolutely, especially when there's so much misconception. Yeah, and it's easy, even when you know the difference, it's easy to just get it confused or misspeak, right? We hear it all the time. And I know that if Fender were here, Fender, where are you? She should be awake by now. Even, what was I saying? Even when you know what you're talking about, it's just easy to easy to use the wrong term. And yeah, it's just, I agree. I think it's good to have, this is a really, and I love it in any trial when you've got a really great expert where you learn something, right? Dr. Curry's a great example. Kenny Kinsey's a great example. The Crash Daddies, good examples. There's plenty of good examples, but where you've got an expert who's really knowledgeable, really passionate, and you actually learn from them and you enjoy, you can tell they are good teachers, right? Like you enjoy learning. And anyway, yeah. So, but yeah, like it's easy with all the terminology to just get it confused. And then yes, there's a lot of misconceptions as well, for sure. Oh, spinning wheel. Interesting how her water bottle has no label on it, huh, guys? It's it's off label. Huh? Oh, that was a pun. That was, oh my God, the best kind of pun, an unintentional pun. I said off label, and then that was funny after the fact into me.
Interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through
I'm going to
childhood.
stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip
great
into
point.
these words. I apologize. So a treating environment in therapy.
Right.
If somebody is going in for
Yes,
treatment.
yes.
The mental
And
health.
that's another, right? BPD. I mean, BPD is used for both. So like, there's that, right? Dude, like, can we, like, they need a better system. Because like, both can be called BPD. I've heard both called BPD. And it's just confusing. Yeah, pun intentional. That's all right. That's right.
Provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there is no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing.
Oh man, let's watch that again. That is interesting. And her watch matches her shirt. And it's, of course, y'all know how much I hate that color. I've talked extensively about how much I hate beige taupe. And she's got like she's got like beige taupe. And what would you even call the color of that jacket? It's like, ugh. Why? And they're not even good colors for her. Anyway, okay, let's just watch this again.
Also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources.
Maisha. Oh my God. That is a pause, isn't it right there, man? Holy shit. What a pause. Wow. 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 I'm going to leave it there for a second so you guys can all take a moment to appreciate that pause. Maisha, though, she matches the courtroom. Look at that. Brilliant. Look, 100%. That's a color scheme right there. Yep. That is bizarre how much she matches. That is so insane. You're so right. Let me pull the comment down just so because you can better get a view. Look at this. Because even the brown in the courtroom is like, these are all in the same color family, and they're all like the warm, like, here's how I can describe this. So like, whenever you're on, like, whenever I'm making my thumbnails, I use Adobe. And whenever I'm making a font or like choosing the font color and shit like that, AI, I guess it's like automatic. It's not like, if ever I have an option to toggle AI on or off, unless it's Nightbot, I always toggle it off. But I think they automatically use it on some shit, you know? But like, anyway, however it's done, it automatically looks at your shit in the thumbnail, right? And your colors and pictures and shit, and it suggests colors, related colors. So like when if I pick a blue, for example, it'll be like suggested colors, and it's like other blues that are different enough but similar enough, right? If that makes any type of sense. I can just tell you, because I've made so many fucking thumbnails at this point, these colors, these 4 colors, by 4 colors, I mean the wall, her jacket, the other part of the wall, the wooden part of the wall / chair, and her sweater and watch, those 4 colors, literally, dude, I'll have to actually do it. I'll have to do it and then put a screenshot in the Discord of trying to use a color like this on Adobe. And I'll show you guys, I swear, it'll be like suggested colors and it'll auto generate. I swear to God, it'll be these 4 colors. Like these 4 colors totally go together. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, the box, right? I didn't even know the box, right? The box, thank you. I didn't even notice the box. The box matches the jacket. Oh man, it's wild, right? This is actually really crazy, man. Oh, absolutely. Maybe she's hoping that she's just going to blend in and no one's going to see her there, right? Because remember, like, again, her hair's all done up. Like, look at the Dutch milkmaid hair. It's almost as if she's got a shaved head, right? Like, there's no dangly bits. There's no jiggly bits. There's no wobbly bits. There's no wet noodles. There's no, it's up like that. And then again, even like with the jewelry, right? Like we were talking about before with the tight hoop earrings, right? Everything is very, and then the color scheme of her outfit. Is she hoping she's just going to just blend into the wall and they're going to not notice she's there? Like, where did Amber go? I don't see her anywhere. Oh my God. Great point. Thank you. The buttons on the jacket, right? It's wild. It's really fucking crazy. Here, let me pull the shit down so we can see even better. Hold on. Let me pull this shit down. This is crazy. Yeah. And then the gold on the watch, there's like a little shimmer of gold, and then the necklace and the earrings. And her lip color, honestly, is really close to matching the wood. It's pretty close. It's because it's a weird lip color, right? Because it's really not all that purpley or pinky. It's similar to the color of the wooden part of the wall. The wooden wall to the windows of the wall. Shout out to Get Low, Canton style. It's really more similar to like that wooden color, you know? It's really similar, isn't it? Or the table, you know, that's all the same wood, which makes sense, courthouse. So you could look wherever you want to look for the wood. But if you look at her lips, it's really similar. Wow. And the other thing is she's wearing less blush than she usually does. I guess she didn't want to accentuate her cheekbones today. Yay, Fender! I've only kurukuku'd you a bazillion times. Squirrel Call. Yeah. I was like, wait, why are you asking that? I'm like, oh yeah, because we've had it paused on this. We were watching Amber. No, I'm just kidding. We're watching Dr. Curry. That was the vote. And I know you're gonna be very pleased with that, Fender. Right? Y'all. Can y'all tell Fender, what have I been saying this whole time? Don't take it from me, Fender. Take it from the Squirrel Crew. What have I been saying this whole time about Fender? And have you guys met, y'all? Dr. Bob and Fender, have you guys met? She is beautiful. Very much. Fender, did you ever notice how Amber matches the courtroom? Because this is like a revelation upon revelation right now. Okay, cool. Just glad you guys have met. Excellent. Yay. Wonderful. Squirrel Crew for life. Let me pull this up real quick and then I'll pull it down. Hold on. Pull it up, pull it down. That could be a song. There we go. I don't dance now. I make money move. Hey, say I don't gotta dance. I make money move. If you see me do, that means I don't fuck with you. Do. Anyway, she's still monsoon season. Any sign of the monkeys? So we've got Blackwidor's missing her Seagull. Then we've got Fender's monkeys that broke into her apartment. Right? I know. It is, but it's really, we've been actually just pointing it out. It's really crazy. Like how, I mean, honestly, this is not an accident, right? Like, there's just no way. I mean, because even again, if you even look at the buttons on the jacket, I think ABC Stock had pointed that out. And then the watch and shit, like the little details. You don't just happen to have shit matching like that and then matching the courtroom. I would venture to guess. Even to matching the box. The box, and y'all look at the box and then look at the bottom. I just noticed this. Look at the bottom part of the box. That matches the wood and that matches her lips. This is crazy. I know Fender's afraid of the monkeys. I love the monkeys. You can send them my way. Her rude hand, right? She looks like she's scheming. Like literally, that's like the scheming hand if you don't want to do the two-hand gesture like Dr. Evil. Did I say evil? Evil. Who tells you to go to sleep, Blackwidor? This is Seagull? Just to make sure, y'all, do y'all know the song that I've now twice done? But y'all know what I'm talking about when I say I don't want to God dance, I make money move. I'm just, guys hopefully know the song. Okay, great, excellent. It's just, yeah. Shout out to Cardi B.
One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate.
Her eyes, dude, look at the difference in her demeanor here versus her on the stand. This is insane. She really comes across as this is wild. Like evil. Oh, wow.
Objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test. And in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond.
It's really a lot.
You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing and also check against the example.
Okay, hold on. There is actually a Disney villain. Bear with me. Hold on. Let me go back. My memory is getting jogged from a visual memory of hold on. I mean this as in I have a photographic memory and I'm pulling up. Hold on. Okay. Let me think. Y'all, I got it. It's Maleficent. Oh my God, you guys are going to die. I have to see if I can find a way to pull this up because here's the thing. This gesture, wow, I can't believe I figured that out. This gesture, I swear to God, y'all, have you guys seen Sleeping Beauty, first of all? Second of all, okay, there's the time when, and actually I own the movie. I noticed this actually when I was looking for the room. I have Sleeping Beauty, so I think I could actually pull it up. Dude, okay, so there's a time where Maleficent, she's on her throny thing. Is it towards the beginning when she first curses Princess Aurora, and she's got my pet, which is the raven, which I freaking love that bird. Anyway, and she's got my pet, right? And she's sitting there and scheming. Literally, this gesture, the face, I think it's even the same hand. It's uncanny. I'm gonna have to do a side by side. But I promise you guys, because visually I can see it in my brain. That's one of my favorite Disney movies, by the way, too. So hold on. This. Oh my God.
It's combining information.
Let me for any of you guys who have a audio, your memory is cued by music. Let me do this. I'm gonna back it up and I'm gonna mute it and I'm gonna sing the music. Hold on. You guys, I'm an insane person, so just bear with me. Okay. This is gonna make sense, maybe. All right. Do-do-do. And then it's the green light, and then it's do you guys know what I'm talking about, or do I just sound like I'm nuts? Well, I am nuts. That's okay. Right. Oh, Maleficent is my favorite Disney villain of all time. And in fact, I was actually her for Halloween one year. I love Maleficent. I actually have the raven staff thingy with the bird on it. My pet. Yeah, I have that. I actually still have that somewhere. I know. I'm not trying to compliment her. Trust me. By her, I mean Amber. But literally the eyebrows too, because Maleficent's makeup, seriously, I can't undo it because that's what it is. That gesture. I thought about it and I was like, wait, hang on. It's very specific. It's the gesture. It's the eyebrows. It's the the facial expression. I think even the other thing too, guys, her hairdo with the braids like this, dude. Think about Maleficent's headdress thing that she wears, where it makes her look like she's bald, except she's got the black thingies. It even mimics that too. The Snow White Queen. See, I've not seen Snow White quite as much. I think we talked about that on one of the streams because even as a child, I had a problem with the bow tie because it doesn't fit what they would have worn at the time. Sorry to be that kid. I never saw that, actually. I never saw that. Was it good? I think that I was just also too afraid they would ruin it for me. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so tough when you have something that you love and then they get it wrong. And I think that's why I avoided it, because I was like, fuck, if they fuck this up, right? Because again, that's how much I love. Again, Sleeping Beauty is tied for me with Sword in the Stone for my #1 Disney movie. Again, this is the category of Disney movies, not Disney princesses. Remember, we had this conversation one time. So Disney movies, not Disney princesses, separate category. Tied for favorite Disney movie for me is Sword in the Stone and Sleeping Beauty. And Maleficent is, yes, my fave. Love her. So I think that's why I just stayed away, because I was like, oh, she did great. Okay, cool. I mean, was the movie good though? Like, did they have not seen the Black Cauldron? I don't know if that's Disney though. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Angelina Jolie did great. I guess it was really more a concern for me of like Disney in general fucking it up. No offense to Disney, Maisha. Like, I guess what I mean is like, okay, how to say it? Okay, here's what I mean. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type thing, right? It's like, it was perfection when they first made the movie in 1958. Let me know if I'm wrong, Maisha. Was it 1958? For some reason, that's what my brain thinks. 1958 for Sleeping Beauty. It was perfection, and you can't. I'll say the same thing about Bach. Let me put it this way. Say the same thing about Bach, right? It was perfection the first time. You cannot improve upon it. So hopefully that makes sense. So that's, I guess, my thought. Like when they did Maleficent, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I don't know. Is it like a backstory to her or something? 1959. Okay. So I was off by a year. Thank you, Maisha. I do love Princess Aurora. So yeah, the Evil Queen, again, I trust you guys. Again, the problem that took, I know there's a word for it. Is it anachronistic? The Snow White bow tie, right? Again, it was hard for me even as a kid, but I'll take your guys' word for it about the Evil Queen there. It's just that I really see that gesture. I know Maleficent makes a similar gesture, and honestly, does the Evil Queen ski? Like, is she? I don't know. I'll have to just look into it as far as the Evil Queen goes, But yeah, do. You pick the finger on the spinning wheel and boom, and whatever it is. Dude, I botched the fuck out of that. What is the thing? And just pick the finger on the spinning wheel. It's a kind of okay impression of the voice, whoever does the voice. Oh, what's the part? The fires of hell. What is it? Unleash the fire. Anyway, okay. This was good.
Tested. They've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I know that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all.
Does she even speak in them? Does the Evil Queen speak in the movie Snow White? Because I don't remember the Evil Queen speaking. Does she speak?
Legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
I have to just tell you guys something fucking funny. Y'all remember the other day when we did the house tour of Karen Reed's house that she was selling? And I was commenting on the decor because we were just goofing around. And like, we were talking about like, was that her furniture or was it staged? And we kind of thought it was probably staged, right? Because Candace's mom is interior designer. Are those two different jobs or are they used interchangeably? Anyway, and like for realtors, right? And they bring the furniture in and like, that's a whole thing, fake furniture. Okay. And so, anyway, so we were commenting on it and I was joking about the mirror in the dining room because it was just looked really funny to me. And because we had also just had the stream where we were talking about Disney movies, I was like singing parts from Reflection and making the joke about reflection, right? With the mirror, like you can eat dinner and look in the mirror and then you can sing Reflection from Mulan, you know, and all that, right? And so we were, anyway, what's really fucking funny is there was somebody right after the live stream, I think right after it ended, that was like commenting. Honestly, it was almost spammy to the, what I mean is like, they were so frequent, but it wasn't spam as in, it wasn't just like irrelevant, whatever. It was somebody actually watching it, but they were like spamming the comment section. Literally, it was wild, you guys. I think I had YouTube block them or something because it was like every 10 seconds or something. And y'all, it was really fucking funny. Candace, if you're still listening, you're gonna really kick out of this. It was really crazy. What they were doing, all they were doing was they watched the entire live stream. First of all, they watched the entire live stream. And all they did was comment on why it was every time it showed a new room or every time I made a comment on a piece of furniture, all they did was comment on how it was good taste and how I was wrong and why the furniture represented good taste. And literally just, it was really weird. I'm like, why are you watching this? It was bizarre. And even like the colors of the walls and shit, like when I commented on things that were taupe, remember guys, when I was like, this is taupe and boring and blah, blah, it was just really weird, guys. It was really crazy, but it was like a machine. It was like every 10 seconds with a different comment about it. It was wild. Yeah, Candace, it's almost too bad. I almost wish I didn't block them because it would have been really entertaining for you guys to see. It was very unique. I'll say that. I also love the name Briar Rose. Yes, I also love that name. Yep. Yeah, Fender, we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. We are going to cover that shit tomorrow, but because of reasons that were addressed earlier at the beginning of the stream. We're going to cover it tomorrow. Let me see. Okay, Maleficent was a backstory. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Well, if you think the movie was good, I trust you. Also, Kit Smith's, I meant to say something earlier, so we might have to put Bodak Yellow in the Discord so Kit Smiths will know. I think I will do that. For anyone who doesn't know Bodak Yellow, I'll put it in the Discord because that's crucial. Oh, it's the prince that only has 2 lines. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Briar Rose. What a great fucking name, man. Love it. Thank you, Blackwidor. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I did enough rage venting about injustice last night, and I'm taking a night off from rage venting about injustice. We only dabbled a tiny bit with that tonight. But yeah. We'll be back tomorrow with that. I'm sorry. It's just, I'm a big fan of justice, right, guys? I'm a big fan of justice. And it's hard. It's hard. Oh, that's cool. I did not know that, Candace. Interesting. There you go. Oh, I see. What is the TM? TM. Does that mean something, Kid Smiths? Angelina Jolie is the highlight. Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Oh, did you see any of those comments, Fender? Did you see any of those? Yeah, actually, that would be great because I'm curious, like, how would you categorize it? Because it was really funny, wasn't it? But it was a lot, though. Like, they were just, like, fast and furious. It was just a lot. And I guess yay for engagement, right? But, like, for me, I don't know. I guess I don't think about things that way because I blocked them. I blocked them because I'm just like, well, first of all, I got a notification every time they commented. So they were spamming my notifications, right? Essentially. And it's like, it was just so many of them. And second of all, I always try to respond to comments. If I get a note, okay, y'all know how YouTube is. The notifications don't always come through, right? But sometimes they do come through. In this case, all of the notifications for this person were coming through every time they commented. And the thing is whenever I get a notification for a comment, I try to respond. So that was just setting me up for failure with this person because there were so many of them. And what do you even say? You know what I mean? So please do, Candace. Injustice. Yeah, if you want to watch the stream from last night, where I covered the defense's response to the Commonwealth. I think of course I have it timestamped as always, but there's a part I went on a philosophical tangent about you guys that really care about justice. I think you'll enjoy that part where we talked about like misconceptions of defense attorneys, and I guess where I kind of drew the line in my brain, because I could have kept going on it, is like what's the right word? There's what's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of hypocrisy. I guess if you want to be generous, you could call it irony in the fact that the U.S. government, okay, I'm not talking about attorneys here. I'm talking about the government, okay, the government, the government is supposed to be and represents and would tout the presumption of innocence, right? But there's a lot of irony. That's the nice way to put it. But you could also call it hypocrisy. There's other ways to call it, of that versus many other things, everything else, right? Like there's a lot of contradictions. I don't know. You just would have to go listen to it, because there were some really great moments in that document that just reminded me of things, you know. But there were points. The reason, Thunder, there were points when I was covering that last night where I was like, if I really allow myself to fully go here and fully feel the sense of injustice, I would have to be like, I couldn't not just stop everything and go become like a defense attorney. Like I would have to do that because I can't not, right? I can't not. So anyway, yeah. So then at the beginning of the stream, we were joking about that and stuff too, because I was actually saying like, you know, people are actually asking like, you know, you could still go be a defense attorney, you know? So anyway, right. There you go. Chelsea is our lawyer now. Thank you. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Maisha. Please enlighten us. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, the rage is just Judge Bev, Lolly, that whole office, injustice, the system, the man, the hypocrisy, to name a few things.
Yeah.
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire—
Good night, Dr. Bob. Please send Bandit all of our love. So glad to see you here. Hope to see you tomorrow as well. I guess you said see everyone tomorrow. Awesome. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow when we cover the latest in Karen Reid's case. So that is wild, Blackwidor. But yes, good night to Dr. Bob. Thank you so much for being here, my friend.
Entire gamut of some of the main symptoms you might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking, that means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any kind of distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Miss Heard suffers from the personality?
You know, I was just thinking about when she says that, you know, Lori Vallow comes to mind. You know, I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, obviously, but I don't think it's any secret that, especially if you hear her speak at her sentencing, boy, that was enlightening, wasn't it, guys?
Disorders that you identified.
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Back up your notes, Amber.
Your Honor, when would you like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir.
Sorry, what was I saying? Okay, Kitsmits, I'm putting, hold on. I can't, apparently I can't move my mouse and talk about whatever it is. Okay, here we go. All right, Kitsmits, I'm putting into the Discord the song that I was rapping. I'm putting in quotation marks, right? In case you want to be, and for anyone else who doesn't know them. Not just kids, anybody who doesn't know. Why did it do it twice? That's weird. Wow, and her pants too, even. Wow. Yeah. Wow, she really does. You guys backed out like this? Like,
all right, have your seat.
Sorry, hold on.
And your next question, sir?
Like zoomed out like that? She really does disappear into the wall. It's wild, isn't it? Like, look at this. Wow. Wow, wow.
All right, you have your seat. And your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of an overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any.
I know we talked about this when we went over when we were with Amber's journal, right? The love journal, if you want to call it that. The flowery language. I remember we pointed this out. This is who was it? Was it Maisha? I know. I always and you guys are great because again, you always say who the person really was if I get the person wrong. But whoever it was that was awesome that pointed out the specific things that Dr. Curry said that we were looking at literally at that journal. This is that exact moment where we hear this description.
Substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question.
The power
So
of the
that
pen.
occurred a number of times.
Thank you.
And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way and then she would become very animated or very
look at this, man. This is wild.
Sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like
one could really, honestly, again, because I just really, in an attempt to not associate Maleficent with her, because again, Maleficent just deserves so much better. One could, like, honestly, really, just these couple scenes we've seen of her where it shows her, like, that's all you need. That's inspiration for a brand new Disney villain, which is, of course, they're all going to have these commonalities and similarities with each other, right? Which makes sense. But you could very easily, like, there's a lot of inspiration there for a character, for a villain, really. It's wild.
It's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her
there you
history,
go. I see.
We're going to.
I see what you did there. Well done.
Ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. It's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was. She knew who I was.
Isn't that like that test that they gave Trump or whatever? What was it? Man, TV. Who is it? I think it's either DSN or Dr. Bob. I think it's one of the two. One of them like can verbatim on the spot, like recite that thing because they've like memorized it. But it's like man, bird, whatever the thing is. Isn't that also the same test? Do you guys know? I'm sure somebody knows.
She knew where we were.
You guys know
and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious.
I just have to sign up. What if this is such a fascinating area of study, in my opinion, for psychology, right? Like this idea, like, wow, how fascinating. And I know that this is like such an ongoing, I'm sure, area of research, because this whole concept of when is somebody, dude, it's like, when is somebody feigning a symptom, right? whether it's feigning a symptom of a physical illness or a mental illness, or even the opposite. They could be, exaggerating something's better than it is, right? It's just feigning it of any kind, right? When are they doing that on purpose, right? But to try to fool you, essentially, right? Or when is it subconscious? And again, like she's explaining here, where they may not even realize they're doing it, because it's just like so fascinating, right?
We really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2
That's awesome,
has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched.
That is really interesting, Candace. Feel free to share if you want to. I'm curious that's really interesting. Like, what would she? I'm curious, like, was it a certain question? That's very interesting.
Over many decades, that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated, or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's
oh my God. Every time I pause it, if it shows amber, it's a villain face. It's wild. But yeah, that's exactly like what I was saying. Whether it's minimizing that we're talking about or exaggerating, I think it's just such a fascinating concept of regardless if it's minimizing or exaggerating, this idea that is it being done subconsciously or is it being done consciously and with intention? And again, you could say that whether it's even physical or mental or emotional, like that, it's such a fascinating thing, right?
To say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way.
Wow.
So that test was my choice for this case.
Very interesting.
There's one other reason I'd like to add is that part of my evaluation was one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street.
Wow,
so you really need a test that's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2.
That's insane. Let me back that up. That was a good fact, or like a statistic, I guess.
PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street.
That's wild.
So you really need a test.
So what she's saying is someone on the street, 96%. Okay, let me get this right. What she's saying, I'm paraphrasing kind of, is that 96% of the people on the street would be better actors than Amber Heard. Let me say it again. Essentially what she's saying is 96% of a random person, any random people on the street, 96% of them would be better at acting than Amber.
That's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay,
I'm half
using
joking.
MMPI-2.
I'm half joking, because what she's actually saying is that a random person on the street could be given a list of symptoms for PTSD, and 96% of the random people on the street could accurately exhibit those symptoms if you just gave them the list. So therefore, I was just showing how, looking at Amber on the stand, right? She didn't do a convincing job. So yeah.
Abbreviation that you folks use for
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician administered PTSD scale -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the life events checklist. And the life events checklist Both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the life events checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed. Let's say they have a number of different types of traumas. Which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it?
All of this is going to be very relevant. And what's so interesting is like, we haven't heard from Dr. Hughes yet, right? In this trial, but she's saying all this. And it's amazing how relevant it ends up being, because Dr. Hughes ends up trying to say, remember when she tries to add all that shit in about, oh, well, Amber had this childhood event. You guys remember that whole thing? And like, but distinguishing that from Johnny and anyway.
And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like, you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing. And we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and then some horrible things happened there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. We'll call it the CAPS 5. That's actually what it goes by.
Shout out to the CAPS 5.
How common is the use of the MMPI?
She's awesome. I just have to say, the way she explains this is so easy to understand. It's so easy to follow. It's thorough, but it's using it's not over anybody's head. You know, like think about all these experts, right? Like, great example would be in Karen Reed trial, the cell phone lady expert, right? Who was for the Commonwealth, but she was very knowledgeable and very experty. But I think a lot of us felt like we didn't really get what she was saying. Like there's a huge difference, right? In terms of like balancing the fact of like she's just not like, here's why I'm an expert, right? She's actually just teaching us and explaining things in a way that everyone can understand it. There's no fancy words. It's engaging, right? And interesting. You know, but we don't always see that in experts. It's great to point it out and be appreciative of it.
Wow.
MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in, but then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
All right. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Heard from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated. So they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated.
So wow. So Sleeping Beauty, fun fact, the scream the dragon does, I can hear that in my head, by the way. I can hear that exactly. I know exactly the scream you're talking about. Interesting. Wow. That is a fun fact. I love it. I love the fun facts. So yeah, Kit Smith's, what helps and what's the sign of a good teacher or lecturer is that Dr. Curry anticipates what terms and concepts may be confusing. She catches herself and explains them as she goes. Fender, you do you, girl, but like, we love you. And you know, if you want to lurk, we can lurk, but we'll be here. And we would love to hear from you as always, of course. But yes. So oh, Spencer's here. Shout out to Spencer as well. So what I was going to say too, another thing is that I was just thinking about this with her, and I want to actually hear this section again because there's a lot to think about. Like, first of all, there's the way Dr. Curry is answering the question. And then there's, second of all, the content of the answer. There's a lot. There's like a lot of, I want to go through it again. But what I wanted to just comment on first is like how, well, actually, let me find the example. Let's go back to the example, and then I'll sort of say what I was going to say here. It'll make more sense.
Tending to have a lot of,
because I think there's actually something here that's actually really important that we don't always see in trials with experts. If I can find the right spot, and if the spinning wheel will stop. But it's something that I think that it would be a good thing for more attorneys to copy, whether this was intentional or not. And if I can find the part I'm looking for here. In other words, when I become an attorney, I'm going to keep this in mind.
Outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies. And
I think this is the answer. Okay, let me go back to the question. Hold on. This is the part I was looking for, I think.
It's true or false.
Okay, hold on.
Hit start. It provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
Here.
What did you learn about Ms. Heard from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline.
On here, sorry, question.
It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to...
Hold on, sorry, I didn't go back far enough, but I really want to show you guys this question and her answer. It's just because I think it's really an important distinction that we don't often see with experts.
Provides her with the instructions, and then it gives...
Administer.
You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the...
Okay.
Is that scaled in some?
Okay, hold on, it's this part. Here we go.
Validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, or and I'll try to work that in, but then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I wanted to point out. For attorneys and for experts. Okay, think about other trials, right, where they've prepped because we know every witness is prepped, right? And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I want to show how this is an example of why actually less prep might be better. And here's why. So think about like any other trial, right? And most witnesses, right, for these experts. And if it's like, think about like if you're a Dr. Curry, right? What question would you be expecting, especially if you've been prepped, like after you've just described a test or whatever? Like, let's listen again, and so you can see what I mean here. Because think about how his question is like normally we would hear this question and be like, oh, that's one of those questions where she's like got her answer ready to go. But listen to how genuinely she's trying to understand the question, and think about the difference to how different this sounds compared to like other trials, right? Or other experts for the most part. I think this is really an interesting point. Because what I wanted to point out, if the spinning wheel will ever stop, is
that in, but then all
different her answer then reads as to you as a, like, does her answer read different to you as a listener? If you compare it to other times where they can just read off the answer to like this exact question or something similar, whatever their field is.
Also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just...
When you guys see what I mean, the fact that she wasn't expecting that question and she was like, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? And then further clarified. Like, let's listen one more time. This is actually like really incredible to hear from an expert, especially when it's like, this is normally such a canned question with like a canned response type thing, if that makes sense. And like normally you would tune it out, I feel like, right? Do you guys see what I mean? Like how, because of the fact that she's understanding the question and answering it in real time, it just keeps you, I don't know, to me, it just reads really differently to listen to her answer.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
Now, normally the answer I would expect here is like, oh, yes, sorry, scale. Yes, it does. Yes. Move on to the next question, right? That's what normally I feel like we could expect. But instead.
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Heard?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
So do you guys see what I mean? I know some of you guys are lurking, but for anyone who's not lurking, and for who's able to talk, do you guys see what I mean about how that answer just registers different? Like, or does it, to you? If you were a juror, I don't know, I think as an attorney, I think the takeaway here, at least for me, right, is like, I think it really, well, and of course you can only do this if you've got a great expert, right? Like someone like Dr. Curry, but I think it really just shows that here, less is more. Like this was really effective, I feel like, in just allowing her to just answer these questions genuinely. And it would be kind of a good example of maybe you don't prep your witnesses so much, right?
You learn about Ms. Heard from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline.
All right.
It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame.
Right. Well, we hear that in every audio recording.
Tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled. A tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that. Essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated. So they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention.
The timing of that with the face, though, is just classic. The manipulation tactics part, hold on.
Very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior. And
great. Thank you.
So after you provide the examination.
That was a great point, Kathleen. Thank you for that example. In the James Corden show, when she's like talking about how she's not graceful and she's making fun of her hand and all that shit. But yet then at the same time, I think the whole story is actually meant to sound like she's being humble, but it's really meant to compliment herself in the fact that she was able to pull it off or something, right? Like the whole thing is very gaslighty when you think about it. When you think about what she's talking about, but then what her goal is there. Unfortunately, I hate that we can't play that clip because of the copyright strike thing, but I know you guys have seen it. So I do as well, Kitsmits. Yes. I also loved that. Yeah, for sure.
Via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly.
Are you, I hate that you're uncomfortable. Do you mean as a psychologist? Like, is there, I mean, dude, we love Dr. Curry, right? But I know okay, if you have issues with anything of her testimony, you will not be the first person. I will just let you know, for like, I've heard other psychologists say, actually, she got this thing wrong and this thing wrong. So I don't, I'm fully like, feel free if you want to share any of that. You don't have to, but you're not gonna get any pushback. I mean, I think that's fair, right? I mean, it would be the same thing if you had somebody who claimed to be like an expert on violin, and let's say that they were great and a good, they were explaining things well or whatever, and they could maybe be talking about how to, I don't know, let's say practice left-hand pizzicato or something. I don't know, right? Something very specific to violin, and they could be explaining it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if people would hear it and like, yeah, that makes total sense. But then I could be sitting there like, actually, that's wrong. You know what I mean? So like, it totally makes sense because we're talking about a very specific field, and it's totally fair if you have, and I would love to hear it. I'm sure other people, likely feel the same way that they, because again, we want to be fair and balanced, right? We want to be fair and balanced. And we are not like Amber living in denial or an altered, whatever. We like facts, we like truth. So yeah.
Symptom based. And I always follow up.
Blackwidor always says things in such a better way than I do. Summing up what I just said in very simple terms, no one is infallible. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
With the examinee, some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and they have no symptoms. And then,
but I think we can all agree she's a stupid head. That's it. There you go. Sums it up nicely. Fender says it's a forensic exam, so things are different from a therapy setting. Right. Okay, yeah. And actually the critique that I had heard was from a forensic psychologist. Specifically Dr. Babe, as in of Hidden True Crime, which I love him. He's great. And I don't remember it was such a long time ago, right? It was when the trial happened. So I don't remember his specific critiques, but I know he did have critiques on something about, this. So yeah, that's Chelsea. That's right.
And when they take the test.
That's right. That's right. I did call her a stupid head, didn't I? That's right. I forgot I said that. I mean, yeah, accurate.
Having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Oh yeah. Right. I know. And it's even worse with violent. It's the whole thing.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type. Let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number
That's
6.
Interesting, Fender. That's interesting. So what would you attribute it to, right? So, because she's speaking specifically about this is what we were saying earlier, like personality disorders, right? I guess that would fit under the umbrella of mental health, would it? Like that, like personality disorders would be one facet of mental health, right? So, because I think what she's describing is still all entirely so far within personality disorder, right? I mean, that's how I understand this testimony. Oh yeah, two set. Been watching them for years. Actually, I think I met Eddie. I'm almost positive he went to EMF one year when I was there, but this was like when I was in middle school or something, or high school. I vaguely remember, I remember there was someone named Eddie who looked just like him. So, but yeah, I've been watching Two Step for years. Freaking love them. I figure I kind of assumed that we were already having this conversation with like the understanding that you also watch Two Set. So yes, yeah. Spencer says, I can't unsee the stupidity of her head, especially during this part. Do you mean with the wet noodle, or do you mean with her Dutch milkmaid braids thing?
Was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2.
Her head is stupid in so many different, I guess it's probably both, right? My point is like her head is stupid in all of the times. Like right now, her head is stupid.
6 code type. And these code types.
What code type was Miss Heard?
Miss Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Heard's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit.
It's so funny. So we've all talked about this. So at this point in the trial, right, I think a lot of us were still under the impression that Amber is in the right? Can we all remember back to that time? Remember the boat times, right? Oh, great. Of before she took the stand, right? Which wasn't until day, 16? So at this point in time, I remember, I'm remembering going back in time to hearing Dr. Curry for the first time. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a really bold assessment, if you will. I took it with a grain of salt, because of course this is Johnny's expert, right? And at the time, I was still very much, as most people, thinking that Amber was, you were giving her the benefit of the doubt, right? I mean, it made sense that what she said was true, that she was the victim, right? Okay. And so I remember thinking that with Dr. Curry at the time, right? I was like, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty extreme, blah, blah. But then it's so interesting because once Amber took the stand, right? As we pointed out, but I'm just remembering experiencing it for the first time. And then Amber took the stand, and especially starting on that, the Australia, right? The second day. And it's and I know we've all talked about how that was the day that it changed for a lot of us, but I want to say just not only that, it's like that almost goes back and then confirms Dr. Curry to where it's oh, wow. Her testimony was exactly right? Because again, it's at the time we might have interpreted, I know I did, interpreted her testimony as, yeah, I don't know, that seems like a lot. she's probably by it, whatever, right? It's just, you're not really putting that much stock or stock in that. Like you're not really, So, but it's so interesting because then when you see her on the stand and then it's like, oh, wow. So now it's like, you can actually go back and correct your interpretation of Dr. Curry, as it were. Hi, Angel baby. You don't have to apologize for being late. We're glad you're here. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and you hear it in the recordings. You hear it in the recordings. That's the other thing. Right, her on the stand, and then when they play the recordings again, I'm just really, I guess I'm trying to just specifically point out how interesting it is how memory works and how our interpretations work. Because just trying to remember how I interpreted Dr. Curry for the first time and how differently I feel about her testimony now, and the only difference is because of having heard Amber on the stand, right? Oh, thank you, Angel Baby. I don't know why everybody's been like sending me super chats or super stickers and stuff, but you guys are very generous and I appreciate it. And I love you guys, and y'all are awesome and y'all are the best. Cuckoo! Squirrel nuzzles. Oh my God, I love that. Oh, little squirrel nuzzles. Oh, how cute. I love them. Shout out to Hans. He's in the other room. Yeah. You can always blame the seagull, right? It's like the seagull would be maybe keeping you up if you were actually sleeping, but now it's like the fact that the seagull has not been here is like now you can't sleep, right? Funny how that can work. Look at her face though. Wow.
But about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior.
I was going to say have fun. That's probably not the right way to say it, but you know what I mean? I love that. You're going to be making somebody's life better and day better. So we love that. We'll be here when you're back.
And it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So,
and this is the thing that is so crucial to this testimony, because borderline is more rare, right? And it has some similarities with some of the other personality disorders, but there's also some distinctive characteristics. But this whole thing about the fear of the abandonment, again, I'm just thinking back to it. It's like I heard her say this at the time for the first time, right? And it's like, okay, Law. But then when you hear it in those recordings, especially the one that is the most difficult of all, probably, where she's like, I'm dying, I'm going to die, and all that, right? If you leave, I'm going to die. And it's like, holy shit, right? You just have to go back and correct for me, it's like I had to go back and correct my interpretation of this testimony from Dr. Curry as like, oh, wow, that was not exaggerated, biased, or incorrect. Like that, that's exactly what happened,
One of the key features also
of this
disorder, and
Blackwidor, yes, that's it. Good session to you. There you go. Thank you. Yes.
All of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. Yeah. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression. It could be threatening. It could be harming themselves.
She told him he was killing her and that she was dying. And that's one thing to say that as a joke or to exaggerate, but like the way she says it in those recordings is like, wow, man. Like, wow. Like it's like, you can hear it and you're like, she thinks she's dying. Like it really feels like that. It comes across as like, she literally thinks she's dying.
But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very
consistent. And yeah, and I think that you had already left when we did finally get to the worst ones on the last live stream, but I did put the trigger warning up on the screen when we listened to those. So for anyone who's watching on replay crew or anything like that, they are horrible. And but just know that if you want to mute it and still be able to read the chat or anything like that, I do have a trigger warning up on the screen for those recordings. So they are hard. They're hard to listen to.
Concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them.
Right.
Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before we
similar.
move
It's so
on,
interesting.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
Okay, sorry. So I was going to pause it. So the interesting thing, of course, is like, is that that's what she claims to do, is trying to solve the problems, right? Like when she's on the stand, right? But of course, that's what we actually see Johnny do from all the recordings and everything, where we see him do exactly that he thinks he can solve it. Like, again, like when I pointed out from the last stream, like when they were doing after the Australia trip, and then they're taking all these pictures together, and I'm like, it blows my mind, right? And there he is with the bandage on his finger, and you can see him, he's trying to make a happy couple work and all that. And it's like, holy fucking shit, right? Holy shit. Wild, right? But then of course she always claims that's what she's the one doing. So anyway, yeah.
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, then they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation and bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion.
Again, it's amazing because she describes this, and it's like we literally hear that in the recordings. It's like she's predicting the future in a way, right?
Oftentimes, they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way. But also, people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep.
They threw the whole divorce thing around too, like it was like a tactic or whatever, if you will. The other thing I want to say is that the thing that's so interesting is y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think she heard the recordings. I don't think she heard the recordings. I don't think she would have been able to hear the recordings. From what I understand, her assessment is based only off of evaluating Amber, right? If you think about what she's been describing, and then you think about the fact that she did not hear those recordings, it's mind-boggling, right? Because it sounds like it would sound like she had heard the recordings and she's describing them in a lot of this. So if you considering, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm like 99% sure she had not heard the recordings. And then you listen to this, knowing she didn't hear the recordings, it just gives her testimony in terms of the assessment and the accuracy of the assessment with the test so much. I mean, all of the credibility. It's like a fortune teller, right? It's pretty insane. I'm so happy to hear that. That's great news. Do you feel like you got yourself back after that, Angel Baby? I'm not trying to pull up some of your more personal comments and put them on the screen, but you know what I think you know what I'm asking. So
Keep their partner from leaving in the moment.
Right.
Again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this.
Literally, let me back it up a second because it's really crazy. It's verbatim predicting what happens.
They'll make threats. We call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit further because the part where she talks about the desperation.
Physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. They would often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if they're leaving.
All this man is crazy. The restaurant.
It's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation and bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way. But also, people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Yes, sir.
So yeah, so isn't that crazy though? Like when you think about that, the fact that she didn't hear the yeah, and that's another great example, like screaming around children for spilling wine. Yep. Yeah, I understand, Angel Baby. Yeah. I still have struggles as well. And for me, it was only 5 years. So I can't even imagine. I think you said 23 years. Yeah, 23 years. It's hard. And sometimes it'll just sort of sideswipe you, as it will. I see Trooper Paul languaging there, where you're not expecting it, and then something will happen and it'll trigger the PTSD. Thank you, Kitswitz. I'd forgotten about that. Thank you, Kitswitz. The manager of Johnny's Island property described Amber Heard trying to stop Johnny Depp from leaving in his car with the golf cart. I'd forgotten about that. That's a great example of like literally actually just trying to stop him from leaving. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all of the testimony. I mean, if you go back to like, we could have gone back further, but like, if you really go back, even just where she's describing the personality of Amber by herself before she even gets into how it might relate to the other person, it's like, if you just think about that, and again, the fact that she didn't hear the recordings, it's really, I don't know if impressive is the right word. Again, it just really more supports the accuracy of the testing that she did, right? Oh, I think they're having a sidebar. Hold on, let me see. They're approaching. Let me see if they're approaching for a sidebar. So this, hold on, where is it? Okay, hold on. Let me pause this. And then, okay. Fine, I'll try again. All right, let me see if I can control F myself. Sweet. Okay, this looks like it. Can I zoom in? I forget. How did the zoom work on here? Hold on, guys. There we go. Ah, excellent. Can you guys, okay, there it is. It's loading. Wonderful. All right, cool. And you can see my mouse, hopefully. My cursor, well, it looks like you could. Okay, cool. So, wonderful. Here's where we are. So, the court. All right, yes, sir. Sidebar, Mr. Dennison. Your Honor, I'm going to ask her about what other parts of her review led her to make the borderline diagnosis. And among the issues that the witness will testify to is that Ms. Heard made a self-report of arrests. Yeah. And the issue was raised previously in motions in limine. I did not want to raise it in front of the court until I talked with you about it. Ms. Murdaugh. Your Honor, Ms. Heard, arrest charges were dropped in 2000. The court, I think it's highly prejudicial, so I'm not going to allow that. So, yeah, that's 403 evidence. Do you think you can do that without informing your witness not to? Right. Good question from the court there. Mr. Dennison, yeah, the court. Okay, Mr. Dennison, thank you. And back to open court. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Angel Baby. It's 100%. It's just, it's clear, especially if you've been through anything that's any type of abusive situation, it's clear who the victim is in those recordings. 100%. It's very clear. Yeah. Hugs to you guys, because I know that you all have been through stuff too.
Okay. You indicated you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Right. So he's trying to ask this question in a way that won't accidentally, from Dr. Curry, elicit a response or an answer that references the Tasha Van Ree thing, right? Because that's the whole thing. Like, that's what Judge A just asked him. Like, do you think you can ask her these questions in a way that won't will elicit that response and without having to alert her to it? So, but that is a tricky thing, right? If you imagine like that's what he's trying to do, and she doesn't even know that he's trying to avoid that, right? So,
okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind, I might have just reversed it.
I think,
but Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit, and to Ms.
I got Chanley in pink today coming into the courtroom.
Heard's temper, and that temper, it's often branded or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder. As is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions.
Also,
in Nurse Filati,
he's not there, but I just wanted to say, side note, shout out to Vinny Politan. I fucking love the shit out of Vinny Politan. I just have to say, he's like, I mean, I freaking love Vinny. I love Vinny so much, dude.
These notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard, Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and
that was
she indicated, she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting because that is one of those.
That's a special type of person who can be just, oh my God. Every time I pause it, y'all, it gets better each time. Every time, every single one. That's insane. I was just gonna say, it takes a special type of person to be rude to people like servers, retail. I mean, it really, that's a special thing. So thank you for the insights to South Texas.
Signs of borderline personality disorder, where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships.
All of this,
as long as they're.
All of this is so. She's describing exactly what we see from Amber on the stand and the recordings. Remember, and she hasn't even listened to the recordings. That's why this is so insane.
Needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met at a specific level, and if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Heard's own self-descriptions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question about,
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend of Ms. Heard. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes. So the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing.
Kate P. Who was Kate P? Was this recently? And do you mean on his show, like on his YouTube channel, or do you mean like on Court TV? But yeah, that's awesome that you love Vinny too. He's got that thing I love. It's like that sense of childlike wonder. He's always excited. Dude, he's like, we're like-minded in that way, but he's just great. I just fucking love him. But you know, if in terms of people on a show for like on court TV, I'm sure he doesn't. Well, I would imagine he doesn't make those decisions, right? He probably has some say, but for the most part, I'm sure they have like a whole department for booking that kind of chooses. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, if it was his YouTube show, that's different. I'm sure he chose that himself. So
it's definitely a play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so
this is interesting. I need to make a note to tag DSN for this because here's why. Just like how I was describing about how it's so funny how you hear her testimony, and then much later you get to Amber in the trial, right? And then it's like you don't even realize until you go back. It's like, wow, her testimony. This is one of those things where because DSN's watching it for the first time all the way through in order, he probably doesn't remember Dr. Curry saying this specifically. But he made a comment in the Discord, I think it was today, actually, because he was watching Rocky's testimony. And I think it was DSN, wasn't it? Hold on. Yeah, but it was this exact thing. But hold on, let me back it up just a second, make sure.
As extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so,
in other words, I think DSN says something like almost exactly that, based off of we were just talking about like Rocky and Io. But in other words, it's just funny because it's like that's just how accurate that was, because now we're hearing it like there's no way he would have remembered that Dr. Curry said that. That was just like his own assessment. So anyway, it's just funny. Again, like if you go back and listen to stuff in hindsight, everything Dr. Curry says is like, wow, she's predicting the future. You know what I mean? So
this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner.
Yeah.
And their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many relationships, but none that are particularly long term.
How does border?
So I just wanted to pause right there. So, okay. That's interesting that you don't know who Turtle Boy is. Bravo to you, South Texas. You're not missing anything, really. You know, he wouldn't have even been relevant except that freaking Jen McCabe said his name. I have to think that was on purpose. Anyway. And then, other than that, freaking Judge Bev telling the jury that there's people that have been apparently, according to this juror, she's used the word convicted, which is, but that's, but I'll just summarize. So Turtle Boy is a local, like, I guess, journalist, if you will. Now, I don't follow him, so I'm, you know, y'all correct me if I'm wrong about it. This is just, I know very little about him, but enough to describe what the general gist is, right? So he's like a local journalist or whatever that has been following this since the start, and he is very much about Free Karen Reed. But South Texas, does it ring a bell hearing about the dispute that they had, the Alberts had? This happened during the trial, right? And then they brought it up at the Canton Select Board meeting, right? Where they got in the fight in front of the D&E Pizza and all that. Do you remember hearing about that at all? And there was, because it did come up like in the trial, and then after there, I mean, like, I think you would have heard probably discussion, right? And that's his real name. Thank you, Blackwidor. Aiden Kearney, blogger. There you go. Like, I'm trying to think of other ways. He's come up so that I think you would actually be like, oh yeah, no, I did hear about that, and then it would sort of register as to, or like you'd be like, oh yeah, that's what that is. But he also was at the Canton Select Board meetings that we watched, not the one on Zoom. Well, we wouldn't know because it doesn't show the people, but he was at the other ones. And he was at the trial for a lot of the time. He wasn't allowed for a couple of the witnesses, but he was there. You see the camera pan by him. And yeah, I don't know if any of this is helpful, but yeah, he's a blogger, but he's very much, free Karen Read. Oh, a good way I've heard him described, and I'll echo this, is that he could be seen as controversial, right? I mean, he is controversial. That's not debatable. He's controversial. Part of that might be depending on which quote unquote side you're on, which I think sides are stupid in the first place, but whatever. Also, even if you don't believe in picking sides, you might just think he's controversial, or one could think he's controversial because he might potentially go a little bit overboard with like the witness intimidation stuff. I don't know much about that. We're going to learn more about that tomorrow when we read through the shit. But anyway, again, he's been charged, not convicted. So, like, if you were to ask me, I don't care who it is, it's like, and if you were to just ask me, like, is it ever okay to like harass or threaten a witness or a juror or whatever, I would say absolutely not under any circumstances, right? So like, that's my personal take on it, right? So again, controversial, right? Potentially maybe goes a little bit too far. However, I think, again, the consensus is that he's done a lot to shed the light on this case where it was covered up, right? And I think that makes sense because we know what's going on in this town. It's tough, right? Because there's a lot of people who are really actively working to try to make sure that this just doesn't get exposure. And, we're trying to, from the very beginning of the investigation anyway, but he has really brought a lot of attention to it that ended up giving it that, the attention it has now. So he's uncovered a lot of details from what I understand. Again, this is just what I know is like, you might say he's controversial, but like, again, he has done some good things. So that's just sort of the thing that you hear. So, oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Spencer says he thought Turtle Boy was the kid on the viral thing that said, I like turtles. That is amazing. That is so good. Oh my God. Oh, and right. Spencer also has a book recommendation here. I Hate You, Don't Leave Me. I've heard of that and I haven't read it. I wonder if Fender has read that book though. She should be back. I don't know 20 minutes maybe. She's with a client right now. So we'll have to make sure we ask her. But I have heard of that. Yeah, Blackwidor says she's going to check the book out. Walking on Eggshells. I think I've heard of that one as well. Really good comparison there. Yes. Right. Yep. And yes, I see that, Kit Smith. I see that. I do see that. That's a really good comparison. For anyone who has seen the TV show Hannibal, the one with, oh my God, I'm going to blank on his name. Oh my God. What's his name? Johns Morganson? Oh my God. It's that tip of the tongue thing, right? It's like, I know the name and then I try to remember the name and then it's gone. Shout out to Bach, by the way. The Goldberg variations. But anyway, so yeah, but that's a great example. Freddie Lowndes, if you guys have seen that show, she's the reporter or the journalist or whatever who has like the really curly hair. I think she ends up dying in some horrible way, but I don't remember for sure because it's been a while since I've seen it. I'm pretty sure she dies in some horrible way. Or somebody makes plans for her to die, but she doesn't die. Let me know if you remember Kit Smits or anyone else who's seen it. There you go, South Texas. Ding, ding, ding. That's it. Okay, there you go. I think I had a feeling that something I was saying was going to be like, oh yeah, that's right. I do know about that. Right. There you go. Yeah, and then apparently from what I understand, there's really not a whole lot even of disagreement over that dispute. Like, it seems like everybody's pretty much on the same page that he actually kept his cool and the Albert people did not, from what I understand. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what everybody, well, all of us really, for the most part, are on the same page there. We don't know who did it. My personal thing is I still think it 100% could have been it. I, from the very beginning, made the example of the fancy Clue dinner party, right? Where it's like a fancy dinner party, like a la Clue, like, but back in the the 1920s, right? Imagine that. But like add in the fact that everybody gets shit-faced, right? And then they all wake up the next day, for example, right? Or whatever. The next day, and somebody's dead, and everyone looks around and they're like, who did it? But nobody knows because they were all shit-faced. And then they all realize at the same time, right? In this scenario that I imagined, they realize they could have done it. They don't know who did it. No one knows who did it. No one knows. No one can say that someone else did it or that they didn't do it themselves. It's like nobody knows and everybody was drunk, right? I still picture that being plausible where it was some sort of accident, right? Like he was just drunk. Because we know we got the blood alcohol level. And in fact, on the next recap, we're going to hear from the medical examiner and all that. So on the next recap, but yeah. So that'll actually be a really good time to talk about it as well. But I still think it's plausible that there was just an accident and everybody was in the same position, including Karen, where they're like, did I hit him, right? I think everybody, it's entirely possible. And I even made a joke on one of the recaps, I think it was, that in a way, wouldn't that be justice? Not justice, sorry. Wouldn't that be like the Alberts or the McAlberts getting what they deserve, though? Them all still thinking that one of them could have done it or that they could have, and they're never going to know, right? And they're going to have to live with that. That one of their group might be a murderer. They just will never know. Thank you, Mads. That's it. Thank you, Mads Mickelson. I don't think I was close, but thank you, Kitsmits. Right. I think I knew that. Schubert. Interesting. Do you have a Schubert of choice, like the vocal stuff, the piano stuff, string quartets? What else does he have? I think there's a couple symphonies. I do like the chamber music, like the quartets and stuff. I think there's a good piano quartet as well. She was fake killed. Kitsmits. Your summary here articulates exactly what I was saying out loud, which was just me thinking out loud, which was, does she die or does she not die? I feel like she dies, but then she doesn't die, right? Like, oh, this explains it. She was fake killed. Aha. Right. Okay. You forget if she survived season 3. Yeah, same. Spencer's hugging Schubert. I love that. I didn't even think about hugging composers. Oh my God. I'm going to have to tamper myself with that because otherwise we'll just be here for hours with me hugging all my favorite composers. Oh, there's an old movie called Clue. Are you serious right now? No way. Are you serious? That is really funny. Wow. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, the piano sonatas. Yeah. I wonder if Kitsmits has played those. I'm sure she has. Yeah, they are good. Yeah, there's less, composers, they all have their instruments. It's like there's less stuff for violin, I think, unless you're getting into like the chamber music. But I do like the chamber music. So, Yeah, and that's what I was thinking of, the Trout Quintet. That's what I was thinking of. I was just looking it up. I was like, was it a quartet or a quintet? The Trout Quintet. That's the one that's for if you're a violinist, and in my opinion, I agree with this, right? This is your Schubert love, is this Trout Quintet. That's the thing if you're a violin. Yeah, because that's really good. Having said that, given a choice, if I have to choose, like if we're talking quartets, right? Or quintets, I mean, well, let's just say quartets. We'll call it chamber music, okay? Given a choice between Bartók and Schubert, I'm choosing Bartók. But wow. That's wild. Are you asking me for chamber music for composers? We're going to be here for hours if we get into that. I could go, yeah, like that's a whole, we could even do a whole stream where we talk about classical music. I feel like I'm thinking about that. I'm like, we could do like it could go on for days, like years, really, like in all seriousness. I mean, this is like my, honestly, chamber music for me, is my favorite format. Like, okay, well, it's hard to say. Like, I loved playing in orchestras. I love orchestral music. And I love playing solo. But in terms of like, well, it's hard to say because really it's like, they're really all equal. I guess what I could say is this. I have spent probably more time and more passionate and enthusiastic about than maybe some people when it comes to chamber music, specifically quartets. Okay, let me just try to make sure I'm articulating this correctly. I really, 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 really love studying string quartets, playing string quartets, teaching string quartets, studying them. And I've spent a lot of time doing that. And in fact, my master's degree, like my assistantship was string quartet. And actually, I had that going on in undergrad as well. Like they pay you to play in the string quartet. So anyway, but like, it's really, it's like having a relationship. Like if you imagine like a romantic relationship, essentially, right? Like imagine that where like you also work with the person. And then there's 4 of you. And here's what I mean is that like for a lot of these cases, if you're a music major, it's also going to be your friends, even if the school places you based on like your ability level and their scholarship or whatever, and they place you in the string quartet, chances are they're going to be your friends because music majors, right? And in my case, it was all like, oftentimes it was like all my best friends. So it's like we saw each other all the time. Sometimes it was like one of them was my roommate. So we also were best friends and roommates and, you know, live together. And then you're in school, but then you're in the string quartet. And it's funny because the string quartet is like a combo of like work relationship, but also friendship, but also like romantic relationship in a way, because it's hard to explain because working on string quartets is so intimate and it's really hard again to explain unless you've been there. It is a very intimate process and it's really fascinating. And that's why I love it, because it's like, you guys, here's the thing that it teaches you. It's like, you have to play string quartets well, you have to understand how everybody breathes differently from each other and in a way that is so unique. Like, because to cue somebody, right, when there's whether it's an entrance or let's say there's a tempo change or whatever, sometimes that shit is so difficult and it has to be done in a certain way, whether it's just there's not time for a big gesture or a big gesture wouldn't be appropriate or whatever the case may be. And it's the subtlest of things. And another great example is this. My favorite conductor is Sir Simon Rattle. And he used to, back when he was with the Berlin Phil, they did a video of him conducting Mahler 5. And I would recommend this for anyone who loves classical music. But if you watch the Adagietto, which is the 3rd movement, and you watch him conducting that, dude, you've got like 150 people on stage and you've got a conductor and the camera zooms in on him. And this is the slow movement. and it's very quiet, but the orchestra's playing, right? But it's like really quiet and it's really slow, and there's like a cadence about to happen, right? And it zooms in on the conductor, on Sir Simon Rattle. Dude, I'm getting goosebumps. And you don't even see him blink or move or anything, but there's something happens in his movement that we cannot see on camera. In other words, it's happening. It's just so subtle we can't even see it. And the entire orchestra reacts together. It is magical. It's that shit. It's like all it takes is like the tiniest movement of like, let's just say a pinky finger, but it's so subtle that you can't pick it up on camera. But the orchestra knows, or the orchestra can tell by the type of breath. But even to the smallest degree, it's like if an eyelash moves, right? They can pick up on that, and all 150 people, like as if they're all one unit, react. It is incredible. So that's just another example where you can see that. There you go, Kit Smith. I'm gonna look at the chat here. It's a polyamorous foursome. That's what it is. That's what it is. And you guys, and you have to work through disputes and disagreements about shit. People coming in late, or even just different interpretations of phrasing. There's also an inherent issue of like power or leadership, right? Because first of all, there's leadership in terms of running rehearsal. Then there's leadership within the music because somebody's always leading, right? And then there's like, sometimes there's more than one person leading. And then sometimes the viola might need to lead, and then everybody's fucked. There's a whole lot. So you end up working through all kinds of different stuff, whether it's interpersonal or whether it's within the music. It's so crazy. I just love it. Yes, Gustav Mahler, M.A., put it in the chat. Highly recommend. It's Symphony No. 5. I might have a video file for it as well. We could add it to the Discord watch party list if people are interested. But with the Berlin Phil, Sir Simon Rattle. So yes, I think Spencer's comment here was still talking about with the string quartets and stuff with my roommates and friends. Yes. And I'm not even saying that we were bad at communicating, because we weren't. Like, we actually did a really good job with it. But so the thing is like part of the like assistantship, for example, is like you're spending pretty much all hours of the day, every day of the week with these people, right? Especially if you live with them and they're your friends. But like but specifically, again, this is where the part about where it overlaps with work, right? Because for the assistantship, you're paid to also rehearse and do concerts for the string quartet. And like we were required, it was our job, right? At least 2 hours a day, every day of the week. Sometimes that was for rehearsals, but if there was a coaching, then it would have been 4. If there was a concert, then it would have been at least 4. So, but the minimum of rehearsal time that was required, 2 hours a day, every day of the week. So, and because it's your job, that's where it's like, again, if somebody comes in late, technically it's like, and, but that's a lot of time, right? So that's the other thing. That's a lot of rehearsal. Like orchestras will rehearse, well, professional orchestras, they don't rehearse till they're about to have like a concert for the most part. They'll have a couple of rehearsals, but like in a school, like in college, right? Music majors, 2 rehearsals a week for orchestra and 1 concert every semester. Well, sometimes more, but so my point is, by comparison, that amount of hours, what is that? 14 hours a week minimum a week with the 4 of you in a little room is a lot by comparison. But we did a really good job. It's just that it's like you really get to know people, and it's really funny. And when people would have like relationship issues and they come in crying, and you have to figure out how to do that, because at the same time, it's like you're also being paid for that time, and like you have to report back and be like, yes, we used our time. I feel like we had to do that. I feel like we had to account for our time being well spent, but I don't know. That might have just been my interpretation of feeling like there's a responsibility. I don't know that we actually had to do that. Anyway, that's that's neither here nor there. So, oh, Van Gogh, you're talking about. Okay. I know the one with the death of children. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is that a Van Gogh painting? So anyway, okay. So, but yes, let's get back to Dr. Curry.
Borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality,
again, like, I am happy to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. If you guys are interested in hearing more about composers and string quartets and talking about that, I will more than happy. So, but I don't want to derail, it for people that are wanting to stay on some, not that we ever stay on track, which is fine. I love it. It's totally up to you guys. Right? I know, right? That's right. I have to say, I did give everyone a fair warning, right? I feel like, uh-oh, do you really want to ask this question? And it's like, this was like super bridged anyhow. So, but she was patiently waiting. And now we are patiently waiting because of the spinning wheel. So, yes, such is life.
earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways.
I think that is so
the way
wild.
They dress, their interests, the
like
way
that's
they
something
talk.
That's pretty specific. I think.
And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way. Now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Dr. Curry, no, you don't want to go there, ma'am. You do not want to talk about music tastes. Oh no, oh no. Oh, Fender. I love that. I bet you're the best therapist ever. I want you to be my therapist. I think that'd probably be a conflict of interest, but like, you just would be so great. Like, I would love, it's, okay, here's the thing. It's like, I would love to see Fender do her job because I'm sure she's amazing. And the problem is we'll never be able to see it because of all the privilege or not. Yeah. Confidentiality, all that. Right. Which sucks. Cause like, I would love to see her do great at her job. Anyway. Oh my God. It's video.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder,
that is wild,
I understand that you
music taste
diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic,
I love people
and emotional.
It's like, okay. I love seeing people do the things that they do that they're good at. You know what I mean? Like, I love for all of you guys, right? Like, and that's why we have like the what we do thread, it's like us doing our things, right? And I love it. I just love supporting people doing things that they're good at and being passionate. And so, and I guess that's why it's like, I feel like we're missing out because Fender is like, we literally can't have that option with her, which sucks. Just the nature of the beast, as they say. Spencer, that's funny. Oh my God. Kinder Totenlieder. That's Mahler. Okay. I know that's just a term for something, but I believe that's also specific. I think, what are you referencing there, Blackwidor?
belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value. Okay, so whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention. And when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try.
Yeah, that is German. That was German. Kindertotenlieder. It means like child's like songs for children. Kinder is children. Lieder is songs. I forget what Toten is. What is Toten? I'm trying to remember. King? Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Spencer. I even said, let's remember to ask her, and then I forgot. The death, right. The death of children. Okay. But Lieder is songs. So songs about. No. We don't. Right now, no Squirrel Left Behind. Right now, I am left behind because I don't remember exactly what Kinder. Hold on, let me look this up. That's not. I'm not referring to you, Blackwidor. I'm referring to my own brain. My own brain is leaving me behind. Hold on. Right. Okay. Kindertotenlieder, Song Cycle by Gustav Mahler. So I was right when I was like, was that Mahler? Okay. Yes. Right. Okay. That's right. Okay. Yes. My memory is refreshed, as they say. A song cycle. Now the next part is what exactly does the word mean? I believe it's songs about children or songs for children, songs, something like that. But let's just see. And it is German. Yeah, Fender was asking if it's German. And okay, here we go. So it's songs on texts dealing with the death of children. So that now everything's all making sense. Yep. Premiered in 1905. Wow. Okay, so that now all the things happened. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, Mussorgsky. Yeah, Mussorgsky didn't do have a whole lot. So he had like what pictures at an exhibition, right? That's the one that Mussorgsky is really known for. That's a great piece of music. I don't know much else other than that though. But one of the Russian Five. Love Debussy. I don't know. Let me know, Spencer, if there's something else that you know of that Mussorgsky did besides that you're thinking of besides pictures at an exhibition. That's good news, Fender.
try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role.
Yeah, this is all so crazy how spot on it is considering she didn't hear the audio recordings. Yeah, Spencer. Boo, 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 do, 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 boo, 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 boo. That's the first movement, the Great Gates of Kiev, that you might recognize that. So that way you don't have to worry about digging through your Spotify.
Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about. How is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little bit water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering. And they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so, it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive and
that is so creepy.
You can't,
that is so creepy. Hold on, let me play that part again.
Even in your wildest thoughts, understand.
Spinny. Aha. Right, Fender. I would have, yeah, I think that's
interested in you too. and you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, with this, I mean, you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden,
that is so weird though. Like, I just don't like, that's such an odd concept. Like, do people love themselves that much though? I don't understand. Like, it's just an odd concept. So Fender saying maybe that's why this bothers me. It's a clinical presentation and borders on cold. Right. I totally understand. Yeah. And like I was saying with Dr. Babe from Who Do Crime, he's a forensic psychologist, and his, like I said, it was a long time ago that I heard it because it was during the trial, but his type of critique on her was in terms of more like the administration of the test and stuff like that, more like really kind of more technical and specific as to like stuff that, only he would notice, and it had to do with how you administer the test, shit like that, right? But I love hearing from Fender because, again, she has a different perspective being on the advocacy side. So, Spencer, I'm glad you're enjoying it. There's a lot, though, dude. I'm be surprised if you made it through all of it. But thank you for listening. So, yeah, it sucks that you guys, everybody's been through some type of thing, right? With somebody, like we all are relating in the situation in some way to, I hate that for everybody, but it just shows, right? Like, you can't run into anybody, right, who doesn't know somebody or have personal firsthand experience with these types of issues, whether it's mental illness, personality disorders, or abuse of some kind. And it's which in a way, it's a good thing that the stigma has really come down on it to where it's like now it's like, yes, everybody knows somebody or has personal, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a common thing now, which is good. Oh, okay. I see Fender. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Right. And he does. So that's why he was able to, and again, it was very specific. I think only people who also use the MMPI and are forensic pathologists would even understand probably what the points he was making were. But yeah, he did have some sort of issues with it, or he was, critical of something of it. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah. It's just the way she said it. It made it seem like, hold on, let me rewind it. It made it seem weird. Hold on. Oh boy.
Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this, where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you.
Okay, no, just kidding.
Because they're so interested in you too. And you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden,
yeah, I guess that's why I thought it was like falling in love with. It's almost like saying falling in love with yourself in a way. If it's somebody, because she says they're mimicking you. So if you've got somebody that's mimicking you and you're falling in love with them, that's where in my mind I'm like, wait, is that like it's just, you see what I mean? How I kind of, it just seems weird. Dr. Karen? But yeah, again, for me, it's like none of this was, this is all hard. This is all, you can appreciate this testimony so much more once you've heard Amber's testimony, you've seen her on stage and you've heard these recordings, and knowing that she didn't have any of that and knowing that she didn't hear those recordings, and then it's like, whoa, you know? So yeah, fortune teller. Yeah.
you know, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more.
Oh, thank you.
And they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Miss Heard's sophistication from her testing?
It's her first
Well,
name.
from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things. They feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
Yes, indeed.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders. Did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so
I
and
watched
I'm not,
that order.
there, go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask you,
Okay,
what was
yes,
that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions
For anyone who did this
every time
before,
you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way, every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this? Before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. And there was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it by drawing out
how does that work?
Because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes, their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI-2 is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Burdick, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea to break it up there. Okay, I know, I can see you jumping up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll have you back here.
All right, guys, lunch break time, lunch break time. So we're on to cross, guys. Oh boy, here we go. Y'all ready for,
You went through with your different. Not in clinical psychology or in forensic.
All right, you have your seats. All right, cross-examination, you can sit down.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Curry, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not in clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years, is that correct?
That's not correct.
How many years?
I've been licensed for 10 years,
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay, and that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes.
Ben Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes. Dinner and I
from
believe
the-
drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes,
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
he was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house
Oh my
at his
God.
behest. correct?
Wayne.
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was,
Yes.
right? And you
I
believed he was a
love-
good actor.
I
Yes.
love how this is such a theme and such a point of contention with so many different witnesses of like, have you seen his movies and shows? And do you like Johnny Depp as an actor? It's just so fucking funny with him sitting right there. You know what I mean? When it's like, of course, like everybody knows who he is, right? Everybody's probably seen some movies of his. Anyway, it's just really funny how it comes up with so many witnesses. Like, you know, for the record, under oath, like, are you a fan? Do you like Johnny Depp's acting? It's just funny. Sorry, Dr. Curry, for that pause.
Several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was,
Yes.
right? And you believed he was a good actor,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case.
I know,
And
right?
this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions.
I know. I'm with you on
The
that.
first of those is that Amber Heard
Dude, I love
quote,
Morgan Knight.
exhibits patterns of
My
behavior
favorite.
that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Yeah, that's a legal.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
You wouldn't know what
No.
that is.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you heard, is that one
Actually,
of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based
It's-
on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry,
All
Doctor.
right, sure.
Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her-
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case, with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off at the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay. Bear with me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes,
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5. Could you read?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as plaintiff's exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay.
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I
Yes.
stumbled. I
Okay,
can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No,
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
or that is correct.
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we could start on 254 to give the
I don't
context.
have that page. I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's not
Curry,
the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the
Okay.
question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
no,
Your answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what you
Correct.
said under
Yes.
oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Oh, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No,
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse, isn't that correct?
Again, that I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No,
I've not, right?
sorry, I
Isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay, you said, no, I've not.
but I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr.
Mr. Depp.
Did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No,
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
that's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yet
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
yes,
That's what you said under oath, correct?
yes,
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. correct? And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? That I can bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Cree,
with the
I'm just asking
attorneys.
you, I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found
man.
favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If,
I know. Sanity nuts for everybody, guys.
it goes to bias, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
I know, right? I do also. Let's watch.
You were, in fact, so excited.
I do love that. When she's just like buffering and looks off to the side is the best thing.
Actually, if you want to ask.
Okay. If,
Here. Oh God, it's so special.
it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Murdaugh, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306. So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
I want you to approach, please.
Oh, boy. Okay, sidebar time, guys. So, we went a long ways without sidebar, though. Okay, we need to share this one. Here we go. Cool. Who did we decide after Dr. Curry? I don't remember. I think we said, oh fuck, who was it? Y'all let me know if you remember. I don't agree. I don't agree. That's Elaine. Okay, so here we are. So it's for I don't agree. The court, if you want to approach, please, for a sidebar. The court. Which statement are you trying to impeach here, Ms. Murdaugh? I'm trying to impeach. She added into the one that's on page 304 to 306. She added in that she has lots of high-profile clients that she does this for. Closes the office. She doesn't say that in there. The court, why don't you ask? You didn't say that before, Ms. Murdaugh. I'll ask her. The court, I don't know, Ms. Murdaugh. It starts on page 305, and then her answer is on 306. She doesn't say that there that she sees lots of high-profile clients. She added it in there. She doesn't have, or sorry, she added she has many high-profile clients, Mr. Dennison. The way to answer the question exactly, the opposing counsel suggests, if she wants to ask the question about whether you said that before, the court, you mentioned that, Ms. Murdaugh. I will. The court. Okay, thank you, and it's back to open court. Okay. Meg Ryan. Oh, right. Okay. So Maisha, we can't do Spiegel yet because DSM hasn't gotten there yet. We can only do anything from day 18 or earlier. So we were at the beginning of the stream. We were discussing. We had a bunch of different people. That we were considering. I'm just reading what's right. I know the ostrich head, right? I know. Who else? So I can't remember what the top decisions were. It was Curry, and then there were, I know Johnny Depp was discussed, and I think Whitney maybe, and then Isaac Baruch was discussed, and then the lady who was, oh, this was another one. The lady who's that expert for Amber who testifies about Aquaman being the best movie of all time. I think that's on day 18, pretty sure. So you guys be thinking. Go ahead if you want to like find a list. Day 18, anybody's fair game, as long as it's not after day 18. And let me know what you guys want to see next. Oh. What are you guys? Are you talking about people who, Dr. Curry was?
So, why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021. And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic.
Said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records
Oh my
that
God.
you said that you reviewed, but I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm
now
only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No,
from-
I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard. I'll withdraw.
This is sustained.
Okay, so
Withdrawn.
now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment. Yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this Constance, she can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that far.
Oh
I
my
guess.
God,
Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give. But I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time. Would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
Oh, you want to approach?
All right, approach. Oh, that was quick. They're already done.
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks.
Oh, boy.
Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And
I
in
know.
fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe
She is
that's
aggressive.
correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her. Yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me.
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur. I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks, and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition. Is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs in her notes had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do. And we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right. So the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents.
However, go ahead.
She documents multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many.
Many.
I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But
notes.
the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the video of Mr. Depp in the
Oh my
kitchen?
God.
Yes.
Yes, we can
Did Ms.
replay
Heard
Muffingate.
imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
Do you want to wait till we finish her on
That's
cross?
a standard objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So I do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
And your answer under oath at
Can
that
you
time?
remind me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3 was
Oh.
where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes, she was cooperative and polite.
Okay. And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275.
Oh my God. The fact that she was polite.
So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
Yes.
Afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
This was one of the things that Dr. Dave had a problem with. Now I remember. Right, he had a problem with the fact that
you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated elevated scores, correct?
I remember.
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
What are you talking about, the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually not common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it?
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety?
Yes, certainly.
Depressed or irritable states?
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
Intimate problems?
Yes.
Relationship difficulties?
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it for her? And your answer under oath at that time was, no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes,
testified under oath at that time, correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test. And you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, approach, approach, approach. Laura, sidebar. All right. Did you have a question about malingering, Angel Baby? Like, are you curious about what it is? And let me share the other tab. Do, 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 do. Hold on, guys, just playing up the sidebar here. Come on, you. Where did it go? Hold on, I'm just trying to find the sidebar. Go back. Sorry, I'm having problems with Adobe scrolling. Hold on. I just want to go up to the next page. On to skip. Sorry, guys. Hold on just a second. So sometimes the Control F, when you do look for sidebars, they don't always say sidebar when they go to sidebar. So sometimes it misses one. So I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, hold on. Okay, where's the next one? Wait, okay. Okay, there it is. I think I found it. There it is. Okay, cool. Let me share. Sorry, guys. Thanks for being patient as I found the things. All right. Yeah, it says there's only 6 sidebars in this entire day of trial, which is really kind of impossible. It's kind of wild. Okay, so there's usually like 60 something, I think. Okay. All right, here we go. So I found it right here. All right, cool. So there's the sidebar, the court. All right, Miss Spreadoff, Your Honor, she was specifically prohibited from testifying to any emotional distress related to defamation. She was trying to throw a little extra in there. Oh, a little extra part. Mr. Dennison, well, you asked the question directly, Ms. Spreadoff. I did because I wanted to establish she can't. Court, well, if you ask the question, though, I'm not, you're saying she's banned from answering, but then you ask the question. Classic Elaine, right? The court, she can ask if you ask her, she can if you ask her the question, though, that's the problem. Ms. Spreadoff, I don't agree with that. She didn't give that opinion indiscernible. She didn't give that in her designation. Court. But if you ask the question, she's going to answer it. Ms. Spreadoff, okay, Your Honor, I'll clean it up and then I'm done. Thank God. Mr. Dennison, thank you, Your Honor. The court, yep, or do. Back to open court. And let's share the other tab. All right, here we go.
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she is, she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you.
Stay far, far away.
You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this. I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled. Oh,
Thank you. No further questions.
all right. Is this witness subject? That's right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah, for about.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and
We're
please do
gonna
not
go back
watch
though for
anything
Muffingate.
of this trial,
Okay.
okay? All right,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes.
Let's see where we're at.
Expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year
think I'm like
earlier
right,
might be a
right.
little stressful.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And in fact, not only had you,
Muffingate.
what if any impact did that have on your opinions
Blackwidor
watching Mr. Depp in that video?
Torture here.
I'm not sure it was
Oh, boy.
one of many
Yeah.
pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp.
I think it's
All that.
further.
All right. Do you recall
Treating therapist or as a psychologist. Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
We just want Muffingate, YouTube. Come on. Give us the muffins.
But that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you
Right.
testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
I think we're close.
That's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it.
Oh, that's
I'll
funny.
quote
I see what you guys are saying.
Quote, based on the combined
Oh my
results
God.
of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral
Yeah, no,
observations,
sorry, that's there's no way that you wouldn't survive that for sure. Shots of water you could do.
psychometric test data,
Oh my
and
God.
review of the,
Brian.
that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 261.
Oh my God, that part is so funny. That's all
Let's
right.
go to page,
She's all grumpy. Hold on, we're just gonna get to
Science
finding
may be.
weapons.
Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew, I'm
with the
just asking
attorneys.
you, I'm asking
Okay.
you a question. I'd like
Okay,
you to try to
here
answer
we
my
are, here
question.
we are. I think we're in
You
the
were
right.
not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
Okay, let's.
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
what
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And you
his
had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr.
Mr. Depp.
Did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? That I can bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew,
with the attorneys.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
Objection, speculative.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay.
So
If-
they can choose not to use her. It doesn't mean her testimony is biased.
It goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
It
Next question.
absolutely does
Right.
not. That's what I was just saying. It does not go back.
You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Murdaugh, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306. So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
Oh my God. I know. Yeah, I know. Y'all, I know. It's so fucking hilarious. Oh, how cute. That's so cute. Night, Bob. That's so cute.
Why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
The laughing is the best part.
He knew you had a high profile client and you were preparing for a very long time and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Well, in my mind,
Yes.
she brings up the muffins
Now,
again. Was that it?
before we start
Maybe that was
getting
the
into the ones that you testified,
I thought she weaseled the muffins in. That might have been the last one. Okay. So what did we decide? Did we decide on the lady? I think it was the lady, right? Yeah, non. I know I don't eat paneer, but you know, naan, oh my God, yum. I'm jealous. I love it. I've always heard that they have really good Indian restaurants in Ireland. Indian food restaurants in Ireland. Okay, so let's go to day 18. Here we go.
Have taken
So
of
why are we not full screen? There.
evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny. Have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
Like that part's weird. What is she fucking doing in her chair? Anyway, we're jumping to the lady girl. The you know, the lady with the right, it's after her. Let me just see if I can. Oh, I forgot about this day. Look at this jacket. God, dude, just when you think you can't hate her outfits anymore, why just, dude, put your arms in the sleeves, man. Why? I don't understand this. I don't understand. Can someone explain this to me? Please explain it.
All towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp
Just put your
to
arms
Hicksville, California?
in the thing?
Yes.
Okay, anyway, we're jumping ahead. We're trying to find, okay, here we go. I had to stop to comment on the stupid, oh, wait, what? Hold on. I thought it was after her, but it is not. There's Whitney. Maybe it's at the end of day 17. It might be. I think it is. Hold on. Sorry, let me try day 17. Day 17. Aha. No. Oh my God.
All right. Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition? Deposition. All right. So we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back then at 3:30. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm confused. Where the heck? Why the heck can't I find it? Hold on. Maybe it's day 19? Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Ms. Heard is one of
Here it is.
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have
So I feel like DSN must have gotten here because we talked about this. We talked about this. Okay. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream, and I remember thinking that he'd gotten this far. Does anyone else remember? I'm pretty sure because we no one knows her name, but we meant I think he actually maybe even mentioned this lady. So I think it's okay. Yeah, I think he must have finished out this day. So if it's not okay, we will just tell him not to watch this part. But I'm pretty sure because we talked about her. Okay, so let's do this. I don't remember.
Advice for that she said to was my. What if I was
All right, your next witness.
Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
It's a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right. Thank you.
You're going to have to spell that again for me, Elaine.
It's a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right. Thank you.
afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are...
Elaine said Kovacevic. Of course it's not Kovacevic. That makes no sense. Of course, actually, the looking at it, the way that this probably would really be pronounced in real life is would be, it's probably Kovacevic, I would think. I wonder, because sometimes they get short. Anyway, just thinking about the heritage there with like the name and the Eastern European / Russian, I would have thought it would have been Kovacevic, but Kovacevic, maybe that's more Czech or Polish or something, or Hungarian. Anyway, we've got it spelled correctly. Elaine can't pronounce it, but that's okay.
Here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME.
I do.
Right.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
What I need is I need her to say.
Would you please describe?
I need her to say her last name because he could be. This dude's probably closer because I think he's got at least the syllables correct, but the ending might still be Kovacevic, right? So I hope she says her name, but I don't know if she does.
I've been just very general terms what a talent agent does generally.
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions. You read their scripts. You negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Hurd is one of your clients.
Yes.
Did Ms. Hurd have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Right, Fender. That's right.
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Hurd as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Hurd?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Hurd when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Hurd in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Here it is, guys.
Extremely.
Was Ms. Hurd's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Hurd's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Hurd's salary for Aquaman?
Question. Is anybody curious? Like, are y'all good when it comes to what's the deal with depositions, with civil trials in terms of because what made me think of this, I just realized I don't like to assume that everybody knows everything, right? And I know that sometimes people don't ask certain questions because they maybe just don't, anyway, there could be any number of reasons, but basically what made me think of this is this. Because Fender said it's Chu asking questions. Now, Fender, you might have been saying that because of the audio and the things, and it sounds terrible, right? But it just reminded me that there's a moment here where I could make sure that everybody's on the same page and answer any questions, because if what you meant was that, I'm not saying you meant this, but this just reminded me that one could think, oh, how interesting, right? Because this is Amber's case in chief, right? And this is direct examination, but it's Mr. Chu asking the questions, right? So is that what your comment was like? Wait a second, is my banner wrong? Or is it because what's happening? Why is Mr. Chu asking the questions? So, right, okay, right. You're good with the depots. Okay, there might be other people though, because this is something that doesn't come up as often, right, in trials. So that's why I thought it was a good moment to take that second, because basically the way it works, right, with civil trials, another good example of this is the Kowalski v. J. Hatch, because the reason that's a really good example is because that trial was like a really expensive trial, right? And like there were a lot of doctors and shit, and there were a lot of depositions. And so you really got to see how that would work, how when it was like so much of the trial was depositions. And so like basically if the other, okay, let's just say that you're Amber Heard, okay? And let's say that, you know, Ben Chew, in this case, they called her, they are the ones who initiated this deposition with this witness, right? And again, like Fender pointed out, right? He called the depo. So he's going to ask first, right? Then basically it's on their dime. So essentially what you would see even like in Kowalski with J Hatch is you would see times where the side that would call the, it was their case in chief, whichever side's case in chief it was, that they would be playing the deposition. And sometimes they would only play the portion with the other side asking the questions, because literally it wasn't even about who's asking the questions, because in the depots, there's less strategy there. A lot of times it's going to elicit similar information, right? And sometimes it was just like factual information or whatever, right? But it was just sort of like, anyway, I guess that you just get used to like in your head swapping it around where like it doesn't really matter who's asking the questions and which side, right? Because it's just the case in chief. So I don't know if that makes sense, but basically Spencer says you can assume that with me I do in fact know everything. Got it. Excellent. Check. Did you verify that it's bitch? Did you look it up? Oh, I'm sorry. Good point. Like again, I would imagine it's bitch, right? With the first name like Jessica, I'm thinking it's probably my guess is, my gut feeling is telling me it's more Czech or Hungarian, but it could still be pronounced, or it could even be Romanian, honestly. But it's still more than likely I'm thinking Kovacevic, right? But if it was Eastern European or Russian, well, now having said that, here we need to know everything. Having said that, okay, let's just say she's married. That changes this whole thing, because her maiden name could have been Jessica Brown or Jessica Smith or something, right? Jessica could have nothing to do with it. And this could be misleading in terms of me trying to figure out, like, so in other words, I think that, you know, it makes sense to Kovacevic, right? But like, if she's married, then that means that the first name is not a factor, in which case it still could very well be a Eastern European or Russian, in which case I can type it out in Cyrillic correctly for y'all if you want to see. Link is, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But if anyone wants to see if they can figure out if she's married, then go for it.
A man too.
Yes.
Oh, Croatian.
When
Okay.
did you do that?
Croatian. That makes sense.
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When a movie, I mean, when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go.
No, Croatian makes sense. It's funny because that's it's not as, you don't meet as many Croatian people, but I would have gotten there eventually. Like, let's say that someone had the answer and I was guessing. It's like, I would have gotten to Croatian eventually after like ruling out obviously the obvious ones, Eastern Europe and Russia. And then after that, again, like Czech, Hungary, Poland. And then after that, I would have guessed, or Czech. Let's see, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland. What else did I say? Oh yeah, Romanian. And then if it was none of those, then I would have guessed Croatia. So again, it's all that to say it was probably the least obvious of the ones, but I would have gotten there eventually. Oh, I know. Yeah, we haven't gotten to that part yet, though. I don't think. It's because Elaine does end up. So that's what's so funny is Elaine does end up asking her questions. So they just decide to play her entire depo with both sides asking questions. I know, it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it was. We looked this up. It was Avatar. I don't know if Maisha is still here. Oh, she just said it. Okay. I was squirrel brained with the name, and the name was all I was paying attention to, trying to figure out the name. Actually, I guess I was trying to figure out what the heck. I was trying to decode Spencer's message about AAO. I was like, what? Me neither. I've never seen Aquaman, never seen Avatar. Lord of the Rings, I could single-handedly act out by myself, start to finish, all three with the extended edition, and probably not forget a single thing. So. Right. But I think Elaine does ask her questions, though. Let's see. I'm pretty sure.
Go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason?
Like, ma'am, I think you mean an ongoing smear campaign. So, then what else was I going to say? Right. The other thing that's interesting about the way with depots, right, is like, this is a good example of why they do depots, is the way they do the depots because they don't know what someone's going to testify to. And so that's also the reason why you end up with the other side paying for it and then one side calling it and playing it in trial and all that is exactly that. Like the fact that Ben Chu called her initiated this deposition, right? Called the deposition shows that they thought that they were anticipating potentially, probably because of sending out something like an interrogatory or, that type of thing, right? That's where you get information and then you can decide if you want to call the depo. And so he would have been probably anticipating that her testimony was going to be good for their side, which is why he called it. And then they decided not to use it because they don't have to use it, right? And now we have the other side using it. So Iron Man, I've never heard of that. Is that another comic thing? Oh, she was only in it for 5 seconds. That's fucking hilarious. Wow.
And that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So Did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What I want to know from her is how the hell did Amber go 6.5 months early to the set of Aquaman and not get in trouble for trespassing before they used her for her 5 seconds or whatever? Oh, you guys are funny. Oh my God, you guys are funny.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was.
Oh boy.
So she had a certain level of
oh, this is funny.
Fame.
This
She
is
had
fucking
starred
funny,
in
guys. We forgot about this part.
movies and shows already by that point.
Going back and
this part's funny too. We forgot about this part. It's not just the part about Aquaman. This part where she tries to act like God. I don't remember exactly what she says, but she tries to make it seem like Amber was like a famous actress. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. I said she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series.
Yeah, I never.
When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. That's my assessment.
Couldn't that be because she's
what evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because the evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues and in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all, whatever. But there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away.
She doesn't understand things.
I know that a campaign.
He doesn't understand. You have to have evidence that it's because Adam won't. Anyway, she doesn't get it. Whatever.
And she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations no one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
I bet the jury had that fucking memorized by the end of this trial. Huh. Is she on a gym mat? Oh my God. Yeah, it's a weird, well, okay. She could be on a gym mat laying on her back, right? I guess. That's fucking funny. Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, she was in Pineapple Express, yeah. But I didn't know who she was, and I didn't even remember she was in it. In fact, yeah, I saw that movie when it came out and everything, but I did not, she's not that important. I didn't even pay attention to the character at all. And it wasn't until it came up in this trial where they said Pineapple Express, I was like, oh, I don't even remember her in it, right? So it's just like, yeah, anyway, didn't know the name until the trial, didn't care.
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Did any
Yeah, you can't tell what's in the frame.
Was WME aware of Adam's statement,
weird. I
Mr.
don't know
Waldman's
why.
statements in this particular article?
It is weird that there's a picture framed that you can't see the picture. That's weird. Maybe it's glow in the dark or something.
You testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And What, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
Wait.
That's what I observed.
Missed opportunity.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman.
Missed opportunity. Did it add fuel into the fire?
Man, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
Oh my God.
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point.
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series.
Again, I know nothing about Aquaman. Is Jason Momoa in the first one or only in the second one? Spencer, I know where she is. Held hostage? Oh, that's so funny. Right. So it doesn't make sense no matter what. It's like either, right, like again, I agree. Like she will look like she's chilling in a gym. But but for the picture on the wall. But then it's like, but what the fuck is in the picture? And why can't we see the picture? Like that's very weird. So then, right. Of course, that was a stupid question on my part, wasn't it? So then, but I guess okay, so in Aquaman 1, she wasn't his love interest. Is that right? So her, in other words, her like because Elaine's trying to like build up Amber's credibility because of this whole the line of questioning about how she didn't have chemistry, which is just fucking hilarious. Like that's what they're doing. Like that's where we're at here, you know, because her performance was shitty and she didn't have chemistry and whatever, right? And so it's like, so I guess if she was in the first Aquaman and like her job performance was satisfactory, but then the argument you could make is like, well, that's because she wasn't his love and she wasn't his mate yet. And so they didn't know that she didn't have the chemistry. I don't know. Am I making any sense? What, if anything, fire? That's fucking hilarious. Oh my God.
To be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Murdaugh?
The endorsement department would, a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
You that becomes an actor's quote, their fee, and yes, typically, like you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would.
Just to clarify, in case anyone's confused, she means not Into the Fire, guys. Not that movie. Oh my God.
Make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah. And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year.
If you're Amber, though, it takes 6.5 months extra beyond whatever it normally would, because you have to get there 6.5 months early.
It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please. Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and
there it was. Let's back that up.
more films, more, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say
more is successful role to
here we go.
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more, more work released. Is it one or the other? But in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week. So I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony. And
How amazing is it though that Elaine also calls that actress by the wrong name? I have no idea who that person is, Ana de or whatever her name is. But where's the witness who compares her to Zendaya? Because that's another good one. Why are you guys talking about Bruce Jenner? Okay, so who else? Did we want to hear? This is day 19. Did we want to hear? Did we want to hear Whitney? Or do we want to hear? What do we want? What do we want to watch, guys? I should have written it down what people were saying.
I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And in your own words, can you tell?
Stop. Okay, so Rocky still. I want to watch a little bit of Rocky's testimony because I actually haven't watched it in a while, and I'm curious. So she's going to comment on the pictures. Okay. And y'all let me know if you want to watch, if you want me to go jump to a different witness.
Paused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific incidents in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
Can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Wow, that
Over the course of now, you've known Miss
that
Hurd
sounds
since
like
2003, right?
destruction. The cushions are off the couch. Wow.
Yes.
Have you ever known her to not like pick light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
That's really insane. This is stupid. Stupid.
No.
Oh, that means she didn't do it.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
I don't think we've established yet that that counts
No.
as destruction, sir.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Hurd about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Ms. Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but you know what you can do? This is stupid. I don't feel sorry for her. Dude, she could have gone to the hospital. She could have gone to a doctor. I swear to God. It's like Amber did the whole concussion check thing over the phone or whatever. And by the way, I've had a lot of concussions, so I can talk about those firsthand. But anyway, so she did the concussion check thing over the phone or whatever. I guess it almost seems like the whole point was to try to convince her friends they should be worried. Like in other words, it seems like she was gaslighting or manipulating other people too, right? Not just Johnny. And you know, now she's got Rocky who's worried about her, so she stays with her overnight, right? There's the attention, blah, blah, blah. And of course, it could be solved by her actually getting medical attention. They could rule it out and be like, yeah, you're fucking fine. But she doesn't do that. Why? Well, then she can't have Rocky stay overnight worried about her, right? I mean, that's just my 2 cents. But
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay.
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
I do not.
That you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
I was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
What is this picture of Ms. Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Ms. Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall and then a writing, a note above the picture?
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Joni.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
Eternally? Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Ms. Pennington?
It's a photo of Amber's face with 2 black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this photo?
I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington. We just need to get through as
Yeah.
through the best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face. Turn a profile. Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
It's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please. Pennington 19.
Sorry, y'all. I somehow accidentally pressed the mute button at some point, and I don't even know. So I'm so curious, though. Like, dude, this is the thing. The thing about the crying. Yeah, this is what I was, dude. So you guys didn't hear what I was saying. Let me back it up just a second to that part. Hold on.
There's a picture.
This looks
Yeah.
like Miss Heard picture. What
Oh my God.
we just need to get through is
Yeah.
through the best we can. What is this picture?
This part.
This is Amber's face. Turn a profile. Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And
Y'all, this is ridiculous. Oh my God. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, hold on. Let me find back where we were. All right, we were right with this nonsense here.
throughout the penthouses.
Hold on.
Show you a number of pictures. I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Miss Heard's appearance. Miss Pennington?
Yes.
Does this picture truly December
I do not.
that you were with Miss Heard that evening? What
Room of Johnny and Ace.
or not you took picked
We need the other picture.
I'm gonna
Don't.
Anyway.
I went through all of her face was red.
Okay, anyway, so I was gonna say I'm trying to find that exact picture with the because there's a reason for it. So is it right in here? Sometimes that happens. I'll go to pause it and instead I accidentally restart the video. You guys have seen it before. You know, we're professionals here and everything. So yeah. But what I was gonna say is that where's the picture? So when last summer, you guys. Oh, okay, it's like right in here. Right in here. Okay, here we go. Last summer. All right, hold on.
Turned at a
And
right.
parents, what is this document, Ms. Pennington?
This is ridiculous. This is, okay, this is absurd. So last summer, okay. So you know, bathroom sink, right, tile flooring, whatever. Last summer, there was a spider in my bathroom, and I, you know, as per usual, was gonna save it, right? I was gonna save it and put it outside, and so I went to go get the spider. Had like a cup or whatever, right? And so I'm like crawling, I was like, and it like scurried behind, like underneath the sinky area. And the sink that I have is the kind where there's not cabinets underneath, so it's like, I forget what they call it. There's like a term for it, but it's like the sink. In other words, you can go underneath the sink portion, right? It's like just sink. It's not cabinetry. So it's like you could either put shit under there if you wanted, or anyway, like basically, long story short, the spider went crawling down there. I went to go get the spider with the cup to save the spider, right? And then, you know, I got him, and then I jumped up in excitement, and I was underneath the sink, which is what, porcelain or whatever. I was under, so I was on the floor, right? I jump up in excitement, and that's it. Thank you, pedestal. And you can probably see where this is going. I stand up and I smack my forehead really hard into the sink because I was jumping up. And you guys should have seen my face. Like I had a like softball size, huge ass fucking bruise from on my forehead, but because of the bruise there, it made me look like I had a black eye, like the blood spread. So that entire dude, it was awful. My entire face, not my entire, that entire side of my face, like the eye, the eyebrow, underneath my eye, and then the forehead had a huge, and it changed all these different colors. Anyway, I'm just saying, that's just one example. The number of examples I could give to you guys, I'm so accident prone, of me looking worse than her just from random shit is just ridiculous. And yeah, Blackwidor says she looks worse having us, right? I know. Great point. Lucky my, I know, right? That would have, honestly, that just thinking about that, right? Logically, that would break the skin. Like you would have, like if you beat somebody, dude, if you beat somebody with rings like that on fingers and like this goes kind of back to like the types of wounds that we learned about from Karen Reed, where it's like, what did they call it? Like the laceration versus the abrasion. And the laceration is like blunt but jagged. That would be the rings. Punching somebody with rings, that would be the laceration, where it's like gonna dance, like almost like a bruise, right? But it also cuts. But it's like, anyway, seems like kind of the worst kind, if you ask me. Anyway. So that's what you get. You would get beaten to a bloody fucking pulp with the rings on, for sure. I know, heavy, chunky rings. I know. Honestly, if somebody just accidentally, let's just say that somebody is like swinging their arm for some reason or whatever, right? I mean, shit like this happens all the time, right? They're pulling their arm back and you're standing behind them, and they don't know you're there. And you've got all those chunky rings on and you just accidentally hit them with the rings and you hit their face. Like the rings alone will cause so much damage, right? Because the heavy chunky rings. So, but the Raquel getting all emotional, man, to me, I think it's not a reaction to the pictures so much as a reaction to the memory. Why? She was being gaslit, dude. That's my personal opinion. It's just an opinion, obviously. But just like what I was saying before with the concussion check thing and her staying overnight. Like these pictures are triggering the memory of this event and what was going on during this event. Amber was trying to say whatever fucked up shit she was saying, you know, blah, blah. Right. That's right. It's like brass knuckles, but jagged. Right. Right. So, right. Being a pirate. So yeah, anyway, I think what she's reacting to is it's like the memory, right? If she was just objectively looking at the pictures, there would be no reaction because there's nothing to react to. You'd be like, what am I supposed to be looking at?
Of Amber's face.
This is so, it's really fucked up, actually, if you think about it.
With 2 black eyes.
Like how
swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this photo?
I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington. We just need to get through as best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face. Her in a profile. Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
Wow, guys.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos.
Right, I know.
As before.
I know. She means
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
I think both Fender, both.
It's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber
I know, right?
that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
How could she, dude? Sorry. Objection. Hello. What is she, a photography expert? There's no way to tell. How can you possibly say who took that picture unless you remember taking it yourself? I'm sorry. That totally could be a selfie. It could be literally anybody taking that picture.
Took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
This is insane.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
I'm glad we're watching this because here's why. Because DSN was asking like about everyone's opinions about Rocky. And I was saying in the Discord, I was like, I actually haven't watched her testimony while I'm going off of memory. This is worse than I remembered it. Like the fact that she's so, like, this is wild. No one would look at this and think, oh, that's clearly it's a cold sore. Or honestly, you know what it also could look like? If you get like I get this like in the winter, like chapped lips, if it's really dry and cold and shit. And if you get sometimes there's times where it'll be chapped, and then you guys know what I mean. And then there's like a piece that comes off, and then it'll do that type of thing. There's a lot of explanations. Or you accidentally bite your lip, but what it doesn't look like is getting punched in the face or in the mouth or whatever it is they're even alleging. It's pretty insane. Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's not hard. Honestly, it would be hard if it was from a distance. Okay, like if it was from a distance to where a selfie would show your arm holding the camera or whatever. If it was like from a distance, maybe then, but even still, you could put it on a thingy. Like you could put it on a tripod. I mean, it's possible, right? To make it look like someone else took it. Anyway, and this isn't even trying to look like anything. It's just zoomed in. So there's no, it's irrelevant, honestly. Okay. The exposure. I don't actually know enough about pictures to know anything about the exposure. My brother, obviously, I should call upon his knowledge more than I do because I don't even really remember. Has there been a time where I knew what that word meant? Yes, but do I recall right now? No. Yeah. Well, we appreciate your insights as well. We're happy to have you here. I'm glad you think that we are insightful, or that, you know, whatever, everyone else is insightful. That's another good point, Fender. Yeah. Blackwidor for the win. Bravo on that. Yep. They must have absolutely. No, for sure. What a great point, right? Holy shit. Oh my God. No kidding. Fuck. It's crazy. Okay, let's go back to Rocky's crazy reaction.
Does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
Her hair.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This was a picture of the.
I don't see any.
Of Amber's hairline. A scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
I have a question.
Is this?
What the hell's on her head? So she just put her hair up, right? What is that? It's like she took a, what the hell is going on over there? That's it's very weird. You guys see what I mean? What? That's not a hair tie. Why is it at that angle? Why is that? Why is it? Why? That's the weirdest thing. I can't figure out what's on her head there.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yeah, there you can get a better look at it right there. What is that? What the fuck? That it doesn't look flexible. It looks like it can only go vertically. Like it's not at an angle like you'd normally have a bun. Very weird. Very, very, very weird.
Or the next morning.
One or the other.
I don't see anything there, really.
And
no, it's a bun. I'm talking about the thing holding the bun. You see, it's like a round, like it looks almost kind of like a bracelet, like those chunky, hard bracelets people wear. Like it's just weird. Yeah, I don't see like anything on her face, honestly. Like it's just. I mean, there's a slight bit of discoloration, but it's the amount that like literally, you know, she wears that tinted concealer or whatever she said, foundation or whatever it is, tinted shit. All you'd have to fucking do if you wanted to like make this look like this, right, is like take a bit of that and just smear it right there and not put it anywhere else. Done.
Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please. Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
She has like
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
Side of the nose. Are you talking about a pimple? I'm so confused.
Has,
Did you take? Go ahead. Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries
Very interesting.
you observe?
Spencer, can you explain? The black corner is overexposed. So what am I looking at? Like, what does it mean? Oh. Washed out. Okay. Wow. Do you do like, are you like a photographer or something like that? You sound very knowledgeable. Thank you for your knowledge and sharing your knowledge. We love learning. Let me go back to the other picture so I can see. Maybe I'll be able to tell the difference in terms of this, and we can learn what exposure looks like, or well, I can. You guys already know, I'm sure. Let's go back. Okay. Is it like a daylight thing, or am I not? Heck is overexposed. I don't know. Should I be looking at the top left corner or the bottom left corner? Or the side left?
Did you take? Go ahead. Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Where? Name them.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark.
Oh, wait,
underneath her.
hang on, hold on. Eureka light bulb moment. Were these two different pictures back? Hold on. Hold the phone. Stop everything. I think I might know what you're saying, Spencer. Hold on.
Of Amber's nose and mouth.
Did you take? Go ahead. Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries
Oh, maybe
you
not.
observe
I was thinking maybe that picture changes like at some point, but it doesn't.
this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Blackwidor.
Did Miss Heard? Did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
It looks like a pimple. I'm so
Did
confused.
not
What is happening?
usually have that small mark.
Are we supposed to think that's from getting hit? It looks like a pimple or a clogged pore. Maybe if you get hit with like a piece of dust. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. The black is dark. Right. I see what you're saying. Right. I see what you're saying. The white shirt with the black background. Yeah. That's right. Blackwidor says, what is Johnny and Ant-Man in ant form punching her? Exactly. Like that could explain this dot. Sorry. We need to add that to the list. Maisha, are you still with us?
Or bruising underneath her
Oh,
eyes.
God.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
And over the course of your friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a
now we can
relationship
see
with
her
Mr.
head.
Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
What does she got? A scrunchie?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
I still have questions about what.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Maisha, did you hear us? That's weird. I just was like, is Maisha still here? Did you hear me? That is wild. That's crazy, man. Okay, you heard me. Awesome. Adding to the list. Thank you. Yeah, the Ant-Man. There it is. Yes. We're here for those who can't sleep.
Picture is hair pulled back to show
I don't see anything, dude.
abrasion on the scalp where
Abrasion?
hair has been removed.
You're joking, right?
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Oh my God. I mean, not like, honestly, first of all, not that it matters because I don't know, there's nothing wrong. But second of all, there's nothing to prove that this is Amber's head. Literally, this could be anybody's head, right? Yeah.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp during the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this
Yeah,
a picture
that's
of,
just
Miss
not-
Pennington?
There's a picture of a
This
clump
looks
of Amber's
like
hair
dog fur to me.
on the black carpet of the bedroom of PH4
You know,
with my finger.
here's the other thing. I feel like, I don't know if someone's pointed this out before, maybe. If you look at that carpet, you guys, it looks like there's vacuum lines. Do you guys see that? It looks like there's vacuum lines. It looks like that carpet was just vacuumed and then they put the freaking clump of hair on top. It's just
there to show the scale of the hair.
right.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Because even if you try to say, okay, yeah, let's say this really happened, any of it, right? Let's say any of it really happened. Well, if you're in a tussle and you're getting the hair pulled out and she's being dragged, then the hair would be there would have been motion involved, right? Like, yeah, it just wouldn't be all there all together neatly in a clump of vacuum lines underneath it. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Night of the event, the December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Yeah, right?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
So because she told me, that's why. Yeah. Oh God. Oh God. That's good.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
What a stupid question.
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Oh, here we go again.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She's her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen.
Oh my God, how
Of
disgusting.
PH3.
Fuck's sake. Why can't you put your arm through the sleeve like a normal person, Amber?
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December
Honestly.
event,
It really
or the
is.
day after.
It really is.
Maybe.
It's offensive.
I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
It's offensive. It's offensive that for people who actually are victims of domestic violence, that it's offensive that the pictures she's trying to claim are from domestic violence aren't even good enough to pass for normal random accidents that happen by yourself in your home without being hit by, like we've said, like there's people can easily get hurt by accident on their own accord in an infinite number of ways and get hurt worse than this. And then, but you have to, you're claiming it's from domestic violence. Like it's like you didn't even do a good enough job to like fake it. Like it's wild to me. It's wild. The film Gone Girl. I'm not sure I understand that connection. Yeah, but there's no injuries. Yeah, right. Oh, I think I understand because the staged crowd. Okay, I see. Now I get what you're saying. Gotcha. Why is she wearing her sister's coat? Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed.
Oh my
Johnny
God.
and Amber's bedroom.
Stupid.
In PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea,
Why?
broken glass,
I don't see any broken glass. Is there
and
a
a
tail light?
small
That's what I
blue
wanna know.
book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
Did she throw a cocktail glass at a taillight?
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge
Stupid fucking
is
question,
that
Rottenborn. Honestly, a stupid ass question. Dude, again, another great example. Maybe I'm just like, I mean, okay, I guess I probably am more accident prone than like your average person. Like just the other day, literally, this happened to me the other day. Speaking of, like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. The fact that this mood makes someone abusive, right? Okay, so here's another example. Like the other day, I was getting some water out of the cabinet, right? I had a glass. I dropped the glass just because, you know, human just dropped the glass. Well, it doesn't take much for glass to shatter everywhere, right? And, you know, the first thing I have to do is get Frodo out of the room because he'll cut up his paws. And then it's like, well, you know, now I didn't have bare feet. I had shoes on. Well, actually, it's funny connection to the Karen Reed trial there, isn't it? Because we had this conversation on one of the recaps about our own traditions with shoes. And I think I told y'all, I'm one of those people, I always wear shoes in the house. I'm a shoes in the house kind of girl. Like they say in Pineapple Express, right? You got to wear shoes in the house, man. Safety first, man. So that's me. I'm shoes in the house. Maybe because of safety, that would make sense, right? But also just convenience, just easier. But anyway, I will say, had I not been wearing shoes, my feet would have gotten really fucked up, right? So that would be definitely something to consider if you're wondering if you should be wearing your shoes. But anyway, but my hands though, right? It's so funny. It's like you're holding the glass, you drop the glass, and the weirdest thing is like how somehow you can't even see it, but like the glass will fuck up your hand, like cut your hands and shit. Anyway, so, but it doesn't mean that, you know, there's anything happening. It's just human error. That's funny. Yeah, people have always joked that I should just wear a helmet at all times. Yeah. Oh, like slippers. I wear just my regular shoes. I gave up on slippers a long time ago. Yeah, it does. I agree, Fender. It does have a weird feel to it, doesn't it? What did she say what that green thing was on the floor? Right, I know. Right. Sandals. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I mean, I'm wearing sandals right now. Well, Chacos. I guess they're sandals, but like I wear in other words, I don't change shoes in the house. I wear whatever shoes in the house I was wearing anyway. Like I just wear, like if it's winter, I'll have boots on, you know, or whatever. And like that's that. They come off when I go to sleep. If I go to sleep. Or shower. But other than that. Sorry, that's fucking funny. Blackwidor. Oh man. Yeah, it is a very weird. I wonder what is that fucking green thing? Here, let's back up a little bit and see what she talks about. Because even though it's pointless, Fender brings up a good topic with this uncanny valley, and maybe we'll learn something from hearing her describe this nonsense picture.
I saw him.
Break glass.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna lose my. It's couture. It's couture, baby. Yes, it's high fashion. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh my god. Wow. You guys want to hear how I got my first concussion? You can say no, and I'll be totally fine with it. Totally fine with it. Totally fine. Let me know if you, and then subsequently, actually, what happened first? No, my first concussion was before I broke my collarbone. They were pretty close together in time. Anyway.
Next to her bed.
No.
No, it's if y'all want, guys.
what's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to
Okay, wait, I need to go back further.
break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that and a small blue book.
Book?
On the
A
floor
blue
that I
book?
can't make out what that is.
There is no, dude, what?
Did you ever know
Oh my
Amber?
God, that's nonsensical. That's a book, the small blue book. This is so silly. Okay, so yeah, so my first concussion. So I was really little. I was like probably 4 or 5 or something, and we had this like playhouse in the backyard, which is really funny because the house I grew up in is where my mom still lives, and it's like walking distance from where I live now. That was not on purpose, and it's just a couple of roads, couple streets over. It's super close. So anyway, so that back, but my mom still lives there. It's the only house I've ever lived in because my parents bought it before I was born. So anyway, but my dad had built this like playhouse thing in the backyard for my brother and I, and it had like a couple stories, and then it had like this ropey thing, so you could like, and there was a big huge tree, so it had like this ropey thing that was attached to the top of the playhouse, and then you could like swing. So there's like swinging on it, and there's like a knot, you know, so you could like swing on it and then like jump off or whatever, right? So there's a bunch of big trees back there that have all these big roots sticking out, right? And so my brother and I were like playing a game, and then I don't know, we were like, I think we asked my mom to come out, like, hey, watch us do the thing. And we were supposed to, you know, like kids do, whatever. And for some reason, I decided I was going to try to do something fancy. I don't know what it was, but I thought I was going to do something fancy. I don't know if I just tried to swing extra high, or maybe I was going to do a flip off of the rope, something like that. Anyway, didn't go well for me. And so I landed with my head, and it was up high, right? So I landed with my head though it was where the root of the tree was sticking out. And I had just grass, it would have been probably not as bad, but I hit that big tree root and it knocked me out. And so the next thing I remember is I was in the house in my bed, which my mom, I think, didn't know that you're not supposed to let the person lie down. But anyway, I was lying down, and she was on the phone with like the doctor or somebody, hospital, I don't know. And the next thing I remember is her waking me up and being like, can you, what's your name? What's your name? Can you like tell me your name? And I think I said my name. I don't actually remember, obviously, concussion, but I must have said my name. And then shortly thereafter, I broke my collarbone. And this is actually a pretty good story. Because I was in kindergarten for this, okay? And so we didn't watch a lot of TV growing up. And so I remember this so well because I have such a vivid memory. And like, so, okay, so I just like, I think I'd just taken a shower, and I was like, you know, almost bedtime. So I had like for some reason, I had like a silky type of like nightgown or something. And it was like a slippery material. And that actually kind of matters for the story. So anyway, I was lying on the couch, and we had like a coffee table, and the remote was on the coffee table. This is so funny. And it's also really uncharacteristic of me because while I am super accident prone, the last thing I am is lazy. And I don't know what the deal was, but anyway, I was lying on the couch in the slippery nightgown. My mom was teaching saxophone lessons in the other room, and no one else was in the room with me. Okay. And so I was, for some reason, instead of like sitting up and then like getting the remote, I decided to try to reach for the remote while staying lying down. None of this, even watching TV thing never happened. And anyway, it was just weird. But I was lying down. I was like, oh, I'm going to reach for the remote, even though it was like, I think I could tell that I was like, not a great idea. Anyway, we had hardwood floors. So I'm reaching over for the remote. And then while reaching for the remote, I fell off the couch, but it was like over the back of the couch, like where the arm is, because it wasn't against a wall. And it was a hardwood floor. And it was enough. Like, I know it sounds crazy, right? Like, but just the angle and the height and the hardwood floor. Anyway, I broke my collarbone. So I fell, right? I'm on the floor. And so I said, you know, I think what happened is my mom's student's dad was in the room, and he saw me fall. And he was actually a doctor, like a surgeon or something. And I think he saw me, and he came running over, and he was concerned. And I was like, I'm fine. Y'all. I was like, I'm fine. And he seemed concerned. I don't know why he was concerned, but I was like, I'm fine. And so normal night, go to bed, right? And so then my mom, for some reason, was like, oh, right. I was crying in my sleep. So that's what it was. So it was because they assumed I was fine because I was awake and I wasn't crying. And they're like, oh, if she heard herself, she'd be crying. And I was like, yeah, I agree. And then I cried in my sleep all night long. And so my mom, because of that, called the doctor in the morning. And then they were like, oh, she needs to go get the x-rays done. So then I went to the hospital for the x-rays, and they're like, oh yeah, this is hella broken. You could see in the x-rays, guys, if you picture a teacup, like picture the teacup Chip in Beauty and the Beast, how he's got like a chip, and you can see a chip like that. That's what my collarbone looked like big time, huge, not like a chip missing, like a teacup. And it was my right collarbone, and I'm right-handed. And you guys can probably imagine the first thing I thought about was, oh, great. Now they're going to tell me I can't play violin for a period of time. And the big deal at the time was when I was in kindergarten when this happened. And sure enough, they did tell me that. They tried to put me in a back brace and said, you can't play violin for a month. Now, here's the thing. Where I went to preschool or kindergarten, whatever, was there's special place. I don't remember what it was called, but like it was a small group of kids, but there was this kid in my class named Carlos, and he was autistic. And he was the type that was a savant. So he did that thing where you, like my mom used to tell stories about how when she would come to visit school and stuff, like parents shit, he would walk with her around the building. And it was at a church, I think, even though we weren't churchy, we just went to this is where the class was, so kindergarten, whatever. But he would talk about the architecture of the church and how it was built, like the architecture. Kindergarten, okay? He actually went from kindergarten to 3rd grade after this, but he was very autistic. And so this is the whole thing, okay, guys, in kindergarten, he would just scream in class, just scream constantly, unless I played my violin. And then he would stop. Because, a lot of times with autistic kids, music, right? So I brought my violin to kindergarten every day to play, so I could have it ready for Carlos. And so what happened was when I broke my collarbone, the first thing I thought was, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to play my violin. What is going to happen to Carlos? So I think I left that back brace on for like a week, and then I was like, fuck it. But what's really funny is I was so embarrassed about how I broke it that it was like, this was a big deal. I actually lied to my parents. I never lied to my parents. It was like the one time I lied, and I told them that, dude, this is so funny. I said that I was just lying there completely still. And because of the nightgown, I just slipped off all of a sudden. I just slipped off the couch because of the fact that we never watched TV. I thought, and I think I was probably right. I was sure that if I told them that or my mom specifically, that I was reaching for the remote because I didn't want to sit up or whatever, and that's how I fell, that I would get yelled at, or my mom would get mad at me and be like, why didn't you just sit up? And so instead I lied, and I said I just slipped off because of the nightgown. And then I forgot to tell them the truth about that. But actually, it was like a couple of years ago. Finally, I was like, wait, Mom, did you never learn what really happened with that story? Anyway, it was funny. But that's how I broke my collarbone. Oh, that's funny. How weird. Holy shit. Spencer has a similar crazy story about getting a concussion swinging. Wow, weird. Yeah, that sounds awful. Wow. Wait, that's weird. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was. Yeah, and it's just so funny. I just forgot to tell them the actual truth because, of course, it didn't really matter. That was just me being a kid, right? Because again, I never lied, and I also never watched TV, so I was like, I don't know what to do in this situation. So I was like, nightgown. Shout out to Carlos is right. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I know. I wonder what he's doing these days. He's probably off working for NASA or something. But anyway, and so my second concussion was a horseback riding accident. That's another good story. I actually have a picture. I have it on my phone. I can put it in the Discord of the horse I used to always ride Carmen, and Carmen wasn't available that day because I had become too advanced for Carmen. And so they needed to let somebody else ride Carmen. And they gave me Poco, which was the horse they gave all the adults or whatever. And I was in first grade. Poco was the horse that is the high-spirited horse, right? The challenge horse. And so this day at the riding place, equestrian place, they were repairing the fence or whatever in the riding rink. So there was no fence. So you have the barn, right? You have the barn. And then in order to get to the riding rink, where there's the jumps and shit, it's quite a trek, right? You have to go kind of far. And so you have a ride down, and then there's the riding ring. Okay. So we were in the riding ring, but again, there was no ring because they were repairing it. So I'm like running, I'm on Poco. We were probably, I don't know, cantering, probably doing jumps or something. Anyway, all of a sudden, out of the blue, and of course, it's English, right? So the saddle matters, English. So there's nothing to hold on to. It's an English saddle. And so out of the blue, Poco decides he just wants to do whatever he wants. And so out of the blue, bolts into like a full-on gallop, but it was not planned or expected. And he bolts and he starts going up the hill because it's uphill to get to the barn, up the hill at a full-on fucking gallop. And again, this is a horse I had not ridden before, didn't know how to control this horse or whatever. This is the challenge horse. But what happened was, it surprised me so much. This is the problem. I dropped the reins. So you guys, I was in first grade. I dropped the reins. And so this horse is galloping at a full clip, and it's a long hike to get back to that barn. And the whole time I was like, this is it. This is how it's going to end for me. Because I was so sure that with the reins, having dropped the reins are now hanging down and they're a loop, right? That this horse, dude, guys, picture this. The horse at a full gallop is going to trip over the reins, and we're going to go head over heels, like forward, right? And that's it. Like, we're done. Like, me and the horse, I was worried about the horse as well. Like, we're done for. So the whole time I was like, oh my God, the reins, right? So not only is there no way to control the horse, and there's nothing to hold on to, which is fine. I had my legs, right? You don't need anything else. Just use the legs. But like, I also now am worried that we're going to die in this horrible accident because I could actually picture this happening with the reins. And meanwhile, my mom is like running after me, but she's way behind. You can't catch up on a horse, right? And so and I'll show you guys, I'll put the picture in the Discord so you can see how little I was back then. But the picture I have is me on Carmen, the good horse, right? The horse I used to ride, but the horse that they gave somebody else that day. So anyway, so it was a long way to the barn, man. And I was like, the whole time I was like, this is it. I was like literally thinking to myself, I've lived a good life. It's okay. I'm at peace. Like, I've lived a good life. Mom, I love you. I was like thinking that. I'm like, my mom was like yelling after me, Charles. And I'm like, oh, she only knew this is the end. Like, that's literally what I was. I'm such a weirdo. And so, anyway, what's really funny though, is I managed to stay on the whole fucking time. And I'm putting a picture right now in the Discord of me on Carmen. Actually, this was my first horse show and I won first place and got the blue ribbon. But anyway, so I managed to stay on the whole time on Poco, right? And so what happened was he finally gets to the barn. And at this point, the legs are your only hope because there's nothing to hold on to. Again, it's an English saddle. Y'all, he gets to the barn. And then as soon as he gets to the barn, all of a sudden, Screech puts the brakes on, stops like this, all of a sudden, right? And because of the momentum, right? And then the horse all of a sudden stops, I keep going. I fell off was when he stopped at the barn. Oh my God. So he stops at the barn, and then I go flying because the momentum and then the stop of the momentum, whatever word there is for that, physics, right? And so I can still see it. Oh my God. Yeah, I have a photographic memory. I can still see all these memories. It's crazy. I can describe all this shit from my childhood. I actually have memories from when I was like a baby, like baby. Like, there's times where I'll be talking about something and my mom's like, wait, you were 1 month old. How do you remember that? I'm like, I don't know. But anyway, so then the horse stops at the barn and then I go flying, and that's how I got my second concussion. But I just put a picture in the Discord in case anybody wants to see. That's Carmen, the good horse, like I said. So, but I love that picture. So anyhow, Maisha's only had a few scrapes. Wow. That is incredible. I can't not imagine what that's like. Wow, amazing. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this situation right now. It's like I handled I felt less confused on the horse situation. Like, yeah, I can handle this. Like, that's okay if this is the end. I got this, right? But then the couch situation, I'm like, I don't know. What does one do on a couch? I don't even know. How does one lay on a couch and watch TV? I've never done this before. Anywho, all right. So let's get back to this nonsense. Yeah, I saw somebody, I think Blackwidor was asking about the wire. I don't know. And is that a lemon or something? Everything about the picture is odd, I find.
To break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that
I know I said that before. I'm repeating it. That's stupid. It warrants to be said.
I saw him do it once, and then I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken
This
off
is some
onto
fucking
the
pigeon
floor.
business. Shout out to your uncle.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Dude, Carmen was the best, man. I loved that horse so much. I loved that horse. I'm just thinking about how much I loved Carmen. I loved that horse. Carmen, you know, when you do the horse thing, like you do the curry comb. Have you guys ever done the curry comb? And you do all the shit with the tackle, right? You're like taking care of the horse. It's the whole thing. So like whether you're like saddling them up or you're like taking all the shit off and like you're brushing out the horse, and it's a whole process. And then you do their hooves. You get the picky thing, and then you clean out their hooves and all the shit that you do. And Carmen, when I would be doing this shit with Carmen, right? Carmen, I would sing to Carmen, and Carmen would fall asleep out of being so relaxed as I would be like putting the saddle on or curry comb or whatever I was doing, cleaning his stall. And he would he would fall asleep, and I would sing to him. And then I would just stand there and I would just hug him around his neck. And we were just like two peas in a pod. Oh my God, I loved that horse so much.
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, right. Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do. It looks weird, right? There's a lot about it that looks weird. I guess so. Let me ask you this: so what does one do to make it overexposed? Like, how do they adjust that on the phone, or like how is that done? Is that done at the time of the picture, or is that done after the fact? And then second part to the question is, what do you think they were hoping to do? Do you think that by doing that it like exaggerated the look of the break in the wood, or maybe they were thinking that no one would see the knife? I mean, why didn't they just move the knife out of the picture? I mean, instead of leaving the knife on the bed. Anyway, that's a question for I don't even know who. Maybe Amber can answer that one because that's just so stupid.
Through,
oops,
to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
If this is
no
proof she didn't do it, which is just wild.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny,
Actually, say it out loud.
have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
Maisha says a camera asked Camille asked, oh my God, Camille asked Amber about it. Remember? She gave an unresponsive. I didn't remember. Runkle said something funny recently, and I was like, I need to borrow this. I'm gonna borrow the Runkle, just because it's funny. There was somebody asked him a question. This was during the Alec Baldwin, I think, was still on trial for the short-lived bit. Anyway, but somebody asked Runkle something. I don't remember what it was, and his response was amazing. He was like, "No, I don't know the answer to that." And he goes, "Why? Because I'm not an encyclopedia." So to this, I want to say this. I want to say, unfortunately, I'm not an encyclopedia with this trial, but I do know someone who is, and her name is Maisha. Like, it is amazing. It's really impressive. I mean, I've seen it a lot of times, but I'm not an encyclopedia, like, obviously, right? The way Maisha is. I will say that Murdaugh, I would probably call myself an encyclopedia for that one. But if you want to, like, dude, Maisha just... she's the encyclopedia, I think. So, okay, you can correct it. Okay, I see. Is it like adjusting the brightness? I don't know anything, clearly. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I gotcha. Huh. Okay, so then the second part, so why would they, I wonder what do you think was the benefit to them or whoever it was of changing one half of the picture? I wonder. I mean, it's not like they needed to prove that the bed had bruises. LOL.
No.
I want to talk about the day of the Late Show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The Late Show with James Corden. Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A deer that who's her hairstylist.
Oh.
Melanie.
Oh my God, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Oh my God, am I Britney Spears? Sorry, y'all. She said a deer. I'm like, a deer? Like I pictured a deer, like in Bambi, a deer. Like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, a deer was doing her makeup. We're getting back to that part.
Yes.
Who else was present?
Wow, that's the exact right spot. Holy shit. Amazing.
A deer.
Holy shit.
Who's her hairstylist.
Holy shit.
Melanie, her makeup artist,
I know,
and Samantha,
I
her
know.
stylist.
It's not good.
Did were
very
you
weird.
there when her
Why
hair
does
and
she look
makeup
like
was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip?
Right.
Or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
Also, Amber's hair, dude, of all the things. How shall we describe the hair? Like what the back of it, you know what it looks like? It looks like there's like TV shows or movies where there's aliens and they have those weird misshapen heads. It's like that. It's like the bulbous misshapen head. And then I have to say it again. Why can you not just put your arm through the sleeve? Why, Amber, why? Yeah, that makes sense what you're saying, Spencer. Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I wonder if when people saw the tabloid, they're like, who is that? Probably. And then they're probably also like, and what, who is that? And why are we looking at her picture? Because what happened to her? I don't see anything.
Did you observe anyone
Right.
ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Yeah, are you a doctor?
Because
What
I
are
saw
you?
injuries
No.
on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
I wonder what they looked like after they healed. Guys, that's so, and after they continued to heal. Wait, what? I just can't even picture. Oh, you meant, okay. I thought you were talking about, when you mentioned that earlier, I thought you were talking about the jacket she's wearing in the picture she took. I didn't realize you were, okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry, but like, okay. If a jacket's too big for you, you can still put your arms through it. If it's too small for you, I suppose you might not. But I think that her sister's taller, bigger than she is, right? Like, I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I remember thinking. I wonder if that was just somebody saying that just to try to explain it because it doesn't make any sense. You couldn't blame them, right? But it's just like, I still wouldn't put it past her if she had the jacket and just wore it like that, just because it's stupid. Because like she's stupid head, right? Like stupid head does is, or stupid head, what is it? Stupid head is as stupid head does, whatever the saying is. There you go. Yeah, the jacket doesn't want to be close and was like, no thanks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's yeah. The jacket took its sleeves and put its arms behind its back so she couldn't put her arms in it.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment
that's right.
that he was threw up
But
or
you have to
fucked
have
up,
the head in there.
in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
Yeah, that was good.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Separation.
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me
is that the point, like, if someone's like, how, okay, let's say an alien from another planet shows up on planet Earth and say, describe to me what a jacket is. How would you guys describe to someone who has no concept of what clothing, how would you describe to them what a jacket is? Put it in the chat. Then we'll talk about the next steps.
in our conversations was that
that's a good
he
point.
was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Woke up, it was morning recess, and the first thing that I do. Back to Rocky's testimony. Okay, here we go. Did you guys let me know how you would define jacket or explain jacket to an alien? This is what matters, guys. Oh my God, y'all, Judge A, look at this. She's got a whole tank of coffee there. Do you guys see that? But can you blame her? She's like, yep, we're watching depositions like all day today or whatever, minus I think Whitney. Yeah, accurate, Judge A, accurate.
Continue with your witness.
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony of Raquel Pennington.
Excellent.
I want to talk about the events of May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Walk us through what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
So in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And
Liz Mars?
Liz Mars, yes.
Okay, and your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just stop. Just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
Interesting. It's like people are confused about what. No, I'm by people. I'm talking about Rocky, right? Like, does she not understand? Like, this is defamation. Like, the point that you have to talk about in terms of getting to the truth of the statement. Statement is about Johnny hitting her. Johnny, oh my God, room on the brain, right? Not Johnny. Oh my God. Johnny, sorry. Yes, Johnny. I just got Johnny and Tawny confused in my brain. Okay. Yes, Johnny. So that's funny because Tommy Wiseau plays the character Johnny. Anyway, okay, so the thing is that it's like she just describes all this, right? And as if it's like this worst thing, terrible thing, it's going to prove this, that. Does she not realize the thing that's missing is there's no story about Johnny ever hitting her. Like, nobody has a story like that. So are people just confused? Right. I know. Oh, I am grabbing some. I do have coffee here. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, love the squirrel emojis. Very good. And the hugs. Excellent. Yes. So yeah, by the way, I make my own cold brew. How much do I have? Yeah, I still have a pretty good amount. I probably could use another sparkle though. So yeah, I'm going to get another sparkle. Sparkle water. Okay. Look at nice pause game as well going on.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
Just the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you,
shouldn't she say, well, he did hurt her? I don't know.
you testified a little bit too, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said.
I've
The
never
thing
seen
that sticks
Anchorman.
out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up.
I did not hit her.
Get
I
the
did
fuck
not.
up.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Did you let her?
No.
And where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you...
I just make my own cold brew. I just have like a cold brew thing, you know, and then I just get whatever, you know, use ground coffee. I just get whatever looks good and is on sale. It's not fancy, but you know, you make the coffee, it takes like 24 hours or something like that, right? And then you have to concentrate, and then you just, you know, you're supposed to add water. I don't do that. I just drink at I just use the concentrate. You know, and then with ice, and then like, you know, being vegan as I am, like you know, there's so many different creamers you can go with these days. Right now I have oat milk creamer. I think it's like caramel flavor oat milk creamer from Planet Oat. So it's just the coffee with the ice and the creamer, but you know, it's good. And being that, you know, it's nice when you make it, like I never have to worry about like running out of coffee, right? Like, cause I just have tons of it because you just make a huge batch. So, and then I start the next batch when I finish the first batch. So there's always coffee, right? What do you guys like to drink? Like if it's cold, I do love like a good latte, like a chai latte. Well, like a dirty chai. It's like chai latte with like 6 shots of espresso, shit like that. But you can't make that at home, or at least I can't. I don't have the shit to make it. So I still drink cold brew, basically. But yeah. Let me know if you guys are drinking anything interesting. I have strawberry sparkle too.
Received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3.
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
Oh, you don't drink coffee? Wow. No, you can drink
You weren't already in Penthouse 3.
Yeah, cold brew. I guess it seems like you should be able to heat it up, but I don't know. No one does. So I don't know if it's just not good or what happens, but no, cold brew is meant to be drink cold with ice. So yeah, even in the winter, like I said, like I would love I love a hot latte, but usually what I'll do is I'm still gonna make and drink my cold brew at home, and then like every now and again I might like treat myself and go to like a place and get a latte, you know what I mean? But like if it's especially cold, you know, and it's like the bones are cold. Does that ever happen to you guys? Do you know what I mean? My tail's cold.
You got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer
I don't know how you can live without
has
coffee. That's why.
been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her
frappe.
friend Rocky Pennington staged the May
Frappe is that's like a blended cold drink, right, Naisha? Also, it's a ballet move.
21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did Amber stage anything, to your knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to penthouse 3.
In 3,
Well, look at how high
stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter.
Did you guys ever notice? Okay, also,
Stuff.
this is misleading. He said, describe the damage that you saw Mr. Depp do, blah, blah. So the thing is, she didn't actually see him do the things, right? She comes in and it's already done. So she doesn't actually see who did it. So this is, anyway, but look at her view. Did y'all ever notice how high up she is? That is wild. She's really high up. She's so high above me. So, I got a song for everything. Oh yeah, get too squirrely with coffee. I feel ya. It's full. The thing about coffee is like my blood is made of coffee, so it's like I understand. Like I guess what I'm saying is I'm so jealous because it's like I don't even know what it's like to have coffee affect me. Like maybe the first time I had it when I was like a kid, but like ever since then, I just drink it. I drink it all day, every day, just like water. It's no different to me. And so it doesn't actually like have an effect, although I could get a migraine if I didn't drink it, but I don't test that one out. So you guys don't even know the songs that I sing whenever I like accidentally say something and I'm like, oh, that's a song, or like, something happens in the trial. That's like 0.000000001% of all the songs that I'm that I'm thinking of that are relevant to whatever is happening in trial and shit. It's crack, yeah. That's what it's like if you don't drink it all the time, right? I'm drinking some coffee right now. Actually, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, it just tastes good. Like I just like the taste. Yum 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 yum
I've
yum.
been knocked off a bar cart.
And the way that I do it too is you do like I'll put a picture in the Discord. I'll do that.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was smashing stuff.
She did see
With
this
what?
happen. That's good.
With a wine bottle.
What other damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine spilled,
There was
wine
wine
splash spilled in the hallway.
That's not
There
the
was a
damage, and you didn't
dent
see it happen anyway. So
on the outside of PH1's front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos stacked on it.
Yeah.
And do those photos
I
appear
know.
to be
That's
intact?
a great point, Spencer. That's a great point.
These do, yes.
That's a great point. Yep.
In your experience of those photos,
What is the old saying? Guys, help me out on this one. Oh, a picture speaks louder than words. Well, in this case,
normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr. Depp did in Penthouse 3?
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
You know, no, I don't, not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever know Miss Heard to smash glasses on staircases?
No.
These questions, man.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
I did.
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
Actually, I found it to be just stupid. That's what I found.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing of the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3. And it has a broken,
really
looks
little,
like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the space between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen island. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
Oh my
And
God.
do you know who
Guys,
knocked that fruit on the ground?
Down the alarms, there's fruit on the ground. No way. There's fruit on the ground. Spencer says, oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. I know. Bananas now. Banana. Now, okay, let me just say, let's just be fair. Had there not been a rug here, let's just say, had these bananas been on the hardwood floor, maybe then we have a different situation, right? Because we all know what could happen if you slip on a banana. But that's not what we have here. We have bananas on a carpet or on a rug. So the worst that could happen is your foot gets sticky and hopefully you're wearing shoes. That's all I can say. Shoes in the house, people.
Yes.
Banana abuse, right? That's right. It's banana.
Johnny.
Right.
And does this fairly and accurately depict?
Oh, that's not amber on the floor. That's a banana. Rocky, they're not the same thing. Don't get the two confused now.
Image that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned and there's papers all over the floor.
And is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of two photos on the column, the staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
What is this a picture of?
Picture a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging? If you know.
I don't know.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
Oh my God.
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a picture on the floor.
Your mom's a picture on the floor. What the hell?
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Did
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, right.
other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage
This is,
or knocking it?
I mean, there's a picture on the ground. I can't. That it's also crazy when you think about it too that they even took pictures. Like, did you not feel silly taking this picture? I would feel very silly.
Anything down
Let's just put the picture back up on the wall or whatever.
in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Just a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
I don't remember
That's a
if it
great
was
point.
me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss
Great
Heard
point,
on May
Spencer.
21st, 2016?
Spencer bringing in the logic, love it. Yep, logic. Can't go wrong. For real.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
42 is
All
up.
right. So I think we have a pretty good idea of what's going on. You know what? I do want to see this part with the courthouse because this was a big event in this whole situation. And the pictures where Amber sits there looking sad, it's great. It's really wow. Well done, guys.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered Penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
Here we go.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please. And while he's doing that,
What is she doing to her hair? What is going on?
do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
Weirdness. This is weird. What's happening? Like she's having a video deposition. Wait, hold on. Let's just take a look. This is bizarre. Real bizarre.
Pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please.
Wait, now we can
While
get a
he's
better
doing
look.
that,
We can get a better look at what she had around her hair. I need to see that because this was a question that I had. What the fuck is the thing?
please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please.
I meant
While
to
he's
pause
doing-
it. Hold on. This is just super crucial.
And 1292, please.
It's like a big scrunchie. Why is it so big? That's what she said, but not what she said.
And while he's doing that,
Why are you doing that?
do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
Right? There you go. Keep it fresh. She should ask Blackwidor about bedroom. What was it? Bedroom couture.
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist,
No,
sitting
I thought it was Santa Claus.
on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
Right?
When?
I mean, like I have all kinds of hair ties. I don't know why you need one that's that big. Like it's interesting. Interesting choice.
The day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
Amber. Look at her face. I mean, and why does she have her arm like that? It's very weird, isn't it? This is what sad looks like. Oh my God.
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheekbone, right cheekbone is bruise.
And how long after May 21st was this approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict?
I know, right? It was like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. This is funny though. Hold on. Rottenborn's question. Let me back up a second here.
Artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up artist days?
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay.
Right cheekbone is bruise.
And how long after May 21st was this approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Months, years, decades, centuries, eons. Y'all, we don't hear that word nearly enough, I feel like, in regular life.
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition the morning or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slight profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair's behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation
I
that
know,
Amber
yeah.
did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
It is the same vibe. It really is.
Ms. Pennington,
Yeah.
you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Her hair is now in another bunny thing.
Yes.
This big scrunchy thing.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
Okay, let's
He told me.
from her. Okay, he told you. Great, excellent.
What did he tell you?
It was her husband, or I guess ex-husband.
Said,
and then
I don't remember how he said he cut
What,
the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I
makeup
wanted
artist.
to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued
Why did you have an injury?
to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember
Weird.
how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish
Right,
where you
I know.
started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times.
Don't encourage her.
Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
Weird. I'm glad we heard this because this is weird. She waits like a really long time, I recall.
No.
Oh, never mind.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth
I think there's
about
some
everything
there.
that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth exactly as I remember it at all of the points of time.
That's the weird answer.
Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That
Exactly.
concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Heard calls Joshua Drew as her next witness. And if we may approach just to discuss couple
Okay,
exhibits.
and that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, there you go. So, you guys. So many questions, so little time. Right? That's right. She did. Yeah. It was a weird answer. It was very weird, wasn't it? It just was very, it was like, Yeah. So I think we'll do it for this one. So the plan for, I guess technically it's tonight. The plan for tonight is to do all the Karen Reed shit. Fucking hell. Where, if I get fed up enough, I just might declare I'm going to go to law school. We'll see what happens. So, yeah, Brian, I know. Good morning. It's funny because, if Fender is I think it's evening where she's at. It's all so funny. Squirrels of the world. That's why. So, mosquito bite. I hate it. Yes, you're welcome. Yes, mates. Good day, mate. Good morning, mate. Good night, mate. So yeah, so I'll see you guys soon. Y'all are awesome. It was fun. And yeah, tomorrow or tonight rather will be interesting. And we'll get all up to speed. And there's probably, who knows, there might even be some more aftermath today, and then we'll add that to the list. So y'all are the best. Squirrel Crew for life, yo. Hold on, where's my banner? The banner. Here we go. Yes. And I will see you guys on the next video, and I'm going to roll the outro. Love y'all. See you soon.